We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Yo, good morning. Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay? It's time to rock and roll, baby. Let's get this party started. We're live, ready to roll. So as soon as they come on in, we're ready to go.
All rise. Court is now in session. Judge Newman presiding. Please be seated.
Good morning. Let's bring the jury.
After Alex gets done testifying today, we will be going back to JJ Rollin. The tragedy pimps have already jumped on it, and they're down there right now pretending to do searches. So when this is over, that's what we're going to jump onto. Good morning, Candace.
Thank you. Good morning. Day number 24. Cross-examination. You may proceed.
May it please the court. Morning, Mr. Murdaugh.
Good morning, Mr. Waters.
All right, let's see if we can move forward with this a little bit. See if we can go back to some things we may be able to agree on.
All right, sir.
All right. First thing is that the money you were stealing, in addition to your income and the money you were borrowing, was not just to pay for drugs. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
All right. And would you agree that your stealing, in addition to the money you were borrowing, increased over the years as we moved towards June of 2021?
Repeat that, please, sir.
Sure. Would you agree that your stealing increased over the years as we move towards June of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would you admit that your stealing increased in particular after the boat wreck?
No, sir. I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I think I continued to do it, but I don't. As I sit here today, I don't think I took more money that I should not have taken after the boat wreck than I did before the boat wreck.
Okay.
But again, those documents speak for themselves, Mr. Waters, and if that's the case, then that's the case. But as we sit here, I think that I probably wrongly took from clients and people that trusted me as much money before that boat wreck as after.
All right. And
If
I'm
not
just trying to get through this so we don't get bogged down like we did yesterday. All right.
I understand.
All right. So you wouldn't agree with me that in 2019 alone, you stole about $3.7 million?
No, I think that's correct.
All right. And would you agree with me though that figure in 2019 was generally higher than any other year that you've been stealing since 2011?
In any year, sure, I'd agree with that.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about overall, the whole cycle. But
All right.
yeah, I would agree that in 2019, I stole more money than any other year.
Would you agree with me that from 2015 on, your legitimate income, while still very strong, was diminishing as a general matter?
Well, I think whatever my income is speaks for itself. But as a general rule, a plaintiff's lawyer doing what we do, income ebbs and flows. You have some really good years, you have some really lean years. And no, I think I had some good years, maybe not the, $4 and $5 million years, but I think I had some $2 and $3 million years in there. And my caseload was such that, I had one of the things I was working on that Monday was one of the biggest cases that I've ever been involved in.
Talking about the Dominion case, right?
Yes, sir. All right. And so, I think it was cyclical. So I don't, without looking at the record specifically, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay. So you don't remember then?
No, I do remember. I don't think I agree with that. But again, those records will speak for themselves.
Okay. All right. So would you agree with me that in 2014, your reported income was over $1 million?
The objection's overruled.
Reported income, like tax-wise, or reported? Yeah. I assume you have a document that says that, and if you're reading that from a document, I don't dispute it.
I mean, I'm happy to show it to you if you like to see it.
I trust you, Motors. So.
All right, I appreciate that. All right, 2015, would you agree that your reported income was over $2 million?
Again, I don't dispute that.
2016 reported income $900,000.
Okay,
2017 reported income $218,000.
okay,
2018 reported income of $749,000 roughly,
okay.
and 2019 reported income of $655,000.
Okay, and see, I mean, to me, that demonstrates exactly what I'm talking about, how it goes up and down.
And would you agree with me that though during those periods of time where you were making that kind of money, you continued to steal? And I think you've already said that your stealing increased as we move through those years as a general matter.
Absolutely. I don't dispute, and I have never disputed since I was confronted on Labor Day weekend
Right.
that I took money from my clients.
We've gone through that. And I
Well,
think
but you
we
keep
agree with
asking
that.
me
I'm
about
asking
that.
you if your income.
You can finish your answer.
So the point is I have never, since being confronted that day, my brother and my partner came to talk to me, that I have stolen money that did not belong to me, that I misled people to do it, people that I cared about, still care about, a lot of them that I love and still love. And I misled them to do it, and I was wrong. I have never disputed that from day one.
We've been through that. All I'm trying to establish right now with you, Mr. Murdaugh, is as we move towards June of 2021, what your financial condition was like, okay? I agree, you've testified to that multiple times, all right? So let me ask you this. During this time that your income was what we just went through, and you conceded that your stealing was increasing, were you also borrowing significant amount of money from Almeda State Bank?
Yes, I'd always borrowed significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank, or for the last, more than the last decade. So yes, sir, I agree with that.
As we move to June of 2021, did you have $1 million line of credit with the bank that was pretty much maxed out? Yes or no? As we move to June of 2021.
So in June of 21,
Sure.
yes,
All right. And did you also have a $600,000 line of credit that was pretty much maxed out around that time?
I did.
And did you also, over the years, repeatedly borrow six figures from your law partners?
Well, I borrowed money from a law partner,
Which one?
Johnny Parker.
Johnny Parker. Okay. And that was a fairly common occurrence over the years. It happened multiple times. Would you agree with that?
I agree that it happened multiple times.
All right. And you would agree also that you would sometimes use some of the stolen money to pay that back?
I won't dispute that. I don't know that that's the case. I know what I saw Mr. Bernie testify to in using that particular accounting method. You know, I see that.
All right.
So I don't dispute that.
All right. And would you agree that you also, when you needed money, occasionally borrow as much as 5 and 6 figures from your father, Mr. Randolph?
I did.
And would you also agree that over the years, particularly as we move to June of 2021, you would use stolen money to pay that back?
I don't dispute that. If that's what the records show.
All right. And you just mentioned here in the testimony of Carson Burney and the banker and all that, you would agree with me that as we move to June of 2021, at least in liquid funds, you were running out of money.
In liquid funds, is in money on hand or money that I could get?
Money that you could, liquid funds. You're a lawyer, you know what liquid means. Were you
Well,
running out of
I don't
money?
know what you mean by liquid, Mr. Waters, and so
Money you could readily access, assets that you could readily access to pay your ever increasing debts.
no, sir, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I do not agree with that,
Okay.
and I'll tell you why.
All right.
So are we talking about June?
I'm talking about as we move to June.
Okay, but what time period are you talking
All
about?
right, let's talk about January to June.
Okay, January to June. January to June, you know, I could borrow money from my father.
Mhm.
I could borrow money from Johnny Parker.
Mhm.
I could go to the bank and borrow money. I had substantial equity in the Idahou house, as we've talked about.
Which was in Maggie's name, correct?
Well, it was in Maggie and my name.
All right.
So, you know, that definitely was in both of our names. Moselle was in Maggie's name. There's substantial equity in that could have been borrowed against. So under the terms as you defined liquid assets just now, money that I would have access to, I disagree with on that, for those reasons that I just said.
Can we at least agree that generally the way the compensation structure for legitimate money that you earned in your law firm, the vast majority of your compensation does not come except in one lump sum in December? Can we agree to that?
Right. We get a salary. We would receive a salary. I believe our salary was $125,000.
Right.
And then the income that was earned would be paid in the form of a bonus at the year end.
All right. And then would you agree with me that is why you stole the Ferris fees in March of 2021, because you were in desperate need of funds and you could not wait till December to access those funds?
I think there's probably a lot of reasons why I stole those funds, but I certainly would believe or don't dispute that that's one of the reasons.
And would you agree with me that the $792,000 that you stole of those Ferris funds, that you exhausted those within about 2 months?
I don't know the time period, but I know that I exhausted them.
Now, again, I'm trying to get through this quickly because there's a lot more to talk about, obviously. But we went through a number of questions yesterday about the various clients that you stole from, correct? You remember that? The back and forth we had yesterday, do you remember all that?
Sure I do.
Okay. All right. And so I'm going to try to shortchange this, but I think it's important that we at least say the names of the people that were involved. But let's just do this to see if we can.
To the comment, Your Honor, inappropriate.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. The clients that we're talking about, these are all real people, yes or no?
They're all real people.
All right.
They're
And
all
these
good
clients-
people.
Okay.
They're all people that I care about, that I cared about then. And a lot of them are people that I love.
Okay.
And I did wrong by them.
Yes, you hurt the people that you love, I know. So
Sustained.
these were all people, every single one of them, that you at least had a personal conversation with at some point during the course of your representation.
All of my
About the
clients.
representation.
Absolutely. I had multiple conversations with all of my clients.
And these were people, every single one of them, real people that you looked in the eye and convinced them that everything was right.
Your Honor, 403, repetitive, cumulative. We spent 2 hours doing this yesterday.
But simple questions that applies to everybody, and then I'm moving on.
Proceed.
I would have had conversations with all of my clients, and some of the conversations would have been on the telephone. I would have had conversations where I might not be looking them in the eye. I would have had plenty of conversations where I did look them in the eye.
All right. Every single one of them looked them in the eye at least once. Is that fair?
Sure.
Every single one of them, you looked them in the eye and developed their trust in you. Is that true?
Every client that I had, at some point, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that I had the trust of my clients. Whether that came from me looking them in the eye or not, I can't answer that, but I will agree with you that every single client, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that the people that I stole money from for all those years trusted me.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as states 329, I believe it is, and 314. And I'm just going to ask you to peruse those spreadsheets really quickly. And what you have a chance to do that, let me know. I'll have one or two questions about that.
All right, so I'm sorry. What was your question?
I just asked you to look at them. Have you had a chance to review those documents?
I have.
All right. And would you agree with me that every single name on here are either clients that trusted you that you stole from, or instances in which you stole from your law partners who trusted you as well?
I agree with that.
All right. So we don't need to go through each one of these, correct? You agree?
Mr. Waters, like I've told you, I'll go through whatever you want to go through, but each one of those clients is just what we've already talked about. Good people, fine people, upstanding people. They trusted me. Every single one of them I did, and I do still care about. And many of them I love and consider them close friends.
Like Barrett Boulware?
Absolutely. It's a perfect example.
And you stole from Barrett Boulware.
I did.
You recall a conversation that you had with Ronnie Crosby in which he told you that Barrett was desperate for money because he needed his wife to stay in a hotel near him while he was undergoing treatment for terminal cancer around the time that you stole from him.
Say, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
I don't recall that conversation, but, you know, I knew Barrett was sick. You know, Barrett is a unique situation. I mean, Barrett is and was dear to me as a friend. But, I mean, Barrett and I had a long history, you know. I guess really, and I lied probably more by omission, lies by omission in stealing that money. But that's a perfect example. You keep asking about me having these conversations and looking people in the eye. I mean, that's a perfect example. I mean, when I stole that money, he was nowhere around. It was more based on lies by omission. And Barrett and I had such a history. These real estate deals that you're asking me about, Barrett was one of my good friends, and we had been in these real estate deals together. Barrett was just an interesting person. He was a shrimper, was born and raised in Allendale County, and he moved down to the coast. And
Mr. Murdaugh.
as shrimping,
Mr. Murdaugh, I don't know that we need Barrett's entire life story.
no, but it's important
Let
to
me just
understand
ask
this
you
based on the
this.
question you asked.
I don't think his entire life story is responsible, Your Honor.
And I'm not intending to give his life story. I'm just telling you a little background.
Go
so
ahead.
you'll
Tell us
understand
about
it.
your friend that you stole from. That's fine.
So Barrett started getting into real estate, and he was really good at it. And so I started getting involved with him in that. He could go out and find pieces of property that were really cheap, get them and sell them and make money. Well, we got in some of these deals, and we got in as Barrett and it was some other people. Well, when the recession hit, one of the reasons these land deals caused me trouble is because the people that I was in these deals with no longer could pay. Whereas I might have gone in and I was a 20% person, I'm now all of a sudden, either I have to default at the bank and affect credit, affect the ability to borrow, or I have to pay 100%. And so that's what I did. I paid 100%. And so there were years where I was paying, instead of a fifth or a half, I'm paying the whole thing. And it equated to hundreds of thousands, it equated to millions of dollars, which is one of the ways why I ended up with the Moselle property, because I had paid more than $1 million in monies for Barrett, and that was part of the deal in the trade in me purchasing Moselle.
So what you're telling me is you felt like you were entitled to steal from him.
No. You know what? I will tell you this, that, you know, when you're doing the things wrong that I was doing, you have all kind of ways of justifying it. And I'm not saying that makes it right by any means, because it's not. It's wrong. I've said that 100 times. But when I was doing it, and I was as addicted as I was, and the things I was doing, there's all kind of things that you know, to be able to look yourself in the mirror, you lie to yourself. And I guess self-justification for these bad things, you know, I guess is what I was doing. But, you know, Barrett had owed me so much money that when I took his money, I just didn't tell him. So it was a lie by omission.
All right. All these people on these two exhibits, these were real people that needed this money. Is that correct?
I'm sure they did.
But it was more important to you that you stole their money on top of the 40% of legal fees that you were taking. I've never asked that question.
I stole their money.
It was more important to you than their needs. Is that correct?
Objection.
Objections overruled.
I don't remember sitting down and calculating, okay, is this more important? You know, one of the self-justifications that I talked about, Mr. Waters, is, and this is one of the things, again, I want to make it clear. I don't, as I sit here today, I do not believe that any of this justifications that I'm talking about made any of this okay, because I don't. I've owned up to all this money I stole. I've tried to since I was confronted, and I continue here today. But one of the justifications at the time when I was taking pills and doing the things I was doing was, I may ask a partner, okay, how much is this case worth? And if one of my partners, and I may not even give them all the real facts, okay? So if they said this case is worth $100,000, okay, and I go out and I get them $300,000, you know, that's one of the stupid little things. Okay, well, this isn't the same. And that's one of those justifications that I used in looking back on this that I don't know how I did. But so to sit down and say, did I evaluate that they needed the money more than I did? You know, I don't think I did that. I think I was selfish, and I think I just took the money.
Okay. I think I understand. I'd asked you a series of questions yesterday about at least relating one conversation you had with one of these clients. And I'm just going to ask you this one. Do you remember looking Tony Satterfield in the eye and lying to him?
I remember lying to Tony Satterfield, and I remember looking him in the eye on many occasions.
And lying to him?
Yeah.
Lying to his family?
I lied to his family. I don't know if I did it in person, but I know I had phone conversations with him where I lied to him.
Let's talk a little bit about the pills, if we can.
Okay.
And you've already testified, as have other people, that you were still able to function as a lawyer over the years despite the pills that you were using. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were able, of course, during this period of time to engage in these relatively complicated thefts that increased over the years that we've just talked about, despite the pill usage. Is that correct?
I was. I was.
All right. And you were also able to, during this time period, convince your staff that nothing was amiss with all of these exhibits, despite your pill usage.
I mean, most of those didn't require convincing my staff, but just so we're on the same page again, I acknowledge that I certainly allowed them to be misled. I certainly allowed them to do things that I shouldn't have done on my behalf, knowing that they trusted me.
How many pills were you using a day?
Depends on a number of items. Most importantly, how strong the pill was.
Okay. Well, let's talk about, let's say start maybe in January of 2021 and move forward. Can you describe to the jury what your daily pill intake was like?
I think at that time, most of what I was purchasing was 30 milligram pills, instant release, oxycodone, that probably mixed in with some OxyContin, which is made of oxycodone. It's just time release. I would have been taking anywhere from 1,500 milligrams maybe to maybe 1,000 or maybe 1,000 milligrams or 1,200 milligrams on a day I didn't take as much or didn't have as much, up to, I mean, there are days, many days, a lot of days, most days were more than that, and many days would be, more than 2,000 milligrams a day.
And how many pills is that?
It depends on the strength.
Well, let's say it's the
Of the
30s
pill.
that you just mentioned.
If I took 30, if I had 30 milligram pills, you figure 100 pills would be 3,000 milligrams.
100?
100.
So you're taking 60 a day or something like that? I mean,
There were days where I took more than that. There were days I took less than that.
and how would you take them during the course of the day? I mean, how many are you taking at one time? How frequent in this time period, let's say January to June?
There's a point in time, and I'm not sure when it was, I think it was well before that, where, and you have to understand this, this is something that I can still remember the first time I ever took an
Mr.
OxyContin.
Murdaugh, can I ask you to answer my question, and I'll let you explain all you want. And my question was, how many were you taking a day during this time from January to June? Answer that first, please. And if you want to explain, I'm happy to let you do so.
I'm not positive, and here's why. It's because over the years, like as I was saying, the first one OxyContin made me sick. And that was when I was transitioning from hydrocodone to oxycodone. And it made me sick because it was a really, really, really strong one. And so, one OxyContin pill was like 10 hydrocodone pills. So, but anyway, as I took more and more, and over the years, it just, you build up a tolerance to pain pills. And so what might give me this energy, one of the reasons I became so addicted is, some people talk about pain pills and how they make them lethargic and, where they can't do anything and they feel. Opiates gave me energy. I mean, whatever I was doing, it made it more interesting. It made me want to do it longer. To go on a drive, it made driving, it just at the beginning, it made everything better. But I took so much just to keep, it got to a point where I was taking so much just to not backslide or go into withdrawals or have all those symptoms. And so it got to the point where I was taking the amounts that I came to be taken in the time period you're talking about, January to June. So it evolved over time. It wasn't like it just started then, Mr. Waters.
All right, can you just give me one example of a day during that time period?
Sure.
Did you start at 8 o'clock in the morning or whatever time you got up and take one and then one every 30 minutes? I mean,
Well, no,
I've given you a chance to explain. So
it would
now
totally
be
depend.
specific.
It would totally depend on any number of circumstances. So starting a day, one of the main things that this would depend on was how late the day before I had taken pills and how many I had taken. And did I take them during the night? Did I wake up during the night and take them? So, you know, let's just say that it had been a while since I took any and I slept and I woke up. All right. Then I would immediately, first thing, take pills, because if it's been a while, a lot of times if you slept and hadn't taken pills, you'd wake up and you could tell the beginnings of those. I'm not going to say they were really withdrawals, but that agitation that you feel when you don't take it, and you could tell it. So you had to take it right away. And so I would start off, first thing I would do would take pills.
And that's how strong the withdrawals are for opiates, correct? That you feel that agitation until you can take another pill.
Yes, I mean, but that's just, agitation's the tip of the iceberg when
Let's
it
talk about that
comes
just a
to
little bit.
withdrawals, opiate withdrawals.
I think you said in your what's been played for the jury and the telephone conversation with Special Agent Kelly that, and you talked about withdrawals, just how strong they are, how you're willing to do anything to make them stop, correct?
I think what I said is almost anything.
Almost anything. Well, describe that, please.
I mean, you're sick. I mean, you're physically, you are physically sick. It's like having the flu when you ache and your joints hurt. You don't want to get up. I mean, you can't get up. And that's after a while. It starts with what you're talking about, agitation and, fidgety. Everybody talks about how fidgety I was. But it starts with that. And then it goes to, you might be sitting here and just all of a sudden sweat's running down your face, all over your body. I mean, like you ran a marathon. I mean, you literally sweat that much. The next thing that comes on after about, 12 hours is, I call it jumpy legs, but I mean, there's no way that you could sit right here in this chair. I mean, you couldn't remain sitting. I mean, you would have to get up and move around. And I mean, it's like your legs don't want to work. And that lasts for about anywhere from 18 to 24 hours. During that period, the intestinal issues come in, and I mean, you can't control yourself. You have, diarrhea, like you have food poisoning. You throw up. You're physically sick.
How many times did you try to self-detox?
Mr. Waters, dozens, if not hundreds. It's so many, I can't tell you.
And those symptoms you just described are extremely powerful and made it very difficult to do that. Is that correct?
Made it difficult to
try to self-detox.
Oh, it's extremely hard.
You mentioned yesterday that you were paranoid How long had that been going on?
Well, no, I didn't say that I was paranoid. What I said was, as the addiction evolved, there would be situations where you would have these paranoid thoughts.
And when did those first start?
I can't tell you when they first started, but
I mean, how long before June of 2021?
a long
Week,
time.
a month, a long time?
No. It was, it was as my addiction got worse. I mean, it was a significant period of time, but
How long
when-
did
when-
you have these paranoid thoughts?
I usually a matter of seconds. I mean, it was something, again, my whole life, you wouldn't see me where I didn't have pills on me. And that's where I kept them. I kept them on me because I was scared to put them somewhere for fear somebody would find them. So I kept them on me. So if you saw me, I had pills on me. I had a pocket full of pills on June the 8th, on June the 8th, when I was sitting in David Owen's patrol car. So I always had them on me, and I might be going to Idahou, and I turn on Hampton Street right out here, and a police car pulls out. Boom, I have paranoid thoughts. It just, but I could always say, you're not doing anything wrong. He's not following you. And I could get past it in a matter of seconds.
Did anybody in your family ever see you having these severe withdrawals?
Absolutely.
And who did?
Mags, Paw, Bus, my dad, Randy, John Marvin. And just to be clear, Randy and John Marvin never saw me having withdrawals before September. They saw me.
And I thank you for clarifying that. Prior to June of 2021, who in your family saw you having these severe withdrawals?
Bus, Paw, Maggie, my dad.
Do you remember calling Paul a little detective?
I don't know that I ever called him a little detective, but I think Maggie did. I may have. I mean, Paul was very intuitive, so I heard
think you said
Miriam.
that during one of your interviews.
I heard Miriam call him a little detective. I know Maggie used to call him that.
Did that have anything to do with the pills?
Well, yeah, it had something to do with it, but I mean, Paul was always that way, but that what led him to be called a little detective, certainly there were times when Paul found pills.
Including just a month before the murders. Is that correct?
No, sir.
You recall 6/5/23 that was entered into evidence, which is a text from Paul to you,
I did.
which he said that Maggie found pills in your bag.
Right.
Tell me about what happened after that.
You asked me about Paul finding them, but it was Maggie that found them.
Fair enough. So it was Maggie that found them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But Paul is the one who reached out to you, correct?
On that occasion, yes, sir.
And what was the discussion after that?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was about that I'd had eye surgery. I don't know what day it was, but days before that, the day Maggie found them, Maggie drove me to the doctor for me to have my cataract removed, whatever they call that surgery. I can't remember, but I had a cataract taken out, outpatient. You go in for a couple hours and you come out. And it was during COVID. And so Maggie wasn't allowed to come into the doctor's office. And so she sat in the car. And I had left pills in the computer bag and sitting out there bored. I guess she started looking at my computer and found them in the computer bag. So she found those pills.
All right. And so she obviously told Paul, and Paul texted you, correct? About finding those pills.
That's correct.
In May of 2021.
That's correct.
And you've heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testify that Maggie called him the little detective about the pills. You heard that testimony in this courtroom?
I did hear that.
All right. So did they start to watch you like a hawk and get on you about your pill usage during the month of May?
No.
They did not.
No, Mr. Waters, this battle that I had with addiction, it had been going on for years. And so they had been watching me like a hawk for years before May. May was just one occurrence where I let them down again.
All right. They had been watching you like a hawk for years. Is that correct?
About my pill addiction, yes, sir. That is correct.
This time in May, that wasn't the only time that Paul found pills or Maggie found pills. Is that correct?
Now, there were a number of times where Mags found pills, Paul found pills, Bus found pills. I mean, it was an ongoing.
There he goes, Bus.
It was just an ongoing battle for me.
And after they found those pills in May, that being Maggie and Paul, were they trying to get you to self-detox?
No, sir, not at that point in time.
They just let it go?
No, they didn't let it go. But at that point in time, Paul and I had already had a discussion based on, I can't remember exactly when it was, but there'd been a previous occasion a good while back where there'd been a previous occasion where either Maggie or Paul had found pills, and Paul had come to me and asked me, and I told him, you know, I was back on the pills. And
When was this occasion?
we had a long talk. As I said, I don't remember exactly when it was before that. Paul and I had a long talk. And we'd agreed, I had agreed, and I detoxed so many times. I'd been to detox. I detoxed at home with Maggie's help. I detoxed at home with doctor's help. Detoxed on my own, tried to, and it just detoxing just didn't work. It just, you could detox, but you couldn't, no, not you. I couldn't stay off of them. And so I promised Paul that as soon as we finished with his criminal case, that I would go to rehab. And and on this particular occasion, Paul knew that his mom worried about me so much with pills that on this particular occasion, I think that Pawpaw convinced Maggie that I got those pills in anticipation of the eye surgery, but that I never took them, so that she would not worry that I was once again.
So you're talking about, now you're claiming that about the time in May, that Paul talked to Maggie and convinced her of that? Or are you talking about a different time?
I'm not claiming that, Mr. Waters. That's a fact. This is what happened.
All right, we're hearing that now, correct?
Hearing what now?
What you just said.
Well, you just asked me this. Mr. Waters, if you keep making an issue about the first time you hearing these things, when I got arrested and I went to jail, we began reaching out to you to talk to you about all of these things, to try to tell you everything that I'd done, to give you all these details to help y'all go through these financial things. And up until the time that y'all charged me with murdering my wife and child, you would never give Jim Griffin a response to our invitations to sit down and meet with you.
So you're telling me I never responded to Jim Griffin? Is that what you're saying here today?
I'm telling you.
Are you saying that you ever before yesterday reached out to anyone through yourself or through your attorneys and reached out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and told them the story about the kennels? Are you telling me that?
What I'm telling you,
answer my
Mr.
question
Waters,
first, please, sir. Answer my question first. Did you ever reach out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and tell that story that you told this jury yesterday about the kennels before yesterday?
Did I ever reach out to law enforcement to say, I want to tell you about the kennels? No, sir, I did not.
This is the Fifth Amendment line.
Pardon?
This questioning about him volunteering information on these charges violates his Fifth Amendment rights, and we strongly object. Any more, we have to make a motion.
You brought it up.
The objection's overruled.
What I did was,
Answer my question first, sir.
Your Honor, for the record, he did not bring it. He was talking about financial
Sit down,
stuff.
Mr. Griffin.
Yes or no question. Before yesterday, did you ever bring up what you told this jury about that kennels to anybody in the prosecution or anybody in law enforcement?
no, I didn't have the opportunity to, Mr. Waters, because you would not respond to my invitations to reach out and tell you about all the things that I'd done wrong. And to talk about bringing this to a head, to talk about bringing this to closure. I understand how many people I hurt. I understand how angry my partners are and how hurt they are. And I understand how hurt these people that I stole money from are. I understand how hurt they are. And
No one cares about that, Alex.
I believe is getting past this may help them get some closure. And so since at least January, I've been trying.
That's what the 12-step program's for.
To talk to y'all.
Okay.
And never,
Not court,
Never.
not the prosecutor.
ever got a response to the multiple requests.
Multiple requests.
Yes, sir, multiple requests. I would ask about this.
Mr. Murdaugh.
every
Let's
few
ask
weeks.
this, sir.
Sir?
Did Mark Ball ever hear your story to the jury about the kennels until yesterday? Your buddy and law partner, Mark Ball?
Listen, I haven't spoken to Mark Ball since I went to rehab.
And these were the same law partners that you were listening to the night of. Is that what you testified to this jury earlier? You testified to that earlier, did you not?
I don't understand your question.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were listening to your law partners on the night of the incident?
Was I listening to them?
Yeah, you testified to that. It's a simple question, sir.
I'm sure I was. When are you talking about?
On June 8th in the early morning hours, you testified to this jury that you were listening to them, but you never told them the kennel story either. And they heard it for the first time yesterday as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's the first time they heard it.
First time that Ronnie Crosby ever heard that would have been yesterday.
If he was listening, that would have been the first time he heard
First
it.
time Johnny Parker ever heard that was yesterday.
Yes.
First time Danny Henderson, who was representing you in the boat case, ever heard that was yesterday.
Yes, yesterday is the first time that I have said that openly. But that's not what you were asking me, Mr. Waters, but you go ahead.
First time your brother Randy heard that was yesterday.
If he was listening. And Mr. Waters, just to be clear, I was begging for a meeting with y'all to try to bring this to a close, to talk to y'all about everything up until the time that y'all charged me with hurting Maggie and Paul. Now, after that point in time, I stopped, obviously.
You're that you were begging for a meeting and information, but you admit information was never conveyed that you wanted to change your story after multiple interviews with law enforcement about what happened that night, including the most important fact of all, which is when the last time you supposedly saw your wife and son alive was.
I don't know exactly what was conveyed or not because I wasn't part of it. All I know
Fair
is
enough.
what
You don't
I
know
was
what.
trying to do was to sit down. I understood to bring all this to a close that y'all would want me to sit down and go through all of these financial things, all of these things that I'd done wrong. And to try to bring that to a close, I was repeatedly trying to sit down with y'all.
The reality is, Mr. Murdaugh, is the reason why no one's ever heard that before is because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family and your friends, one after the other, come in and testify that you were on that kennel video. So you, like you've done so many times over the course of your life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, that's not true.
Okay. You've done that over and over again over the years with all of this that we've been talking about, haven't you?
I've done what over and over again?
The second that you're confronted with facts that you can't deny, you immediately come up with a new lie. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it is. And you weren't
Mr. Waters, as we've established,
dumb
I have lied many times, but I can't sit here and tell you that, what are you talking about, facts that I can't deny? That I would disagree with that proposition that you're putting out, that was what I did all the time. But in doing that, I admit again that I've lied to people that trusted me.
So we can agree that the prosecution and law enforcement and so many of your friends and family heard for the first time your story about the kennels yesterday after all these weeks of testimony. Can we agree on that?
That law enforcement, my partners, and my friends heard me say that for the first time. Yes, I agree with that.
Would you agree with me that your own lawyer was repeating your story that you were at home napping as late as November of 22 on national television?
I don't know.
You don't know that?
Nah, in jail, we don't get newspapers, and the TV we have is limited, so.
So your own lawyers, at least as late as November 22, didn't know this story that you've told to this jury after 5 weeks of your family and friends coming in and saying, yeah, that's him on that video.
I don't
Objection,
know.
Your Honor, violates attorney-client privilege communication. Totally improper. Totally improper.
Yes, sir. Response.
He has brought up his communications with counsel, and now that is fair game, Your Honor. His communications through counsel with, or alleged communications with the prosecution.
He didn't.
There's no attorney-client privilege to national television interviews. The objection is overruled.
Are you waiting for me to answer, Mr. Waters, or did I answer?
I think the point's made.
All right, sir.
He's such a whiny bitch.
You said you were unaware of that national television interview. Is that what you said? You were
Unaware of what national television
The
interview?
one where your lawyer repeated that story as late as November of 2022. Your story that you were actually home asleep at the house.
The
during
only,
8 o'clock hour.
the only national TV ad that I'm aware of is, not ad, program is one that Mr. Griffin was involved in, was are you referring to like a Dateline something?
I'm talking about HBO.
Okay, HBO. All right, like, so yeah, I am aware of that. And what I believe the case to be is that I believe that when that was in its works, that Mr. Griffin made those statements sometime substantially before November of 22, as early as around the very beginning of 2021.
Well, let's talk.
At least what I understand to be the case.
All right, let's talk some more about your testimony from yesterday. And you're telling this jury, even on something as clear as this kennel video, that your story doesn't change when you have to make them fit the facts that no longer can be denied. Is that what you're telling this jury?
I don't understand that question. Say that again.
I said, you're telling this jury that you don't change your story to make the facts fit evidence you can no longer deny, like what's been going on in this courtroom.
I'm not telling the jury anything about that.
All right, good. All right, let's move on. Let's talk some more about that issue. Let's talk about the confrontation on June the 7th with Jeannie Seconder, which you said was no big deal. Isn't that what you testified? Words to that effect?
I think what I testified to is that, to me, it certainly didn't seem like a confrontation. Jeannie came to me and was almost apologetic. And this is what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that what Jeannie Seconder and my partners have had to go through since September has been hard. I know I could see it. I could see the hurt that I caused them. And I know that they're betrayed, and I know that they're angry, and I know that they're hurt. And I want to make clear to this that while I disagree with what Jeannie said as to it being a confrontation, because I don't believe that it was, I don't think that she was lying. I think that she feels it. I think that, she believes that that's the case after all this time that she's had to deal with this. But on June the 7th, when she came to me, she was almost apologetic. You heard her say that she said that she wouldn't be doing her job if she didn't do this. And it was made clear to me that someone had said this, that I had to make sure that income came through the firm, that I couldn't structure money. In other words, I had the impression that there was concern that maybe like Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby said, that maybe I was hiding fees because of the civil boat case.
Let me
But
see if I
that
can
conversation was so
summarize.
quick, Mr. Waters, that you keep using the term confrontation. I didn't take it as a confrontation.
And you're telling this jury you're not making that issue fit, make your story fit with those facts by saying, it wasn't a big deal, and Jeannie, she's hurt, so she's overreacting now.
No, that's
You
not
got
what
on
I'm
that
saying.
stand and testify.
What I'm saying is exactly what I just testified to, that to me, on that day, that was not a confrontation. It ended almost as quickly as it began, and I didn't think about it again for a period of time until after everything happened.
You testified earlier, you get paranoid if a police officer turns out behind you, but you're not getting paranoid when Jeannie comes in here and says, I need an answer about these fees?
No,
Because I
because
believe you took them?
no, things like that wouldn't cause the paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking. It was always related to pills. It was always, okay, that reaction that somebody just gave me.
It was always related to pills.
Do they know something? Did somebody said? It was, I mean, the times that's what, when I had to deal with paranoid thinking, that, you know, if a judge confronted me in the courtroom about a piece of evidence, or if Jeannie asked me about that, those are not things that gave me paranoid thinking.
Okay. And you testified the same thing about the boat hearing on June 10th. Not worried about it. No big deal. Correct?
No, I didn't say that it was no big deal, but I said that my main concern about those motions coming up on June the 10th dealt more with the venue motion than they did with the motion to compel, I believe is what I
Are
said.
you telling this jury that you didn't testify yesterday, that you weren't concerned about it?
I wasn't overly concerned about it.
Okay.
And I'm sure I had some level of concern because the venue motion was a big issue in the case.
Were you concerned enough about it to bow up on Mark Tinsley at the trial lawyers conference and say, what are you doing, Bo?
No, absolutely, unequivocally, never happened.
If the Ferris fee issue comes to light on June 7th, you're not going to be able to borrow money from Johnny Parker anymore, are you?
If the Ferris fee, hypothetically speaking, if the Ferris fee came to light on June the 7th, well, here, any point in time, if the Ferris fee came to light, Johnny Parker would not loan me money.
Okay.
If Johnny knew that I had taken fees, I would not have been able to borrow money from Johnny Parker.
You testified earlier about going to the Gamecock baseball game on the weekend prior to Monday, June the 7th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Hold on for me real quick.
Sir?
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as stage 572 to this trial. You got your readers with you, or your glasses. And have you, first, I just want you to look through that document and then answer the question, do you generally know what that is?
Waters. Someone wants something, so if you'll stand for a moment, everybody stand for a moment.
Okay, so they're taking this quick stand break. Been sitting way too long. Got to stand up a little bit. But let me tell you something. Alex is a whiny ass bitch. You can tell. He thinks he's going to, every time he's like, well, what do you mean? I don't understand the question. What do you mean? I didn't say that. Like, quit fucking, stop making yourself look so fucking stupid. Stop it.
May it please the court. Have you had a chance to review that, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
All right, and do you recognize what those are generally?
I do.
And what are they?
Text between Maggie and I.
And what day did they take place?
June the 6th.
June the 6th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
At this time, the state would offer states 572 into evidence. No objection.
To admit without objection.
All right. Tell the jury, where were you when these texts were taking place?
I was in a hotel,
And what city were you in?
Columbia, South Carolina.
All right. And where?
I'm not exactly sure where they were when they first started, but they would have been somewhere between a hotel, a restaurant, and the ball field.
All right. But when you send this text on June 6th at 11:41, you say y'all in seat already, correct?
Yes, that's what I did say.
All right. And they say, yeah, Maggie says, yes, we like these seats. Is that correct?
All right, that's correct. I didn't notice that. So at that point in time, they are in the ballpark.
All right. And then you respond, better than last night. They extended checkout to 1. Going to come then. Is that correct?
That's what that text says. Yes, sir.
All right. So you're back at the room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Later on, you text after she asked you to bring a charger and says, Muggy, you text, I'm dreading it. See you in a little bit. Is that correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
She responds, don't come, but then asks about the charger and says it's hot. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters, yes, I assume you were reading it exactly. So, yes, sir.
All right. She eventually responds, not crowded, but not the place to come if you don't feel well. Very hot and muggy. We are inside, sitting at the bar, very nice indoors. Is that correct?
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
And then you respond, Dowdy, by accident, they are making me leave, so I'll see y'all in a few. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was making you leave where?
It was past checkout time at the hotel.
After you'd gotten an extended checkout, correct?
It appears so.
the reality is that you were in that hotel suffering from withdrawals when that's going on. Is that correct?
I was beginning to, yes, sir.
All right. And the reality is that your wife and your son were on you at that time period because they had found pills just a few weeks prior.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Let's talk about June 7th, okay? You got up that morning, or what time do you think you got up and left that day?
After having the benefit of looking at all these records, I don't know what time I got up and looking at the records. Obviously, I've been up for a while, but it appears I left shortly after noon.
Okay. And you went to work?
I did, yes, sir.
And what were you working on at work?
I was working on this Dominion Energy case, was primarily what I was working on, that we had motions coming up later in that week. As I said earlier, I believed at the time that it was the biggest case that I'd ever been involved in. And there were motions coming up in that. I was preparing, Danny Henderson, my partner that was helping me with the civil case from the boat wreck, had been on me about getting a financial statement. And I finished doing that so that it could be given to Danny. It's what I remember doing. Obviously, I talked to Jeannie.
Okay. And what time did you leave?
And I'm sure I did some other routine office things, but I can't tell you what they are.
All right. What time did you leave?
It appears that I left around a little after 6 from the records.
Okay.
I thought I'd left earlier than that, but I mean, the records seemed to be pretty clear.
All right. And you were, in fact, I think you said in many of your interviews that you were working on the boat case that day as well. Your financial declaration.
Yes, I prepared the financial declaration. I didn't do any work in this civil case. So my work in that is what I did. I prepared the financial statement, which took me a little bit of time to get the details on that. But I mean, that was the work I did in preparation for the motions coming up.
And what time did you get home?
And looking at the records, it looks like I got home a little before 7, 6:45, I think, 6:40 something.
Then you and Paul rode the property?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement you shot a .22?
That's correct.
You told law enforcement that you never saw any blackout?
Got to make a brief interruption real quick. Joshua J.J. Rollin has been found.
I'd never seen a blackout.
At that point in time when you and Paul were riding the property?
No, I did not see a blackout.
Did you tell law enforcement that you and Paul were going around looking for hogs?
If I said that,
Go ahead.
and if I told them that, you don't look for hogs in the daytime. All right. The hogs are deep in the swamp in the daytime. So I can tell you that Paul and I were not riding around looking for hogs, but what we were doing is we were going from food plot to food plot, and we were looking for hog signs. All right. What a hog will do is come out and root, and they tear up food plots. They tear up everything. And so that was one of the things we were doing. But we were not hog hunting. We were not looking for hogs. We did not have the 300 blackout with us.
Okay. Paul didn't have the gun that blackout that he favored with him while y'all rode the property.
The gun that's in here,
Any rifle.
there was no 300 blackout with me and Paul.
All y'all had was a 22.
And that was a 22 pistol, but we didn't have that with us at that time riding the property.
Right. And you testified, you've seen the Snapchat video of you on the tree, is that right?
I have seen that.
And you don't dispute the time of that video, do you?
I don't even know what time that was taken, but whatever the gentleman
that.
came and testified to, I don't dispute that.
All right. And what time, well, let me ask you this. When did you go back to the house? Were you with Paul or were you by yourself?
I was by myself when I went back to the house. I went back to the house basically when Maggie got there.
When Maggie got there. All right. And where had Paul gone prior to that? Was he back at the house already or he came after you?
Paul was at the shop when I went back to the house.
All right. So you beat him to the house is what you're saying. Is that right?
I beat him to the house?
Yeah. You were at the house prior to him getting there.
Yes.
All right. And you say Maggie was there at the same time or there before you or there after you?
That's what I'm not absolutely certain about. I believe that Maggie came through the kennel entrance, and going back and looking at these records and these times, I believe she came through the kennel entrance while Paul and I were at the shop. But either way, I got to the house very shortly after Maggie got there.
Okay.
And I believe that she came through, and I believe that I went right behind her.
And when did you take the shower that you've been talking about this jury?
I believe when I first went in the house. I mean, I would have talked to Maggie for a second, but I'd seen her that morning, so I would.
You left your clothes on the floor?
I'm not sure. It makes sense to me given what Blanca's said, but I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
All right. About what time was that, you think?
And looking at the records, I think that was a little after 8.
And you're saying Maggie was already there at that point?
When I got to the house,
Yeah.
yeah,
And what did you do after that?
I came back out, sat out on the couch to eat dinner.
All right. About what time was that?
A few minutes later, I mean, it didn't take me long to shower.
And you say Paul was already eating at that point?
He was.
You say he left first.
What I said is he got up and he finished eating and he left our immediate vicinity. Now, I don't believe he left at that point, given what I've looked at time records and all. I believe that he was around the house for a little bit longer.
And just to be clear, again,
But I didn't see him.
all of this detail was people were hearing for the first time yesterday, like we talked about before, correct?
Say that again?
All of this detail that we're going through right now is not anything that you related before. We're all hearing this for the first time yesterday.
Objection, Your Honor. Fifth Amendment privilege.
Objections overruled.
So, yes, I did not tell law enforcement. Actually, I don't think law enforcement asked me what I did when we first went to the house, but I clearly lied to law enforcement about what I said yesterday.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you saw your supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't think that was important to offer on your own?
Oh, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you wanted to provide, but you left out the most important parts, didn't you?
I left out that. I sure did.
You don't consider that one of the most important parts?
I think it's important.
All right, tell me about what happens next. Tell me about how Maggie and Paul end up out down at the kennels.
I'm still not absolutely certain exactly how they ended up at the kennel, but in looking at the time frames and looking at the GPS points, I think I pretty well know, because I wasn't sure if Maggie had walked to the kennels or ridden to the kennels, and I wasn't exactly sure how Paw got there, but I'm all but certain that Maggie and Paul went to the kennel together.
All right. And what was the discussion? You said that they were going down there, but you didn't want to go. Is that right?
Maggie, what I said is Maggie asked me to go to the kennels with her, and I wasn't going to go. I said, I'm not going to go.
And how long after she left did you supposedly go down there?
It was very quickly.
And what did you tell this jury and all these new facts as to the reason you changed your mind? Why'd you change your mind?
I just had a shower. When you go to the kennel, you always end up at the shop, dogs are running around, you're always going to end up doing more work. All right? It's hot. I'd already had a shower. I didn't want to go to the kennel.
I understand that. So why'd you change your mind?
Because Maggie wanted me to.
All right. So you thought about it for a few minutes and then decided to go down there?
I don't think I sat and contemplated, am I going to go? Am I going to go? I think that, like many things Maggie wanted me to do, if I didn't do it at first, I ended up doing it.
And you took the golf cart down to the kennels?
That's correct.
How long did that take to drive from the house down to the kennels in a golf cart?
You know, in looking at the records from OnStar and all of that, it seems to take about a minute in the
In a golf cart?
Nope, in the Suburban. So I would think it's probably, in looking at those speeds of 20, 24 miles an hour, I would think it takes double that. I think it takes a couple minutes.
All right, so you'll concede at least a couple minutes to drive down there. Is that right?
Yes,
In a golf cart?
that's correct.
When the kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
I believe that I had.
Okay. How long do you think you had been there before that was going on?
Not long. Because when I got there, in looking at the kennel video, you can see Paw standing in the kennel. When I got there, Paw wasn't standing in the kennel.
He wasn't in the kennel anymore?
Well, he wasn't in the kennel like he is in the video.
Right.
He's probably, and I don't know exactly, but I know he wasn't in the kennel. He was like in the driveway. He was fooling with cash. He was in the driveway, but like close to the kennel, but not in the kennel like he is in the video.
So the video happened after that, according to you?
Video happened after I got
After
there.
you first saw Paul? You're saying he wasn't in the kennel. When did the video happen?
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. After you had arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And,
Very shortly after I arrived, but after I arrived.
all right. And did you tell Maggie at that time that you were going to go to Almeda?
I did not.
Did y'all discuss it at all, according to you, to these new facts you're testifying to?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any conversation with her?
Oh, yeah.
Had you had a conversation? Did you have a conversation with Paul about the dogs, about Cash's tail prior to going down there?
Prior to going down there? Did I have a conversation with Paul about
Yes. Did you talk to
cash?
him about cash and some problem with his tail prior to going down there? Did you have any knowledge of that prior to going down?
I'm not sure. As I sit here today, I don't recall that, but I don't think so.
When you first arrived in the golf cart, where did you pull up to?
I pulled up right where Maggie was.
Which is where?
She was standing in a spot where she could see in between the chicken coop and the storage room of the kennels, where the dogs were back up in those planted pines behind the kennels to the left of the chicken coop.
And what'd you do after that?
I went back to the house.
No, I mean, did you pulled up, you get out of the golf cart?
Oh, when I pulled up, I stayed on the golf cart.
You stayed on the golf cart. How long did you stay on the golf cart?
However long I was down there.
The entire time?
No, I got off to take the chicken from Bubba.
All right, so how long were you down there before you took the chicken off the boat?
Very short time.
Like what?
Couple minutes,
And what were you doing during the couple of minutes before you got over there to deal with Bubba?
talking to Mags.
All right. And what did y'all talk about?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, sir. I do know that Maggie was very concerned about Paw Paw. And
You remember a lot of detail about all these new facts, but you don't remember what you talked about?
I don't remember the exact details of what we talked about. I believe that at that time, we may have talked about Paw Paw, but I'm not certain.
Were you withdrawing at this time?
At this time, no, sir.
You weren't withdrawing at all.
No. I mean, I would only withdraw when I didn't have pills.
And you're saying you had pills?
Yes.
Down there for a couple minutes, I think you've said now, before you get off the golf cart?
About, yes, sir.
All right. And where do you go at that point?
I take the chicken from Bubba.
All right. So you get up.
Well, I mean, Bubba's come out there with this chicken. I mean, he's showing us, hey, I caught this chicken. And I take the chicken from Bubba.
Bubba came up to the golf cart.
He came up by the golf cart. He came up to Maggie and I, which I was on the golf cart. She's by the golf cart. I mean, he's not coming to the golf cart, but he's coming to us.
Is this during the kennel video or is this after the kennel video?
Well, no, you hear Maggie say he's got a chicken.
Okay.
That's what she's talking about is Bubba caught a chicken.
All right. All right. So is the kennel video still going on before you go get the chicken? I mean, you've heard it, correct? You've heard it in this courtroom.
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly, but in close time into Bubba coming out of those woods with the chicken, I got up and took the chicken from him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Were the dogs barking and carrying on or going out into the woods or acting like they sensed somebody was around that they didn't know?
Were the dogs acting like there was somebody around that they didn't know?
Yeah, like dogs do.
No.
No, they weren't.
There was nobody
There was no
around that the dogs didn't know.
Okay. Dogs didn't, to your indication, sense anything out of the ordinary. They were just chasing after the guinea.
There was nobody else around
All right, good.
for them to sense.
You've heard the kennel video. Would you agree with me that it lasts for about 50 seconds?
I agree with that.
So it would have ended around 8:45 and 45 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Did you have the chicken out of Bubba's mouth at the end of the kennel video, or did it take longer than that?
You know, I can't remember exactly when in the video he came up with the chicken, but I would have had the chicken out of his mouth within 10, 15 seconds of Maggie saying he's got a chicken.
All right. And so then what did you do?
I put the chicken up.
All right. How long did that take? Did you get out of the golf cart to do that?
I did.
All right. And you had to go walk to where it was?
Well, yeah, I mean, a few feet, but I did that, yes.
All right. So how long did that take? I mean,
Seconds.
we're at 8:46 now. How long did that take?
Seconds.
Just seconds. All right. And what did you do after that?
Got back on the golf cart.
And what'd you do after that?
I left.
You left.
Now,
Just
did I
jumped
leave?
on the golf cart and left.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Did I get on the golf cart and leave that second? Probably not. But did I get on the golf cart and leave very quickly after that? I did.
Okay. Yeah. I think you testified yesterday. I got out of there.
I did.
Why'd you get out of there so quick, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because it was chaotic, it was hot, and I was getting ready to do exactly what I didn't want to do.
You're getting ready to do what you didn't want to do.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to sweat. I was getting ready to work. I went back to the air conditioner.
So did you say goodbye, according to your new story?
Did I say goodbye?
Yeah. Did you talk to them at all, or did you just get the chicken, put it on there, jump on there, and
Oh,
just take
no.
off?
I wouldn't have just gone off. I mean, I would have said, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Did I say goodbye or bye?
And again, go ahead.
I mean, there would have been some, there would have been some exchange. I'm not staying here.
Well, what was that exchange? I mean, you've had such a photographic memory about these news stories. What happened here?
It's not, I can't tell you the exact words.
You don't remember your conversation after you put that chicken up? Did y'all talk about the chicken?
No, I don't think we did.
Did you talk with Paul about Cash's tail?
After the chicken?
Yeah.
No, I know I didn't do that.
Did you tell Maggie I'm going to go check on him?
At that point, no, I don't
Did you
think
tell
I did.
Maggie, oh, it's hot out here, if they gonna go back?
I certainly would have said something to that effect.
All right. So, unlike everything else with the news story, you just can't recall what that would have been.
Well, I mean, you're making that categorization. I think there's other things about that I can't remember. But if the question is, can I remember exactly what words I used when I gave Maggie some salutation when I'm leaving? I can't tell you what those were.
All right.
But it would have been something to the effect of, I'm leaving.
Okay, but you would concede that there was at least some conversation, that you wouldn't have just put the chicken on there and ran back to the golf cart and taken off. Correct?
Without talking to Maggie, I would have never done that.
All right. All right, so let's, you want to say a minute? Does that sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to then, according to your news story, drive back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would
Not a
have
minute.
been, it would have been, I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay. So 30 seconds?
I don't think it would have taken 30 seconds, but I mean, I'm fine with you using whatever time you want to apply, but I don't
I'm
think it
just
would have
asking
taken that
about
long.
real life here and how people interact with one another, Mr. Murdaugh. I mean, so what you're telling this jury, I call you're fuzzy on these kind of details, is that you jetted down there, you dealt with the chicken and jetted right back.
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't jet down there and I didn't jet back. I got up after Maggie asked me to leave, after Maggie asked me to go with her, and I didn't. I got up. I went and got on a golf cart. I drove down there. I did what I did. I said, I'm leaving or something to those words, and I went back.
All right. Well, if it's about 8:46, if the kennel video ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, and it's about 8:46, we at least can see that maybe it was about a minute before you got on that golf cart and headed back. Just reasonable real life.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it was that long, but maybe, sure.
All right. So,
But I don't think it was that long. I mean,
all right, well, how long do you
exactly
think it
what I
was,
thought
Mr.
was going to be
Murdaugh?
going on at that kennel, why I didn't want to go there to begin with, is exactly what was going on.
Yeah. Well, I get that.
And I left.
Are these also convenient facts in your new story that have to fit with the timeline now that evidence has been thrown in your face?
No, sir.
Does that sound like real life to you, that you jet down there and jet back, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Waters, as I just told you, I didn't get on my golf cart and jet down there. I didn't jet back.
The
Those are
reason
your-
why you have to be
Hang
so
on now,
fuzzy
Mr.
about
Waters.
these
Just a second.
details.
Mr. Waters, hang on.
Just answer before another question is presented.
Yes, sir.
I'm
This
answering your
moment,
question.
this moment. Are you responding to the last question?
Yes, sir. I'm responding to your question, and you're using words that I'm not using. And that's your
Do you agree
categorization.
I'm entitled to ask my questions to you, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm going to answer them. All I'm saying is I'm taking issue with the manner in which you're changing what I'm saying.
So you
And
disagree this is a new story? You disagree with that characterization?
yes, this is the first time that this is being told openly.
And you disagree to my characterization that you've got a photographic memory about the details that have to fit now that you know these facts, but you're fuzzy on the other stuff that complicates that. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think that I think that I have a good memory about a lot of things on this.
How about this? We got the kennel video ending at 8:45:45. So just to take care of the chicken, put it up. I was going to say 8:47, but somewhere around there. I think you said somewhere around there. Is that fair? Just to do whatever you need to do and get on that cart before you head back.
The kennel video ended at 8:45.
In 45 seconds.
8:46. It certainly could have been 8:47 before I left out of there.
Okay.
I think it was sooner than that, but it could have been.
All right. That's 60 seconds. And 75 seconds, correct? After it ends.
If it ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, it's a minute and 15 seconds.
You characterized it yesterday as I got out of there, right?
That is exactly what I did.
All right. So if we're at 8:47, I think you said, giving you the benefit of the doubt, it's 2 minutes to get up back to the house, correct?
Approximately.
All right. And when you got back to the house, where'd you park the golf cart?
Same place I'd gotten it from, right where Mark Ball testified that it was.
And what door did you go in?
I would have gone in the front door.
And if you left around 8:47, and it took about 2 minutes to get up to the house, what time would that make it, Mr. Murdaugh?
If I left at 8:47, and if it took me 2 minutes, that would make it 8:49.
8:49. When you testified, you went inside and the TV's on, right?
I did go inside, and the TV was on.
Okay. And you laid down. Is that right?
I did.
All right. Before you said you'd been napping for an hour or so, or napping that entire time, but now you laid down on the couch.
That's correct.
All right. And maybe dozed for a second,
Maybe.
according to your new story. How long did you doze?
If I dozed, extremely short time.
Extremely short time? Because you would agree with me that at 9:02, you're up and moving, according to the data.
I agree that according to that data, my phone's recording steps at whatever time it is, 9:02 something.
How long did it take you, if you're at the house at 8:49, how long before you went and laid on the couch?
I would have gone straight to the couch, probably. I may have gone by the sink, or I may have gotten a spit cup, but it would have been basically straight to the couch.
Straight to the couch.
Yes, sir.
And you're telling this jury that that's what happened, and you were back at the house at 8:49, and you lay down on the couch and dozed for a second, and then you were up with more steps in a shorter time period than you had done all day.
Well, I mean, your number is 8:49. What I'm telling this jury is that I went down there, and when I took that chicken from Bubba, I would have said something to Mags. I got back on that golf cart, and I drove back to my house. After getting back to my house, I went inside. And in short order, I went to the couch. That's what I'm telling this jury.
Did you go anywhere else in the house?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you specifically about that. I don't think so, but I may have.
Did you have that tan blackout and a 12-gauge shotgun on that golf cart when you drove down there?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Did you see them when you were down there?
No.
No. So we got you back around 8:49 and you're leaving at 9:02, correct? And you didn't see any weapons down there. You just happened to be back there. You didn't hear anything at all. Did you hear anything at all, Mr. Murdaugh, during that time period?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Didn't you tell law enforcement that you thought you heard them pull up? Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
I did think they had pulled up.
All right. So that was that. You did think that?
Yes.
All right. So now you're saying there was a car pulling up?
No.
You didn't testify to that yesterday, did you, in your new version of events that
No, I don't,
construct?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe there was a car pulling up.
Okay. But that's what you told law enforcement, didn't you?
No, I told law enforcement that I thought they had pulled up.
All right. But you're saying you couldn't hear blackout shots supposedly, but you could hear that, correct?
I didn't say I couldn't hear blackout shots, but I'm saying that I thought when I got up from taking a nap, if I took a nap, but when I got up from laying down, as I was getting ready to go to my mom's, there was a point in time where I thought Maggie and Paul had come back.
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's gone wild, and he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house, different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
Okay.
But
And you made a point of mentioning
I
that
never-
to law enforcement.
I never thought it was a person.
All right. But you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement, correct?
In the course of discussing it, I did tell them that.
But you never told them all this new story that you've constructed in light of this trial. Is that correct?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel. I lied about that.
And at the same time, you also looked at this jury and tried to tell them that you had been cooperative in this investigation.
Other than lying to them about going to the kennel, I was cooperative in every aspect of this investigation.
Very cooperative, except for maybe the most important fact of all, that you were at the murder scene with the victims just minutes before they died. Right?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
We'll take a break at this time for about 15 minutes, talking to the jury. Please go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case. Step down. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone during the break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
All right, guys. So while we're taking a little break from this, thank you, KNS. That was really sweet of you. Thank you, love. So while we're taking a break, I was gonna say while they're taking a break, we will switch over because we all want to know about JJ Rowland. So here we'll do this real quick. While they're taking a quick break, we will watch the breaking news that was on here, and we will listen to this.
United with his family.
Let's see.
I can smile again.
All
We
right.
can all smile again. It's such a relief. We have been given the 60-second heads up that Sheriff Al Nienhuis is going to be addressing all media here, quite literally from the back of an opened law enforcement vehicle. They're standing by for us to be officially at 11 a.m. and into our broadcast here in WFLA. Let's listen in and go to this live. Listen in. This is Sheriff Al Nienhuis.
Good morning. I know we've had a lot of bad news over the last 24 hours, but I'm happy to report that we had the best news that anybody could want. We have found JJ. He seems to be fine. Here's actually a picture of him behind me with one of the rescuers. He seems to be doing fine. Paramedics, literally, it was just a couple minutes ago, paramedics are en route to check him out. But I will tell you that I was hoping and praying for a miracle. I certainly was not expecting one, but I think a lot of people were praying, and prayer works. That's all I got to say. So thank you all for coming out and helping. And for our media partners, thank you all for getting the word out. We certainly had no clue what happened to him. He was found north of the residence, just south of Parrott Middle School. So he was quite a ways away from home. But the good news is he did not end up in any water, obviously, and he was not abducted. He was found in the woods. He seems to be fine. He's definitely going to have something to tell his kids and grandkids about, that's for sure. But I'm sure mom and dad are going to keep a little closer eye on him from this point forward. But again, thank you all very much, and it's a miracle. There's no doubt about it. So thank you.
Sheriff, who did find him?
That I'm not even sure about. I know there's a picture of a gentleman there. I'm not sure if it was one of our law enforcement people or one of our volunteers. I don't even know that yet. We wanted to get the information out there as quickly as we could. So
What's his condition right now?
again, I'm not sure, but it looks from the picture that he's smiling, so he must be doing fairly well. So
Sheriff, talk to us a little bit about this community that we saw come out here today.
we live in a great county. Hernando County is great. It supports our
Y'all, that's amazing. That is amazing. I am so happy that he was found. Like, that is freaking awesome. Right? Not today, Satan. Not today. Not today. I'm so happy he was found. But you know what, though? Look, you guys, this is a lesson. Bam. Look how fast those motherfucking tragedy pimps jumped on this case. You see how quick they jumped on this motherfucker? They jumped on it so goddamn quick. It was ridiculous. And God said, not today. Not today. Ain't having it. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit at all. Now, there's a part where they're standing there, and I believe the parents there right there with his mom. Now, look, you can see his dad. Okay, let me see here. Where's his dad at? You can tell his dad was so relieved, man. It was like he just couldn't even, you know what I'm saying? He just couldn't take it, man. He's right here in the, looks like in the plaid. And as soon as he got word, he walked off. He was just, he was bawling, man. Like, fuck, you know what I'm saying? I would be speechless. I'm not even playing. Like, I don't even know what the hell. But here's the picture of him with mom, I'm guessing. There he is right there with mom. So that's what's up. You know, she was having a panic attack. And the first thing JLR said to the father last night, do you think the mom had anything to do with it? Really? Are you fucking serious right now, JLR? Really? You walked up to the father and asked him a question and then turned around and said, do you think the mother had anything to do with it? You fucking asshole. Hell yeah, I'm so glad he was found. I know, Nicolene, I'm glad he was found too, girl. Shit. I'm so glad he was fucking found. Yes, it was a lesson. You know what, though? And look how quick people were to jump on the mom. Yeah, no shit, man. Something did seem a little sketch, but I'll tell you what, and it did seem really sketchy at first because look how much sketchy shit we've seen. And isn't that sad? Because I said it too yesterday. I said there's something sketchy about this because she was asleep. This one was asleep. The neighbor seeing him out with the dogs. Like it's so many. And then we heard about the FedEx truck, which was Athena's situation. Summer Wells. We look at all the kids we've seen this happen to. So this is a freaking miracle. Seriously. Yeah, he's very lucky, and he was outside all night long by himself. Poor baby. Well, at least he was, like I said, at least he was found. And the guy that looks like the guy that found him, I don't know if this is, like he said, if this is one of theirs or if this is a volunteer. It looks like a volunteer, but either way, I'm just glad he was found. Here's Betty out here giving a reporting live, breaking news. Breaking news. You know, she was out there bright and early at 6 o'clock in the fucking morning. I don't know what the fuck she was doing out there like that, but whatever. Here we go. We'll go back to this. So anyhow, he's been found safe and sound. That's amazing. That is great news. That is awesome, Blossom. We can get back to Alex now, and, you know, he needs to stop being a whiny bitch. He was a prosecutor. I don't know why the fuck he's sitting here playing like he ain't got no sense. He's just sitting here acting like he just doesn't know what he's talking about. He answers every question twice. Like, what are you talking? I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about? I don't know. Like, really? Yeah, we Scottish. We just played the update, love. Yeah, there was lots of people. Look, I mean, there were people out there on horseback and all kinds of stuff. That community is amazing for sure. For sure. BHB walked about a quarter mile and spent most of the fucking time on her camera. Yeah, no shit. We already knew what time it was. She immediately started live streaming about it. That's all it was, is content, clicks, and views. That's all it was for her. Yeah, no shit, huh? That's exactly the thing. The first thing he said to the dad was, "What happened? Anything you want to share?" And the dad was like, "Well, mom was asleep, and my son got dropped off, and he's gone right now. The neighbor's seen him across the road. What do you think? The mom had anything to do with it?" "No, I don't." And he's like, "What's the mom's information?" Thank God dad was smart enough to not give the information, because even though he didn't know JLR was live streaming, he had like 1,500 people listening and watching. So I'm glad he didn't give out the information that JLR was looking for, because fuck that. Anyways, the link, I dropped the link a couple times, or I think I did. I don't know if I pinned it or not, but let me go. I'll drop it again and go pin it real quick. Hold on. Tammy, hold on. What'd you say? Heads up, y'all. If they continue to go after that mother, I'm going after them, and that's a fact. I'll take a charge. I don't give a fuck. Damn, girl, I know that's right. I know that's right. They need to leave that mama and that family the fuck alone. That's what they need to do. The baby's been found. Let them deal with their stuff. Let them do what they need to do to, take care of this so it don't happen again. Fix the locks and all that, I'm sure that mom was probably sick to her stomach, freaking the fuck out. Yeah, this is I think they're having like a 15-minute break or something. They like stretching their legs and shit, and I don't know what the hell Alex is irritating the shit out of me with this fucking word salad bullshit he's trying to pull. I can't deal with it. It's really working my damn nerve. He knows exactly what he's doing too. He keeps explaining, you know what I'm saying? Word salad, like every single question. Instead of just a yes or no, he's got to go into a whole fucking 10-page story about every fucking question. Like, let's cut it out, man. Shit. They don't need your life story for every fucking question. Fucking running in circles, chasing your tail with that shit. Stop. He's doing it. He's doing it for, on purpose. I mean, come on. Hey, love, what you doing?
Hey, just came up
What
to
you
say
up to,
hi.
baby?
I'm so glad they found him. Oh gosh.
I
Isn't
know,
that
girl. I was like, wow. I couldn't believe that.
such a good ending, right? Oh, thank goodness. And that's such a happy miracle that he just didn't get snatched or anything, like thank goodness. It's right?
Yes, girl, because it normally does not end this way. You know that.
No, I know. He's such a cute little boy, and he just has some scratches, and he's going to the hospital. He's going to be fine,
Yeah, I know. That's really cool. And I'm so glad, like, I don't know. I'm so glad that it's done and over with now. He's safe.
Yeah.
Because that's scary as hell. You know what I mean? It's scary as hell to begin with.
Yeah, a whole night. I mean, that poor mom. Oh my gosh, that poor mom for like 24 hours. He's been gone like a whole 24 hours, and
Oh,
that's
I'm
like
sure she was sick. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh, it's like so nice to see like some positive, and and it's like positive and nothing. It's like it's really emotional. I'm sure for everybody. They were down there right away. I can't believe how quick they got down there, those guys, Crazy.
man, they were down there so quick. Look, JLR was down there last night. And then as soon as
Yeah.
Beth seen those numbers, her ass got up at 6 o'clock in the fucking morning and took the fuck off. I don't even think she did her morning fucking show today, did she?
No, I think she was there already. Like, she probably just woke up at like 4 or 5 in the morning.
She did her fucking morning show from the side of the road.
Yeah. And she was in the woods, but like somewhere else. But she said she was like on an app that they were like, you could send where you've been. But she was like there was nobody else around where she was for some reason. She was complaining about all those like sticklers that get in your pants,
Well, yeah, because she just pulled up to the side of the fucking road and made it look like she was out there searching.
She's like, I'll just search here. Like, no rhyme or reason. This is good. Nobody will be around, so I could stream pretty much. Ay. Oh my goodness.
Like,
they're
serious.
They're gonna have to turn around. What about this guy? Oh my gosh, Alec. He keeps going on and on and on. He's such a lawyer. I mean, of course, I didn't think he was gonna be. He's very calm though. I mean, ish. He hasn't lost his shit really too much. Like I thought he would. He seems like very like he must be on some kind of mood stabilizer or something. He seems very even.
Yeah, the way he answers and stuff, just irritates the shit out of me.
Oh yeah. I mean, he just, I don't know. Could you repeat the question? Like he just keeps, he. But the thing is, he's changing his story a bunch too. I guess he had to change it because of that that video. And then that puts him like 5. So he just like, yeah, oh, that only took a few seconds. That only took a few seconds. Then I was on the golf cart and back. Like, really? Like, you would have, I don't believe there's like too tight of a timeline there. There's only like a few minutes until like Maggie's and Paw's phone goes completely dark forever from that video. So, I mean, I don't know. There's like the fact that he admitted to that. I mean, he had to, but the fact that he said that he lied because of SLED, that is just so annoying to me. I mean, he said,
yeah, I was a liar then, but not now. Like, are you fucking serious? You lied about all kinds of shit. So you were a liar then, but you're not a liar now? Really?
Yeah, and you lied to all those people face to face, but you didn't lie about this. You know, yeah, you're not lying about this. You're only lying about this part of this.
He wanted to detox from pills, and it was just so hard, and he couldn't. Bullshit, because there's a fucking MAP program too, and I understand detoxing is hard, but if you've done it once or twice, and you know that you can't do it at home, you need to go get the fucking hell. You need to go into, like an inpatient.
Yeah.
For 5 fucking days. 5 days isn't gonna help.
All right, oh, here they go. Oh, here we are back in.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself. Damn it! Here he goes. The word salad bullshit.
Please be seated.
I remind everyone in the courtroom that there is to be no reaction to the testimony. No jeers, cheers, no reaction at all by anyone in the courtroom. You'll bring the jury.
On the record before the jury comes in.
There'll be an opportunity to put something on the record. If it's regarding an objection, it can be done later.
Yes, sir.
Jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
When you picked up that chicken, was there any blood on it?
I don't believe so.
Did you wash your hands raw?
At that point in time, I don't believe that I did.
When you say you were there, you said Maggie was nearby you. Is that correct?
Right by me.
Was she messing with the hose at all?
At that time, no, she was not.
Did she mess with it the entire time that you were there, according to your new facts today?
While I was there, she did not touch. She was not fooling with a hose at all.
I'm gonna try to move this thing along. I'm gonna put up on the screen states 519, which is the condensed timeline. If I could have computer input, please. It's the condensed timeline, Mr. Griffin. Coming out all right. You see that up there, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
All right, I'm on page 5. You see that cell tower map there?
That's up on my screen.
Yeah.
I do see that.
Would you agree with me that it reflects no cell tower activity on your phone from 6:52 to 9:04?
I do agree with that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Murdaugh. Did you take your phone with you down to the kennels, according to the new facts that you're testified to yesterday and today?
I must not have.
You must not have.
If this is accurate, no, sir.
Is that typical for you?
Sure it is.
It's
Absolutely.
Okay. Tell me why that's typical.
If and when I'm going, now, it wouldn't be, it would be unusual if I was going out for any extended period of time, or if I was going, even on the property, if I was going somewhere for an extended period of time, I would usually have my phone. But for me to go knowing that I'm going to the kennel and coming right back, that's not unusual at all. I mean, you've heard the testimony about the service out there. The service is terrible. You have to be in a particular spot.
All right.
And you have to find a spot.
So the answer is you don't know whether or not you took it down there
I believe that I probably didn't based on this data.
based on this, but unlike your photographic memory about other things, you don't remember whether or not you had your phone on you.
Mr. Waters, I've never claimed to have a photographic memory, but I do not specifically remember if I had my phone that night. I do not dispute it based on this data, and that's not unusual for me.
Just like you don't remember, according to your new story, the last conversation you had with Maggie.
No, I remember having my last conversation with Maggie.
Looking at this screen, you have the map up there. We're on page 6, and it shows you arriving back at Moselle at 6:42. You don't dispute that now, is that correct?
No, that's what this data appears to show.
And looking at the data, moving on to page 7, you have Paul arriving about 7:04. Is that correct? You don't have any reason to dispute that?
Well, that's what it says. He arrives at 4147 Moselle Road, which is the address of the shop. The house is 4157. I believe that Paul actually got there a little bit before that, but I think that's approximately accurate.
Okay.
I think Paul got there a little bit closer to 7 o'clock.
All right. You would agree, though, that's the earliest data point that reflects his presence in Moselle?
If that's what the records show.
You don't dispute that?
I don't dispute that if that's the earliest data point. But again, I believe he got there a little bit earlier. And I tried to look at these records to see if if that could be refuted. And I believe he got there a little closer to 7 or a little bit before 7.
No, that's a good point. You looked at these records a lot before you had your testimony yesterday and today, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
I've looked at these records other than the OnStar records that just came when they were provided to me. Sure, I've looked at them.
Right here, we have some steps on your phone, 29 steps. And then down at the bottom, we have 89 steps. Is that consistent when you and Paul were together on the property?
I mean, sure, we would go to different locations on the property. Sometimes we would get out. Sometimes we wouldn't. We'd get out and walk around. We'd look at stuff. We'd do things. For example, you saw me messing with the tree. There'd be other ones. We may get out and look at a feeder. Maybe other ones we get out and look at hog signs where hogs are rooting. So it would be perfectly consistent with what Papa and I were doing that day.
And 8:05 to 8:09. Would you agree that that's the last steps recorded on your phone before 9:02 when you become a very busy bee?
If that's what these records show, I see I took steps, these records show I took steps between 8:05 and 8:09.
So would you concede then that you're at the house around 8:09?
I would have thought so, yes.
Okay. And you said Paul was already back at that point?
No, I said just the opposite.
When did he get there?
All right. You talking about when I left the shop and went to the house when Maggie was there?
Yes, before you ate dinner.
No, as I said earlier, Paul and I were at the shop. Maggie got home. I left Paul at the shop and I went to the house. I think you were saying that I said I met Paul at the house, and that's incorrect.
Paul was still down at the shop when you were at the house, correct?
When I first went to the house, Paul was still at the shop, I believe.
All right. And was Maggie there when you arrived at the house?
Yes, I believe she was.
All right. And 8:09 is the last steps that you have on this phone before 9:02, correct?
That's what the data shows.
Looking now at page 15. I'm sorry, page 14. Your steps that you say when you got to the house is 8:09 and Paul was still down at the shop. But don't these records reflect that Paul is pinging with GPS data at the house at 8:08?
This record appears to show Paul at the house at 8:08.
All right. So those records don't fit with your new story that you testified yesterday and today. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe even right now, Mr. Waters, that that's right. I'm not saying, what you're doing is you're taking 8:09 and saying that I'm at the house. And I mean, that may or may not be right. But what I'm saying is that when Maggie came through, I left, and I believe that Paul stayed at the shop. Now, did Paul come right behind me? I'm not sure, but when I left him, I believe that when I left to go to the house, I believe that Paul stayed at the shop for a minute.
When you got to the house, did you put your phone down?
I'm sure I did.
Did you put it in the car, in the Suburban?
Did I put it in the Suburban?
When you got back to the house, did you put it in the Suburban? Was the Suburban parked out front?
The Suburban would have been parked wherever I parked it.
Which is where?
I believe on the side.
Okay. And did you put your phone in the Suburban?
At that time? No, I did not.
Where'd you put it?
I'm not sure where I put it.
You're not sure about that either, huh?
No, I'm not sure. When I went in the house, I'm not sure where I put my phone. I would think that I put it down somewhere, probably by the couch.
Didn't you testify yesterday when you were being asked by your lawyer about that pause at Almeda when you were leaving, and you had a very specific recollection of your phone had fallen down in the crevice and you had to pick it up and get it out? You remember testifying to that?
I do.
But you don't remember what you did with your phone when you got back at this point, huh?
I mean, Mr. Ward, those are two distinct, different things. I'm coming in the house and I put my phone down. I don't have a routine spot that I put it in right on this corner or right there. You know, yeah. I would assume that when I went in the house, I put it somewhere either on the table. You go by, go into the couch. I may have taken it to the bathroom. When I took a shower, it may have taken me a few minutes to go to the shower. So I can't tell you exactly where I put it.
That console story is an awful specific recollection when you need it to try to make the new story that this jury's hearing and everyone's hearing yesterday and today with the data, correct? But you're awful fuzzy on far more important things, aren't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
Which question? I'll answer the first one first. No, I don't believe that's convenient, and I disagree with your categorization of the description.
All right. But you remember the console story, but you don't remember where you put your phone, whether or not you took it down to the kennels, whether it was in, you put it in the Suburban. Don't remember any of that, but dadgummit, you remember that console story, correct?
Well, I don't remember the console story, but, you know, in that Suburban, and it's not the first time that it happened, but when that phone got down there, you had to go to great efforts to get it out, and you couldn't just reach over there and get it out.
All right. You say when you got to the house that Maggie was already there?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw your last steps were at 8:09.
Well, that's what you saw when this data recorded my last steps. But as you heard this testimony too, Mr. Waters, you know, that's not a precise, that's not a precise, you heard the testimony, you know what it is.
Well, how did you get back to the house? Remind us.
From the shop?
Yeah.
I went in a white pickup truck.
Went in the white pickup truck. Okay. And when you got into the house, where did you go?
We've already discussed this. I took a shower. Whether I did things for a moment before I went to the shower, I'm sure I talked to Maggie because she'd been gone. And if she came through the kennel, which I believe she did, we only talked briefly. So I would have talked to her, but I would have quickly gone to take a shower.
Okay. Going over to page 16, you would agree with me that the data reflects Maggie start logging steps and her phone disconnecting from the Mercedes around 8:17, correct?
I agree. At 8:17, her phone ends connection to her Mercedes.
And starts logging steps.
I don't see that, but I don't dispute it.
Well, you see the purple line talking about it disconnecting from the Mercedes.
I
and
do
then if
see,
you go
I
down
see,
to-
I see where you're talking about. So yeah, I
Yeah.
see at 8:17, her phone starts logging steps. I agree with that.
Okay. So would you concede that that appears to be when she arrived?
No, I don't believe that's when she arrived. I believe that, I mean, it was very normal for Maggie when she's driving to jump out of the car, run inside, go to the bathroom, do things, and either send me or Paul or go back or Buster or go back to her car herself and unplug her phone. So, I mean, I agree that's when her phone's unplugged, but I believe that Maggie got to the house a little bit before that. That's the whole reason why Paul and I went to the house.
Okay. But you're saying Paul arrived after Maggie. Is that what you're saying? At the house? at
I
this point
believe
in
so.
time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what I recall. And Paul arrived at the house after I arrived at the house, I believe. And if Paul got to the house around about that same time, he wasn't inside with Maggie and I when I went to
8:08?
get to the shower.
So you say if Paul got, he wasn't inside with Maggie and you? Is that what you said? Mr. Murdaugh, is that what you said?
Sir,
You said if Paul got the house prior to that, he wasn't inside with you and Maggie? Is that what you said?
I'm saying he was not inside when I went to get in the shower.
Okay. But again, looking back at this data point, 8:08, we see a little blue dot right there in the middle of the house, don't we?
Yeah, that's what these records show.
Okay.
And it also shows that circle that folks testified to, what the range of what it could
Yeah, absolutely.
be within. So, I mean, it clearly could be.
Look at that circle. Look at what's right in the middle of that circle. Almost like somebody drew a circle around the house, don't you agree?
Yeah, I do. But also in that circle is where you would park a truck if you pulled up.
All right.
So, you know, and I'm not saying that he wasn't in the house at some point in time there. But when I went to get in the shower, he wasn't in the house. And he very easily could have been there and been parked in the yard.
All right. You agree at the bottom of page 16 that about 8:30 Maggie starts tracking steps again on her phone?
Yes, sir, that's what the data shows.
All right. Oops, hit the wrong button. And you would agree with me that about 8:38, Paul's phone shows him back up at the kennels.
Well, yes, sir, I agree that at 8:38, let me see which one. It's hard for me to figure out which one of these rings, but at 8:38, it shows Paul in whichever one of those rings is 56 meters wide. And I have no reason to believe he wasn't at the kennel.
And then 8:44:55, we've already gone through this, but that's the kennel video, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you would agree with me that it lasts about 50 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And you would agree with me, moving on to page 19, that both Maggie and Paul's phones locked for the final time around 8:49.
That's what the data shows.
After that, you agree that Maggie's phone around 8:53 shows some steps being taken?
That's what the data shows, yes, sir.
Data doesn't show who's carrying it, but that's what it shows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you would agree with me that from 9:02 to 9:06, your phone finally comes to life and starts showing a lot of steps.
I do agree with that.
What were you doing?
I was getting ready to go to my mom's house.
Getting ready to go? I thought you took a shower already. You were just laying down on the couch. What all you need to do to get ready to go to your mom's house?
I mean, there wasn't anything to get ready in that aspect, but
Wasn't anything to get
I
ready,
was
was it?
getting ready to go. I was preparing to leave.
Doing what?
I don't know if I got up, went to the bathroom. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what I was doing.
That's far more steps in a shorter time period than any time prior, as you've seen from the testimony in this case. So what were you so busy doing?
That's
Going to the bathroom?
no, I don't think that I
Did you get on a
went to
treadmill?
the bathroom. No, I didn't get on a treadmill.
Jog in place?
Nope, I didn't jog in
Jumping
place.
jacks?
No, sir, I did not do jumping jacks.
What were you doing, Mr. Murdaugh, for those 4 minutes?
Preparing to leave for my mom's house.
What? What does that mean? I mean, you're in the front room on that couch where you say you laid down. The Suburban's just right outside. What all are you doing?
I don't know if I got up and went to my room, went to the gun room, went back in the,
Doing what? You've been so clear in your new story about everything. What were you doing during these 4 minutes?
I disagree with your assertion about every detail. I don't recall. I know that I was getting up and I was leaving. I was going to check on my mom. But specifically what I was doing, I don't know. I know what I wasn't doing, Mr. Waters, and what I wasn't doing is doing anything, as I believe you've implied, that I was cleaning off or washing off guns, putting guns in a raincoat, and I can promise you that I wasn't doing any of that.
Okay. Also, during this 4 minutes where you got 283 steps, not only are you moving around a lot, but you're making a ton of phone calls. Because that in that same time period, you see this red line right here, where over that 4 minute period, all those steps were taken. That's also when you're calling, making all these phone calls, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, I made the
So were
phone
you running in
calls.
place and making phone calls? Is that what you're?
Be allowed to answer before Mr. Waters steps on him again with another question. Please. Thank you.
All right.
You were making all these phone calls while you were taking all these steps. Would you concede that? Where you don't remember what you were doing?
Well, I was making phone calls and that's shown here. At 9:05, I called my dad. You know, I don't know that I was taking steps like you're saying I'm taking steps. I heard the same testimony you heard, Mr. Waters, and, you know, steps can be recorded any number of ways. I don't have a specific recollection of walking around. I don't know if I was hitting my phone like the guy showed or doing whatever that makes steps, but you know.
So you were hitting your phone like that while you were making all these phone calls?
Hang on, no, sir. What I'm saying, Mr. Waters, I don't know that. I'm just giving you an example. You're saying that I'm running around taking these steps, and while I'm doing that, I'm making telephone calls. What I will agree with is that this data shows that there was 283 steps recorded on my phone. And sometime during that period, I made certain phone calls.
Okay. All right. So not only for whatever it is recording steps, but you're also making a ton of phone calls, including missed calls to Maggie, who is 1,100 feet away, supposedly.
You're using the term a ton of phone calls.
Yeah.
What I agree is that I made the phone calls that are listed on these call data records, which, you know, are very normal phone calls for me.
Do you know why so many phone calls were missing from the log around this relevant time period when law enforcement downloaded your phone on June 10th?
From my phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Did you delete them, Mr. Murdaugh?
Not intentionally.
Just around the time of June 7th, all these calls were missing, but you had nothing to do with that between June 7th and June 10th.
No, sir, I did not. And I did not delete phone calls from my phone. Mr. Waters, one of the most important things in this whole thing for me has been getting this data that I believe would exist. Phone calls and phone records would be part of that. I've been in enough civil cases and used phone records enough times to know that you delete a phone call from your phone, it doesn't disappear. So I can tell you, this jury, and everybody who's listening, that I did not intentionally delete phone calls from my phone.
Yeah, because you started talking about you're a former prosecutor, correct? And former lawyer doing civil cases. We went through that yesterday. And boy, you're busy bee on that phone and right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Objections overruled.
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone at, I think I call at 9:05, I start and call my dad, and I agree that I made other phone calls.
And one of the first things you start talking about with law enforcement is these calls that you made to Maggie. Correct? You recall that from your first statement to law enforcement?
One of the first things that I said to law enforcement?
Yeah, that's one of the things you talk about. I'm talking about with your interview with Special Agent Dave Owen.
I don't remember that being the first thing we talked about, but
First things.
if Mr. Owens asked me about it, then
No, you brought
Sure.
it up, didn't you?
I did.
You don't recall?
No, I don't recall.
Would you dispute me if I said you brought it up?
That I brought up, what, brought up
Your
what?
phone, Mr. Murdaugh, your phone.
Phone calls to Maggie?
Yes.
That I brought up phone calls to Maggie to David Owens.
I'm asking you, is that one of the things that you talked about in your first interview with Dave Owen? That you pulled out your phone and started looking at it, that you brought that up? Do you recall that?
Well, but that's not what you asked, Mr. Owens. You asked me, was that the first thing that I talked to him about? And that was the discrepancy. I certainly don't dispute that Mr. Owens and I talked about phone calls. But that's not what you said, so just to be clear.
Well, the real reason, Mr. Murdaugh, is that you as a lawyer and prosecutor are up at 9:02, finally having your phone in your hand, moving around and making all these phone calls to manufacture an alibi. Is that not true?
That's absolutely incorrect.
So that's just another circumstance and coincidence in this particular case. Right around the time that you lied to law enforcement about maybe one of the most important facts in the case?
Comment before the question.
It is an absolute fact that I am not manufacturing an alibi, as you say.
How do you remember so much detail about everything else, but you don't remember what you were specifically doing to generate 283 steps while you're making all these phone calls in the same 4-minute period?
I remember unequivocally, without any doubt, with as clear a mind as I could have at any time, that I never manufactured any alibi in any way, shape, or form, because I did not and would not hurt my wife and my child.
So why
So
can't
I
you
know
remember
for a
what you
fact
were doing?
that I never, ever, ever created an alibi.
Why don't you remember what you were doing when you were so busy for this 4-minute critical period?
I do
Other
remember
than
what I was doing.
Other than I was getting ready to go.
Well, that's because that's what I was doing.
Okay. Well, let's keep going. You made those calls to Maggie in that 4-minute period. You had just seen them a few minutes ago when you say you went down there and came right back. Why didn't you just take that quick little left 1,100 yards away and stop by? See why they didn't answer the call. You're obviously wanting to get in touch with them. Why didn't you go down to the kennels that were so close by?
There was no reason to. I mean,
Making multiple missed calls to Maggie, and she's so close. And there's a driveway right there. Why do you not just go down there and say, hey, guys, I'm heading over there?
it wasn't important to do that. Me making those phone calls is simply me letting, I believe I called Maggie and I called Paul, but that's simply me just letting them know that I'm leaving for a minute, I'll be back. The fact that they don't answer is not unusual at all. Now, it is odd, it is unusual that they never call me back. But at that moment, the fact that there's a missed call, when I know they're on the property, I mean, that doesn't even register at all. That's perfectly normal to try to call somebody who's on the property and not be able to get them. And as far as not going down there, there was no sense of urgency. Maggie was with Paul. You know, she should be as safe as she could be.
Yeah, she should. Did you talk with Maggie about going to Almeda when you were at the kennels?
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Almeda during supper?
I know that we had talked about it. I had talked, I don't believe we talked about it at supper, but we may have. I know that I had talked about that I was going to go over there. And then I decided that I wasn't going to go over there.
So what was your conversation at supper? Tell me specifically, if you could, please.
I
About going to Almeda.
I can't tell you that we specifically talked about it. The only thing that I can tell you we specifically talked about at supper was Paw.
All right. And what was the conversation?
Maggie was just concerned. Paul had been having, for a young person, Paul had been having high blood pressure. And he's very resistant to go to the doctor. And this has been going on for a little while, but lately Paul's feet had swollen. And for a 22-year-old to having swollen feet concerned both of us. and it particularly concerned Maggie. And we talked about that.
Okay. Did y'all talk about Mr. Randolph at all?
I'm sure we did.
Do you remember that group text coming in about whether or not anybody was going to go see Mr. Randolph at the hospital the next day?
Do I remember it coming in?
Yeah.
I don't remember it coming in,
Because
but
you didn't read it till the next day. But
I've seen the data.
why didn't you? Did you ever text the group and say you were going to Almeda at all?
No,
Did you and Maggie ever specifically discuss her going along with you to Almeda?
I don't believe that we did. I know that there was a point in time where I said Maggie might go, but it's highly unusual for Maggie to go and visit just my mom. Now, that whole situation, it just made Maggie sad, and she didn't like to go. So
You
I don't believe that we did, but I do acknowledge that at some point I said she might go for some reason.
You told law enforcement on multiple occasions that, first of all, Maggie was planning to stay at Idahou the night of June 7th, correct?
I did say that.
All right. And you also said that you came to find out that she came home of her own accord, correct? You told that to law enforcement. Is that true?
She did come home of her own accord.
That she decided on her own to come home because she was worried about you. Isn't that what you said?
I did say that, and I believe that to be the case.
All right. But since despite what you told law enforcement, we've since seen the text that you actually called her and asked her to come home on the night of June 7th.
No, sir, that's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir, that's absolutely not correct.
All right. So you heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testify to just that fact of a conversation she had with Maggie, but you're saying that's not true?
I don't believe that's what Marion said.
All right. And your defense put in this exhibit 107, where Maggie texted Blanca and said, Alec wants me to come home.
I've seen that. I agree with that.
Is that it up on the screen? Oh, I've got the wrong input here. I'll just hold it up. You've seen this text?
I have seen that. Mr. Waters, the only dispute I have with what you're saying is you're saying that I called Maggie and wanted her to come home. I always wanted Maggie to come home, and I would have talked to Maggie about coming home before she ever left to go to Charleston and to Idahou. And I can tell you this, and I didn't realize this at the time, but I realize it now, that Maggie was already undecided. Now, I didn't know this, but Maggie was already undecided about staying at Idahou. I can promise you that, because Bubba and Grady were in their kennels, as y'all well know, that night. That day, if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night at Idahou, at a minimum, Bubba would have been with her, and probably both dogs would have been with her. It was very unusual for her to spend the night anywhere without one of us or those dogs. So that tells me that when she left that morning, she was already seriously thinking about coming back.
So you're saying that you never called her and had a conversation that day asking her to come home specifically on the night of June 7th, 2021?
Maggie and I had a couple of phone conversations that day. What I'm telling you is that before she left, no, I don't believe we had a phone call about that. We may have discussed it during the phone call, but I didn't make a phone call to her to ask her to come home. I had already told her I wanted her to come home. I always wanted her to come home. You heard Marion say that too, that I always wanted Maggie with me.
Maggie thought enough of it to talk about it with Marion, didn't she?
The fact that I wanted her to come home?
Correct.
Well, sure. I mean, that's what Marion said.
So you're denying that you called Maggie and specifically asked her to come home that night?
I didn't make a phone call to Maggie to ask her to come home that night. I asked Maggie to come home long before she ever left. And I probably asked her again each time I talked to her, but I didn't make the phone call specifically for that, as you're saying. And to be clear, I'm certain that if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night, Bubba would have been with her and probably Grady.
All right. Why did you tell law enforcement, though, that you found out after the fact that Maggie wanted to come home because she was concerned about you? Why'd you phrase it that way if what you're saying to the jury now was accurate? Why would you phrase it that way?
Because I believe that to be the case.
That you found out afterwards, but now you're saying you knew.
No, I'm saying I found out afterwards why she came home, Mr. Waters.
Okay.
And she came home because she was worried about me. So I'm going to be clear about that. I did not learn that until I think the day after she got killed.
But you're saying that you found out that after the fact, but you're telling this jury that you knew the things that you just said about her wanting to come home. And you were unaware of what Marion would say at that point either.
No, I'm saying at that time, I had not thought about Bubba and Grady. Since that time, I've thought about that. I'm certain of that. At the time, I thought Maggie was staying at Idahou. All right. She was going to Idahou to meet the people, to do the work. Maggie loved to stay at Idahou. There's no doubt about that. It would not be unusual at all for her to stay at Idahou. But just like every other time, I had already asked her, please come back, come back. Always wanted her to stay with me. Always. But I did not learn about, and Maggie even texted me, I'll see you in a few hours. But I did not know why she decided to come back until later, is what I'm saying. And I learned it from Blanca. Blanca actually showed me the text that she sent her talking about being worried about me.
You would agree with me that you sent a text to Maggie at 9:08:58 while in motion in the Suburban, as reflected by the data?
I do. Which was because I couldn't reach them by the telephone and I wanted them to know where I was.
Okay.
Which is what we do.
And you got to Almeda around 9:22?
I believe that's correct.
I can go down to it.
No, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Made some more phone calls along the way?
I did make more phone calls along the way while I was riding.
Called Chris Wilson?
I did call Chris Wilson.
Had a short conversation with him? Is that right?
I did have a conversation for however long the records show.
About 131 seconds. That sound about right?
If that's what the records show, 2 minutes.
Called your brother, John Marvin, for about 106 seconds, including connection time. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right.
Arrived at 9:22. Does that sound about right?
It does.
And then at 9:24, you call, that's the landline at Almeda, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you went inside. Is that right?
Yeah, that's
Talked to
right.
Miss Shelley.
That's right. I called the house phone to get Shelley to let me in.
And when you were asked by law enforcement how long you were at your mother's house, you said 45 minutes to an hour. Isn't that correct?
I think I said a couple of different things, but I think at one time I did say that. But, you know, routinely through these things, I kept saying, you know, when you get this data, you'll see exactly. When you look at my phone, you'll see exactly. When you do, you know, so, you know, me giving the times was always given with the thought that, okay, there's OnStar out there, there's whatever.
But when you had a conversation with Miss Shelley after the fact, you actually asked her to say that you were there longer than 20 minutes.
You know, I heard Shelley's testimony. I believe Shelley to be a good person. I wasn't trying to influence Shelley on any particular length of time because at the beginning of this, I believed that data would show what data would show. And for me to tell her to say something when my OnStar is going to show something different just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I can't answer that. What my recollection is that I told Shelley that law enforcement would be talking to her. We may have discussed how long I was there. At that point in time, if I thought I was there 45 minutes, I may have said I was here 45 minutes, but, you know, I can't tell you.
All right. And that's the same thing that Blanca testified to, that you talked to her about the clothes that you were wearing. It made her uncomfortable, correct?
Ask that question again.
It's similar to your conversation with Blanca that she testified about when you talked to her about the clothes that you were supposedly wearing. What made her feel uncomfortable? Do you remember that testimony, sir?
What's similar to that?
Well, that you're talking to both of these individuals about their testimony in a manner that's inconsistent with what they know.
No, I don't think your assertion is accurate. You have to understand this. On August the 11th, when I went to meet with David Owens, and in that, David Owens asked me about, he showed me that Snapchat and asked me about clothes that I had on. And shortly after that, the next time I was with Blanca, I asked Blanca about those clothes because David Owens had asked me about them and was made an issue about it. And so I checked with Blanca to see what I specifically asked Blanca, and it was an issue to me. So I got Blanca and I said, I need you to sit down and talk with me about this. This is important. Do you remember my clothes when you came to Moselle that day? And she remembered exactly what she testified to. She remembered that my pants were there. She wasn't sure if the shirt was there. At that time, I think she actually thought the shirt was there, but she was clear that she wasn't sure about that. No, she wasn't unsure, but she didn't remember, but assumed that it was. So that was the conversation and why I was asking Blanca.
Well, again, you're very specific about your memories of that conversation. Is that correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You dang right. I'm consistent about that because a very short time before that, David Owens is asking me questions and telling me I'm a suspect in the murder of my wife and my child and asking me about my clothes. You dang right it was important.
It was important, right.
And you dang right I remember why I went to her and for what reason.
Because the only thing you're concerned about is yourself. You're not concerned about giving accurate information to law enforcement, correct? What's the reason for that, Mr. Murdaugh? Why don't you want to give accurate information to law enforcement? Why do you want to talk to these women who both are employed by you or your family and try to influence what they are going to say?
I did want to give law enforcement accurate information. I told a lie about being down there, and I got myself wed to that. But I wanted to give them as much. I knew that I hadn't done this, and I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could. But the reason I went to Blanca is specifically because David Owens talking to me on August the 11th.
You can see that you're underway about 9:42, heading back.
I do.
9:42 to 9:43.
I do.
Turned on Moselle about 10:01.
Turned into Moselle at 10:01.
Yeah,
Um,
sorry.
it looks to me like I turned into Moselle at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on the dot, sorry.
Yes, sir.
At the house at 10:05.
Yes, sir.
And then that's when you went back to the kennels after you came back from Almeda, correct?
I went to the kennels after I went to the house at, I went from Almeda to the house, to the kennels.
And we got to the scene. You got out of the car, according to what you told law enforcement repeatedly, and went and checked the bodies, correct? Before you called 911, is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this. I pulled up and I saw Maggie and Paw. I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car and I called 911 as quickly as I could. That point in time, when I got on the phone, then is when I went to them and did the things that I did. So what you're saying is not accurate.
You're saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement that you went to them prior to calling 911.
When?
After you got out of the car, you told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
No, I don't. If I did say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir. That's not accurate. At least that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happened?
No, that's not what I believe happened.
Okay, but you don't deny that's what you said.
Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
I don't believe that's what I said. Now, I know I checked them, but I don't believe I checked them before I called 911. Because I can pretty well remember vividly When I checked Paw, I was already on the phone with 911.
Looking at this data, to show the vehicle parking at 10:05 and 55 seconds.
Yes, sir.
And 10:05:57, the Suburban arrives at the kennels. You agree with that?
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Waters.
At 10:05:57, it shows the Suburban arriving at the kennels.
Okay. Okay.
The 911 call was at 10:06:14,
Okay.
just about 20 seconds later. You agree with that?
I think that sounds right. Yes, sir. I mean, that makes sense. But that goes back to what I'm saying is I pulled up. I saw them, and I know I jumped out of my car. But I believe that before I checked them, in fact, I'm almost certain, then I went back and I got that's when I went and got my phone and I called 911.
Okay.
And then after I called 911, there was a little while where there wasn't, I don't think there was anything going on. And I believe that is the time period that I went and checked on them.
I don't want to belabor this point, but that what you're saying here today, now that we have this data, that's not exactly how you expressed it to law enforcement in your prior statements. Is that correct?
No, sir, I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, Mr. Waters. Will you point to what you're talking about?
Sure.
Where's the first?
All right, sir. I left the house without my watch.
12:57.
All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so it'll be correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alex?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968,
And good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Collin County. I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but-
understand.
Yeah.
I totally
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here,
Mhm.
I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see it was. And I could see his brain on. And I ran over to Maggie. And actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know. I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Mhm. Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them.
Mhm.
And, I called 911 pretty much right away. And she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
The person you didn't name, that was Rogan, the little boy right around the corner. Is that who you're talking about?
That's correct. But going back to your question, I mean, that's the way I remember it, what I said right there. And your question about did I do these things before I called 911? That's not what I said then. And that's not what I remember now.
Okay. So you're saying now that you went out, you checked, you came back, got your phone, and that's when you called 911?
I'm not saying that now, Mr. Woods. I am saying that now, but to me, that's what I said then. I mean, I told her, I called 911 right away. There was no time to do the things that I'm talking about doing in the time between getting there and calling 911.
When you talked about calling Rogan, and you said that he lived right around the corner, correct?
That's correct.
But Rogan wasn't staying there at the time. That's the whole reason that Cash was at your kennel, right? You knew that.
Well, Rogan was staying in Beaufort a lot, but he was home a lot too. I didn't know where Rogan was on a daily basis.
About keeping his dog Cash at the kennels when he was staying with his girlfriend and working down in Beaufort?
Yes, he had asked me that. But I mean, that had been some time before. I didn't know. You're making a big deal about this, Mr. Waters, but that particular night, I didn't have a clue where Rogan was staying or not staying. I was trying to find somebody to come out there with me. I'd called Randy, I'd called John, and Rogan was the next best alternative.
Okay.
And Rogan is so close. I mean, Rogan, of all these kids that you've heard, Rogan, Gibson, I mean, Roro is like a Rogan. You prefer when I call him Rogan, is truly like a son to Maggie and I. And he was such a good friend to Buster, and he was such a good friend to Paul. And you've been through everything I have. You'll see that 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior to this, I ran out of gas when Bus and Paw weren't home. And Rogan's the person that I called to bring me gas.
Nobody's disputing any that Rogan would have helped you. Let me keep playing this.
Around Paul when you walked up.
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You just testified that in the wake of this, you didn't know what you said to law enforcement. That was what you just said.
No, I mean, I know a lot of what I said to law enforcement, but there's a lot of things in looking back at this video for one, the 911 call for one. I mean, there's a lot of things that I didn't remember.
Okay. But right then and there, just not long into this interview, you made a conscious decision to lie right there.
Play that again.
You said, I was at the house.
And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house.
Play.
You want me to back it up some more?
Well,
yeah, we can keep listening to it.
Anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You want to hear it again?
No, sir, but I don't
So
think.
you made a conscious decision to lie right there, this early into an interview, sitting in the front seat, correct?
I don't believe so.
You didn't make a conscious decision to lie?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that was lying at that point.
Okay, tell me why not.
Because Maggie had gone to the kennels and I was at the house.
Okay. So you think you were that was not a lie at that point?
I don't believe so.
At what point did you decide to lie?
I'm not sure, but it was in that.
It was in this interview?
I believe that it was.
Okay, was this interview where you're sitting in the front seat, correct?
It is.
You're not in custody, correct?
I'm not in custody.
They're giving you water, letting you chew tobacco, treating you politely, correct?
They would treat me very politely.
So what was it that clicked? So you said in this interview that it clicked that I'm gonna lie about the most important fact that I know?
I'm not sure exactly when in it that I decided to lie, but I believe it was during this interview. I believe all those things that I talked about, you know, those things that had gone on, the things that people had said to me about don't talk to anybody without a lawyer. Partners all told me that, or a lot of my partners told me that. My dear friend, Chief Alexander, was one that said that. I overheard, I believe it was Sheriff Hill, I'm not positive. I overheard him tell, I believe Mark Ball or Gray Holmes, don't let him talk to anybody without a lawyer. And what I believe is that based on my distrust of SLED and getting in that interview, and I'm not positive about this, but I believe when he asked me, you know, about my relationship with my wife and my son, I believe that's when I decided to lie.
But I'm not left out when you had the GSR too, because that's what you testified to yesterday.
That certainly contributed.
And your dope paranoia too. You said that as well, correct?
Well, those things are what triggered the paranoia that started as my addiction evolved.
And so you're an experienced lawyer and you've been a prosecutor, and you took the advice of your law partners that you should have a lawyer there, as you read that as, oh, I should lie.
No, that's not an accurate.
Because that's not what that means, is it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, that's not an accurate statement, what you just said, Mr. Waters.
I just repeated what you just said. You said it was one of the factors was your law partners, and now you're blaming Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander told you that you needed a lawyer before you talked to police, and you took that somehow as meaning I need to lie?
No.
As a lawyer and a prosecutor?
No, that's what you said, Mr. Waters, but
How am I mischaracterizing it from your perspective, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because
I think isn't that what you heard? Isn't that what you just said? Excuse me.
No, sir, that's not what I said.
All right,
So,
we'll say it again.
I believe those guys were trying to help me. I believe they cared about me. I believe they thought that I was in a condition such that I shouldn't talk to anybody. I mean, those guys had to prop me up, help me get myself together just to be able to go talk to David Owens. I mean, they were trying to help me. But before that, that was just one of the many things that I believe led to that situation sitting in there where those paranoid thoughts came to me. Them talking about not talking to anybody without a lawyer, Brian Varnado, checking my hands, the fact that I got a pocket full of pills in my pocket. I was the person who found Maggie and Paul. My distrust for SLED. All of those factors combined and made me decide to lie. I also know him asking me about Maggie and Paul contributed to that paranoia. All I'm saying is, I'm not disputing that I lied. I'm just saying at this point, you're saying I made a conscious decision to lie here, and I'm saying I don't think I made a conscious decision right there.
Okay, so it's later.
I believe so.
Had you already had your GSR done at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had.
And you'd already talked to your law partners and heard Sheriff Hill. Now you're blaming him and blaming
no.
Chief Alexander now as well for your lies.
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
You just added that one. You didn't say that yesterday. You just added that one.
Be given an opportunity to answer the question.
Objection.
You can finish your last answer.
All right. Mr. Waters, I'm not blaming anybody. I accept full responsibility for what I did. What I'm saying is what I believe contributed to me doing that and the reason why I did that. I think those folks were trying to help me. So I don't blame them. I think they were worried about me.
Okay. I don't dispute that, but you're saying you took that advice as I need to lie.
Nah, what you're doing is you're isolating one
I'm
single
not
thing.
isolating anything. I've mentioned all the factors. You've added some new ones, but I mentioned all the factors that you're blaming for your
No, sir.
decision to lie.
That's not what you did. What you asked me is you said, I took my partners telling me not to talk to somebody without a lawyer as a reason to lie. And that's an inaccurate statement. That was one of the factors that went into a series,
decision to lie.
hang on, Mr. Waters, a series of events, all right, that caused me to have paranoid thinking, all right, and then I lied.
All right. But at some point it happened during this interview that you crossed over. You're saying that you came into this interview intending to be fully disclosing to everything, and something happened in this interview that sent you over the edge, and you said, hey, let me lie about the last time I saw my wife and child alive, supposedly, according to me.
I certainly didn't go into that interview, I believe, intending to lie. Mr.
Okay.
Waters, I wasn't capable at that point in time of planning anything or thinking through anything.
So somehow during this interview, all of a sudden those senses came to you to plan and do that.
When I got to thinking in that paranoid way, that normally, as I said, I mean, I could take a deep breath and make it go away. I never had a situation where it lasted more than a matter of seconds. That night, after all those things had happened, it didn't go away in a matter of seconds. And I decided to lie.
Those are the clothes that you ultimately gave to Dave Owen. Is that right?
Those are the clothes I gave to David Owens.
At what point did you be able to chuck the pills you say are in your pocket? When did you do that?
When I was in my bedroom.
When you're in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you put them?
I'm not sure where I put them, but ultimately they would have gone in my suitcase.
So that's when you did it? You have a specific recollection of that?
No, I don't. I just know that I took them out of my pocket.
If we watch this whole video, you think you could, if we watch the whole thing, you think you can say, okay, that's the moment where my senses came to me and I decided I was going to tell this major lie?
I don't know that it happened like that, but I mean, I may be able to tell you some things that contributed to it. We watched the whole thing.
We've heard that. I just want to be clear, though. At least on this one, at some point during this interview, when you were able to plan your lie about this event, and you made that decision. But it wasn't what we just played. It wasn't yet. It was some point after that.
I don't think that's a lie right there. Is the reason why I don't think that it's occurred before this, because what I'm saying there, I believe to be truthful. And I know this. I know for a fact that when David Owens asked me about my relationship with my wife and my child, I know that that played a role in that. And I believe that, and I may be wrong, but I believe that this was before that.
You ever heard the expression, not telling the whole truth is the same as telling the lie?
Sure I have.
That's something you understood as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
Yes.
All right.
All right, Ms. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so we get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right. And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Collin County. I'm misled. I hate to have to do this.
I
but
understand.
yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So,
You hadn't decided to lie right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
You told David Owen that you understood that he had to ask questions and you do what you need to do, correct?
That is what I told him.
Ron, this might be a good time for a break.
Clock. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing the jury. We'll break till 2:15. We'll go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Mr. Murdaugh, you may step down. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during lunch. And Mr. Griffin, will address whatever matter you want to place on the record when we return. Yes. All right, 1 second before everybody moves. So I guess everyone can be seated. Yes, sir. Sure. We'll be in recess to 1:15.
Okay, y'all, what y'all thinking? What's your thoughts on shit? What's going on? What you thinking about? Got caught the fuck up, didn't he?
Yeah. He changed story and shit. I don't know.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because he had to, because he was he didn't know about that video for a long time. You know what I mean? So he had to change it and fit it to that. He's just a liar. He's a liar. I mean, it's such a small window of
Yeah,
time.
and he fucked himself, you know.
And that 17 seconds with like, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's not possible because they were so far apart. Paul, I think Maggie was like running away from him.
Oh, the green. What up, girl?
What up, girly?
Hey y'all, that was so much word salad. I think I'm gonna skip lunch. I'm so full.
Right? It's a lot of greens.
I'm gonna be shitting for days. Just saying.
Too much fiber.
Oh my gosh. I love how they ask a question. I'm sorry, could you repeat it? And if he doesn't say to repeat the question, he repeats the question himself. He is so lost up there. What was he thinking? Taking the stand. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. You know, I forgot that Jodi Arias took the stand. I don't know if anybody watched that, but I was thinking about other people because people like they never like I don't know in murder trials they rarely I feel like take the stand, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But he's the kind of guy that he's like he probably is like, oh, I can handle this, you know.
Mm-hmm. And sitting here today, I know that to not be true. Sitting here today, I realized that's what happened.
Oh yeah, and then playing him back, and like he said that he turned them over, and then he even said with the belt buckle, the loop. I keep calling loop. I keep calling loop. And so he said that, but then he said, "Oh no, I didn't say that until after I was on the 911 call. Like after I called,
when he realized GPS had 17 seconds to do all he claimed he did.
Yeah. So he's like, I better make this real short. Make everything just." Make my timeline like condense it.
And I love all the paces in the house before he left for his mom's. You know, he was frantically cleaning up guns, finding something to conceal them in. He was,
He's like, it'd be phone tapping could lead to steps. I was like, no, yeah, good one. That's what they told you to, you know, they prepared him for this. And shit, but he messed up though for I don't know. I mean, I guess because there's parts that just you can't make fit. Do you know what I mean? So he has to sound, you know.
And another huge red flag for me and what we just watched was when he decided to lie. So you didn't make a conscious decision then, but he says when they asked me how my relationship was with my wife and son, that's when he decided to lie. That tells me that relationship was not very good.
That something was going on.
Yeah. Like Maggie was divorcing your ass because of your opioid addiction. Okay? Like, come on.
And Paul was going to be like a huge liability. And I think think about it. If he really he was like a personal injury lawyer, I was thinking about this a lot. Like, and he thinks a lot in numbers. Like he could have this is so terrible. I hate to say this, but he could have thought okay, if I get rid of them, that's 2 less people in the family. That's I could sell that house. That's in her name. You know, I don't know. Yeah, is that terrible?
I think the only reason they were really holding on to it at that point was because Paul loved it.
And she loved it. Maggie, she loved the beach too. They both loved it, I think. And so it doesn't even seem like they were I mean, that's all. I don't, that never really came out with divorce lawyers and stuff, but who knows?
No, but I want to know what was found in her purse. Remember? And they didn't let her testify to it.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if it was a divorce lawyer's business card or papers or who knows what.
Yeah. I can't believe though he tried to make that 17 seconds into he shortened everything that he did. Ugh. That's crazy. And he couldn't have turned them over. He would have definitely had some blood on him, not just and then had the blood get from his hand to the steering. I don't know. There's just so many things, but I just don't know if they have enough. I mean, this is a lot, but I still don't know. I don't know if it's do you think it's enough to prove him that everybody,
maybe y'all would never want me on a jury, but I already have him
Yeah. But what
you know,
about the jury? What about the jury? Do you think, I mean,
I
it
gotta
only
hear their
takes one.
instructions, I guess, but
Yeah. I don't know. It's become like a little bit of a mess with all of the,
I mean, it's like he said, and I said it the other day before this attorney just now asked him, about it. You are a lawyer, okay? So you know that the information needs to be as accurate and whatnot as possible, and you still chose to lie. And to me,
Yeah.
there's only one reason why, I can't say only one reason, but it's evident to me why you tried to call them at the kennel, you didn't get them, and you just left. Because who leaves, and I know 9 p.m. is not that late, but when your family's all there, you just had dinner, like who leaves at 9 o'clock without telling their family, hey, I'm going somewhere?
Yeah. And he said that he tried to get in touch with Mags to go, right?
Yeah, but no,
Yeah,
he
no, I
didn't.
know. No, I know. It's just weird. It's just, it's an alibi, is setting up an alibi is what he did,
Yeah, like I have property, not like that, of course, but I have a large property. And when my husband's out in the woods chopping wood or doing whatever, if I'm running to the store, he doesn't bring his phone. I'm going to walk out there and find him or drive out there and find him and be like, hey, I'm going to the store. Do you need anything? Something.
Yeah. And she was like maybe gonna go with, I don't know. I think he had asked her to go with him at one point, but I don't know. It's just a big mess now at this point.
Well, he said there was no talk. He didn't remember asking her about it, but now that someone said yes, testified to her sister and Blanca, that yeah, she went there because he wanted her to go see his mother with him, was worried. And then now all of a sudden, no, that never happened. I mean, he's just so full of crap. There's just too many things around that specific time that don't add up. The GPS, the phone logs add it all up for us, but his mouth does not. It's just bad.
Yeah.
It's just bad.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that they decided on him taking this, I guess. It's interesting that he's taking.
I don't know that they decided. It's not their choice. I think it's his final decision.
Yeah.
I would think that, I don't know.
Usually the lawyers are like, no, for a reason, but he's a lawyer too. So whatever he wanted,
Or like we're talking about, you have to take the stand because they have this GPS now and the 17 seconds that you say you did all this. So you have to try to explain that away. Someone has to, If you're going to make it look innocent, which it's not looking innocent to me. No.
Yeah. But is enough, beyond a reason, could there have been somebody he had hiding there that was a second shooter that, because there was two guns, the whole two guns thing seems.
No, he already said on the stand there was nobody else around. The dogs didn't alert to anything. So no strangers. There was nobody there that the dog did not know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It could have been somebody, known. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there is I feel like that reasonable doubt still that it could have been somebody else there and maybe he didn't pull the trigger. I don't know. You know what I mean? I mean, I know he has, why would he lie about not going to the kennels when he was right there? Do you know what I mean? It just isn't.
Right, like you would have said, I was just here. I was just here an hour ago.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I was just with them. That would have been your natural.
Yeah. I was just here an hour. Yeah. You would have known. Yeah. Come on. I don't know. I mean, it's just
because that's very imperative because that tells them exactly the time frame that it happened. If you were just there at 8:47 and you left the property at 9:06 and you didn't hear anything, it had to happen between then and then, but he didn't even give them that.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah.
He tried to hide that, and that would have been very imperative to the investigation if it were somebody else.
Yeah, because that video wasn't found out about for a while. I think it took a while to get right. It was a big rigmarole with that video. And maybe that's why he was trying to get Paul's phone that night. You know what I mean? because he maybe knew that he was messing on it right before and that his voice could have been on it, you know?
And now I would still have all this reasonable doubt that maybe would get him off if it wasn't for the OnStar GPS. That just doesn't go with what he said. He can't explain that away.
Yeah. But it's just like, will the jury, you know what I mean?
I hope so.
Hopefully they read through that timeline real good. You know, that condensed timeline that they made, that the timeline expert guy presented.
And he said he didn't know how they got out to the kennel. Well, if the golf cart was still at the house and the cars, then you know they walked.
Yeah.
And you drove the golf cart. So, and that's come to light now.
Or he drove his car.
And then he slipped
and
and said,
the
too,
golf cart. Yeah.
I think it was a slip, a little leakage. He says, you know, I could have been walking around the house doing this. I could have went here. I could have went in the gun room. Yeah, you went in a gun room. You sure enough did.
Yeah. Bing, bing, bing. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
We have a match. Yeah, something like that for sure.
And then I followed behind them just a few minutes later because his phone records show or phone was off and
I mean,
whatever.
like, even if he was leaving and like, okay, say he left them there at the kennel and he left there at like 10, you know, to go to his, when it starts up and he goes to his mom's place. Like he would, if anybody was coming, wouldn't he like have seen them? You know what I mean? Because like it pretty much it's only minutes until their phones are like forever like locked and not reopened. So that, you know what I mean? You know how we all are on our phones, especially like Paul was like, and he was only at 2%. You know what I mean? He would have went and like plugged it in or something, but it didn't even die. It just locked at 2%, you know? So I know.
Just, no. There was something else he said too that was a big red flag to me.
I know it's crazy that there's no cameras on that property. Even like the lawyer, you know, he's like, that's ridiculous. He's like, I would have cameras out there, even if it is in the middle of nowhere, especially because it's in the middle of nowhere. And it's like, there's guns on the property. You know what I mean? Like, it's just weird that there's no
all those guns.
Cameras.
I mean, how many?
I know. He was in that room of guns. And then there was the one that was lost, supposedly. That might have just been like I mean, people knew about that one gun being lost. That sounds like identical to like the kind of gun that was used.
That was replaced twice, so that was the third gun? Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's probably it. I mean, if he had so many guns, it's easy to, you know, get rid of. I'm sure, you know what I mean? I'm sure he just, when you have that many guns, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a hunting property. Yeah, it's so weird. On a hunting property, no, you need cameras. He said that there was cameras, like deer cameras, but those were like those, you know, like, but they're way out, he said, on the property, you know.
On the trails and stuff where the deer and hogs or whatever.
Yeah.
But another thing he said too was that originally he said they rode around like all afternoon the property. They like hung out together for quite a long time. And it turns out that, you know, the phone records and GPS put you not there a long time to have dinner, shower, play around at the kennels. There was hardly any time to drive around that property.
No.
But he also says that no guns. They had a little 22. But then right after that, he says, if we drive around the property for any extensive time, we bring our guns. Well, isn't that what you said you did? So were the guns already on the golf cart?
Yeah.
Or in the truck or
in the kennel. Like even the guy that cleaned at the kennel that testified, he testified to seeing guns being left at the kennel.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like you know, it's like a hunting
but
lodge
still,
or
just
something.
to leave them around and people not be there. And I mean, we've seen Blowhole Betty go trespassing up on through there. I mean,
oh yeah. I mean,
that's
there's nobody there anymore. But yeah, but Paul too, like would leave guns and like they would ride around with them. You know, a lot. You know, they always had. Yeah. Interesting.
Didn't his one friend testify? Paul always had a gun in that white truck. Always.
Yep. So
And
yeah,
that's
I
what
mean,
they
so
were driving, he said. So
you know, it's one of their trucks. His name is Dolly, and one is White Boy. Did you hear they have like they named their trucks
mhm.
Dolly and White Boy? That
My
was
goodness.
funny. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is a crazy trial. Did you hear
It is
John
not.
Grisham is in the was in the courtroom? I don't know if he's there today, but he was there.
No. Are we going to have a book?
I bet. I don't. Yeah, people are
I'm
saying
sure.
like, right?
Why wouldn't we? We have movies. There's probably already books. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, there probably is already. I mean, yeah, are people working on them? And that I started watching the Netflix
I
documentary
haven't
about it.
yet. My husband was scrolling through last night looking for something to watch. And I'm like, he's like, well, it's a little late to watch a full movie. What, do you want to start your documentary? And I said, no, I want to wait till
No.
this trial is over
Yeah.
and then.
Yeah, the lawyer no
'Cause
isn't watching it until it's over. He's like, I don't want any like outside influence. I'm like,
Mhm.
I just watched part of like the Mallory beat. It's interesting because I talked to the other kids that were on that boat that day.
Mhm.
Willow. Yeah. And they really haven't talked so much, So
Mhm.
it was interesting to hear them. That was so sad. That
Well, I
whole
think
thing.
it is bigger than this. I think we're missing a big piece of this puzzle
Yeah.
that may never come to light. I don't know, but I think either there's more involved or it's more. I
With
don't
like
think he was using all of those pills. I think he
no.
was buying, selling, and abusing his own self.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
there's a trafficking charge, remember, right? Like,
Yeah. That's what that one, I don't remember her name, came up and said. That nice
yeah.
lady from, was it
Oh yeah.
yesterday or day before? Yesterday.
Yeah. It's might hear a little rain. I'm walking outside. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know if there's like enough evidence. Do you know what I mean? Am I
Mhm.
crackly? Because I'm in the rain a little. It's actually raining in California.
A little
I
bit,
hear
but
the
not.
rain, but I don't hear crackle.
Okay.
There's Queen.
Queen's back.
Are you tired from being on here
Yeah.
so early?
Yeah. Could you believe Emily being
No,
she's so tired? She's
that's all. I was trying to.
yeah. Yeah. I know I've been waking up at like 6:30 in the morning, like for the last like 3 weeks and watching it, but then like kind of falling asleep a little,
Take a little
while
cat
it's,
Take a little
yeah,
cat
and
nap.
like hearing
Right.
it while I sleep. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. Because it's like 3 hours earlier here.
And
But
y'all in chat, we're talking about it's therapeutic to be like cussing out Alex behind the scenes
right?
here at your phone.
Oh my
And my
gosh.
husband's like, what do you keep calling a motherfucker? Said,
He
not you
is.
this
He got me
time. Not you.
got me so mad when he started saying that he didn't he didn't touch them until after the 9. I was like, no, you can't start like just completely talking smack like that. That's like you said that in the he said that to those agents. I mean, it's like that's what you said. Like once you lie about one thing, like how could you trust anything that person says? Do you know what I mean? Like
It's not only that, what you're seeing is, a liar has trouble keeping up with the original lie, and you have to keep making more lies, and then they forget how many lies and what they've even lied about, and then it all just is a mess.
Starts to be like a mess like this.
So convoluted.
Yeah. Yep.
Judge Judy, this is a kerfuckle.
It is a kerfuckle.
Oh, these dogs. The sun's out, so they want to go out. I'm like, it's a little deceiving, but go ahead. If you keep hearing my door open.
I can't believe he really sat there and tried to lie, and then he's like, "Yeah, I'm lying." And every time he would ask the question, he's like,
"Yeah, I'm lying,
sir. I don't know what you, sir. I don't know what you mean. Me and Paul, we went and rode around the parking lot. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Stop it.
And then he will say, I don't consider that a lie. Now, I don't think that was a lie.
Okay, what do you consider lies, Alex?
I know.
What the fuck?
Ridiculous. I mean, because of like SLED and corruption, like you're son and your wife were just killed and you're worried about like sled corruption, don't you want them to find, don't you want to give them all the accurate facts so they find who killed your family, Alex?
No, because he knows he did it.
I know.
And it wasn't his good old boys heading up the investigation. So there you go.
Yep. It's just ridiculous. I mean, just I don't know. I mean, he either knew about it or he did it. I mean, I don't think there's any other option really, because that timeline is way too tight. He admitted to it. Everybody else did, you know, I mean, it just, there's not enough time. I mean, I guess he could have left and somebody could have rolled up then, but like while he was taking his little golf cart back to his the house, I mean, but it's such a small window of time. Like then he would have seen them when he left. I just don't, there's no time in his timeline. That's why he's trying to shorten everything, you know?
Mm-hmm. And then I could just take a deep breath and my paranoia would go away, but not that day.
Voices in the back, Queen. Yeah. Yeah, the paranoia thing. Like, oh, I'm like, I can take it. Yeah, like he goes from paranoid about SLED being like, you know, corrupt, but he could just take a few breaths and be done with the paranoia.
And it really tells you something.
Like that, you know?
When the only thing he's paranoid about happens to involve law enforcement. You're paranoid about law enforcement because you're a criminal.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all. I took notes. I got questions.
Oh, notes, questions.
I took notes.
I took
notes. I legit put you guys on the big screen, and I did not. I paid attention in chat a little bit, but I was taking notes for a good. Okay, number one. Why didn't the guinea hens alert to an intruder? Because he said that every time they go on the property, guinea hens are kind of like a defense system and they make all kinds of noises. So why weren't the people at the guard birds?
The guard birds, yeah.
Yeah, the guinea hens.
Yeah.
Why didn't those alert? Why is it that this man says he has 536 days of sobriety, yet yesterday, everything he blamed, all of his actions and his lies, he blamed on the fact that he didn't know because essentially he was so doped up using pills.
Yeah.
How is it that in 17 seconds, a man who is over 200 pounds was able to go 100 plus yards? That I don't think that he had that type of stamina at that point in time. And how is it that his cell phone says one thing, but he says something totally fucking different? And why is it we're not supposed to believe the cell phone over where Alec actually was based on his cell phone?
You hear him keep saying to the jury, if that's accurate, if that's accurate. Your memory is not accurate, so this is what we need to go by. Sorry.
Yeah. The 17 seconds thing is like, because they were 300, was it yards or feet?
I don't remember if it's yards or feet.
I saw feet. I think
away
it's
from each other's feet.
Yeah. So I mean,
Okay,
that,
so
like I looked it up.
300 feet would be what? How many yards?
I looked it up online
10.
and it said it should take like, it could take from 1 minute to like 4 minutes. Depends on how slow you are. You know what I mean? It could take a couple minutes for some, like, that's like 300 feet. Like, that's 220 yards.
That's I mean, is that your wipers? Are your wipers going?
Yeah. It's raining. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's so cool. I can just hear it's like, you know what I mean? I just didn't know if that was your wipers.
I'm almost out.
Oh, and I have a new theme song. Being busy. B-U-S-Y, busy bee. Being busy. I'm a bee, being busy. B-U-S-Y-B-E, busy bee. There we go. Sorry. Yeah,
great.
Yes, I like it's been in my head all morning. Busy bee.
I almost thought Laura just took over my fucking panel.
I didn't know what to do, and it was silent.
Oh God, I better go get my meds checked. Shit, sorry.
What the?
That one time at the farm, yeah.
Alex put us all in shambles, I think, with his testimony today, right?
Right. With his lying ass, that liar, McFucking Lyerson.
McLiarville.
I can't believe you just
Liar McLiarson with pants on fire.
You have to like pick and choose which lies you believe and which ones are like okay to like, yeah.
We got to be a human lie detector test.
I'm with Jones, and I cannot wait for the behavioral panel to analyze this one. They put everything that we're feeling that we don't quite understand.
I want to know.
Yeah.
Right?
Lawyer, we like to know. The lawyer that knows all. He's all over this case. He's really good. I like how he was even on like Megyn Kelly yesterday.
Goodness, he was?
Yeah, he gets around.
I have had the worst house sitting time. The mailbox got run over by a snowplow. I lost a vehicle and 2 horses have rolled.
What?
Yes.
What do you mean rolled?
Turns out it's next door to the neighbor's house, but I was about ready to call and report it stolen because I couldn't decipher who the person on the camera that came and took the vehicle. And then because of the snow and the weather, the horses will get so feisty because they're fighting for they're fighting to see who's going to get the first bite of the hay, that 2 of them have hit ice and completely rolled over. I'm like, I'm about ready just to quit. Like 3rd winter, I'm over it. It's 5 below. It's sunshiny, but the wind is blowing so hard that it's like 32 below with sun. It's the most deceiving.
Why are they not in a fucking barn, like in stables if it's that cold?
Because they're range horses. If you do that, it'll actually put them at greater risk for pneumonia. They'll go out and they'll. Sorry, Birdie's gonna now serenade us. Because even if you like, we don't even do blankets on them, because if you do a blanket on a horse like that, it'll just mat their fur down, and then that puts them at greater risk for when they're not used to that kind of. So they'll go out and they get into the trees and stuff. And there's plenty of cover out on the land for them.
Right. Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's just fucking.
I mean, ridiculous. I don't know shit about horses. I'm just saying, like, if it's like they're fucking dogs or something. Like, if it's that cold, maybe why are they not? You know what I mean? I don't know.
I asked him if I could bring him in the house. Trust me, I asked him, like, can I just bring him in and put him in the den? He's like, no, don't you bring the horses in my house.
Well, no, I just like meant tie them up in the barn or put them in their stables or something. If it's that cold, why are they? You know what I mean? Are they
windbreak
barn for them to be in or whatever? No, you know.
They go right down into a windbreak. We've got a big line of Russian olives that border up on a ditch, and so you just let them go and do their thing. But
are they okay? How do you flip them back over? Is that something you got?
That was luckily enough, they both got up on their own. One was down for about 3-4 minutes, so I stayed out there with her, and then once she got her bearings about her, she just popped right back up. But it's always scary as hell because that's how they break a hip or a leg. And
yeah,
I was gonna say, gotta make sure they didn't break anything. Goodness.
I am so sorry, you guys. Birdie has just gone into the worst. She's gone into ultimate destructo mode today. 3 days in the blizzard, and it's so cold that even her going out to potty, and this dog is like made for this weather. She's only out for like 3 minutes before she's walking on 3 legs. It's been a rough one this last 2 days.
Yeah, it's cold as fuck out there. Hell with that.
You know that little mean ass dog that's been on panel?
Yeah.
You let him outside and it's cold. You want to cry when it comes back up here. It can't even walk. And you're like, well, hurry up. He's going so slow. And you're like, hurry up, get out of the cold. And remember, you can't pick him up. So it's not like you can go pick him up and run him in here. And the noise that he makes just breaks my heart. But that's that mean ass dog.
Does that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. His little feet. Mm-mm. The other ones I put boots on, but you can't put boots on him.
How do you survive your ice storms, Queen? I know you said you had ice coming and rain. Is your weather past? You make it through okay?
I think we have her weather now in California. Did it move through there?
probably.
I'm by Queen too. Well, not by Queen,
It's
but same
fucking.
state.
It's starting to warm up. We got a muddy ass mess.
Oh God! After all the rain.
Yeah,
We
it
do,
was
and the sun's melting the
cold,
snow.
and it started warming up today. Yeah, so now it's melting.
We
and
could
it's
hear it.
a muddy fucking mess.
We had a tree branch that got so heavy from the ice
Oh,
that it
here
was
you go.
brushing
Here,
on
let
the
me get you
roof.
up here. Hold on, voices. Hold on, baby. Let me get you up here.
The tree was brushing on the roof, and when that melted, it sounded like it was raining. All the ice
There you
just
go.
falling from the trees.
Damn, fuck off.
Wow. Oops. Sorry.
Yeah, it's
So
and
glad
it's
we
like,
don't have to deal with that right now.
Oh my God,
dude,
that's a
I
lot of
gotta
snow.
like, I bet we
So
got
pretty
8
there.
inches. We got 8 inches of it, and it's like I said,
Wow.
we're below zero still. It's like 5 below.
Wow. So
But you can see the
pretty.
mountains today.
It's so rainy here. We're getting just rain because it's warmer here, you know.
Just be careful, because the last time I was on panel and trying to show my creek, I actually fell in the motherfucker. I'm
Uh-oh.
glad I was so muted.
That day you fell in.
I did. I misstepped. There's a little like catwalk dock. Okay, it's just enough for us to get in the creek away from the silt on the edges, you know, that goes out there. And I was on that, and I put my camera on, just showing people as we're talking about crazy stuff, right? Serene scenery. I turned it off. I set the phone down. I went to turn back around because it's wobbly, it's floating, right? I went to sit down first, and then I went to get up to turn around and go back, and I misstepped. And there's only like 6 inches from the catwalk to the actual like dock thing. And that right foot just went straight into the water. My whole leg got scraped up, and my labia, Nick.
Oh my God.
Oh
Hit the side of that. Oh my gosh. And it was cold because I'm in Illinois too. Okay. It was that creek. It's more like a river by me, but it's cold. It's like chest deep. It's chest deep. And I was
You're
like,
lucky you
are you
didn't get
kidding me? My
You're
husband
lucky
came
you
and got
didn't get
me.
hypothermia. You're lucky you didn't get
Jumped off
hypothermia.
panel. I jumped off panel and I called my husband. He was home and he came with the truck and picked me up, brought me back here, started a fire, literally. And then a little bit later, I took a hot shower and I was okay. My neck hurt the next day, my leg a little sore, but I'm all right. But I'm so glad that I turned the camera back off and muted.
I would have had to throw a cover up for you. I wouldn't have let you go. Not our fault.
Jones would have been clipping that shit.
Yeah, because that would have been fucked up too, especially to have it happen on camera. Oh my God.
And it wasn't that cold of a day. So I was literally just in like a t-shirt and biker like pajama, like
Oh my
shorts.
God. That was fucking, I bet that water was so cold.
Girl, I was awake. Okay. That was like, what the fuck? Oh, my husband's like, what would you do if I wasn't home? I'm like, I would have come back here and did the same thing you did, but thanks for coming to get me.
Well, yeah, shit. What was you gonna just lay out there in the ice cold? No, fuck. I'd have came back and got warmed up, but fuck.
I would have
It was
been saying
cold.
some more colorful words than were used during this time. I mean, you know.
Yeah. I mean, when I got out, it was a relief because it was so cold, the water, right? And then my husband's trying to tell me it's geothermal. I said, bullshit, get in there. It is not geothermal. It is not the same temperature it is in the summer. Go, jump in. Anyway.
It's geothermal. Yeah. Talk to Mother Nature and please have her turn that up.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys hear that they opened up an inquest into the Nicole Bully accident? Like the police did.
Oh, did they? No, I didn't hear that.
I mean, yeah, like they were reporting. I mean, it doesn't mean anything. Because same kind of thing. She like slipped and like, you know, like they don't know. I mean, they said it was an accident, but now that they said that this police inquest was open. So.
Hey, how far away was that little boy found? 3 to 5 miles?
No, not that far, is it?
Or something like a mile or a mile and a half.
Yeah, That's a long little distance for him to
Yeah,
walk.
For a
little
2-year-old?
guy.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
he's 2, so.
What a little adventure. Wow. I'm
He's
so
gonna have
glad he
one
was
hell of a
found.
story to tell his grandkids.
Right? When I was 2 years old. Such a cute little boy. I'm so glad they found him. We don't really see a lot of positive endings like that, you know?
They're few and far between.
Right? I mean, there are people that we don't even hear about that are lost and found, you know? And lost that we don't even, you know? There's just so many.
Him and Riker Webb are the 2 little kids that have been a successful outcome.
Is that the Boy Scout?
Riker was that little boy that in Montana that went and ended up wandering away and spent the night in a lawnmower bag.
Oh, I remember this
I mean,
little
the
Boy
things they
Scout
think of. Who would look in your
Yeah.
lawnmower bag?
Oh, that's the one that had like the green, yeah, his face looked a little like he had grass on it. Somebody posted that. Yeah, I mean, I think it happened with this Boy Scout too, that was like gone for like a couple days though, and they found him like in the woods, you know? Ugh.
Boston Nick, I think he curled up in that bag and went to sleep.
It was raining.
He said, I
and
wonder
bad
if he
weather.
slept. He said,
Yeah,
I
he
wonder if
got
he
out-
slept or if he was up all night.
It's a good
He
thing
got
it
out
was
of-
warm.
Riker got into the lawnmower bag because it had started to rain and snow.
What a
Smart little
smart
boy.
little kid, yeah. Good for him. Little Boy Scout in the making. But thank God it was warm in like Tampa, you know, and not going through a cold burst or something down there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they just had freezing not long ago, didn't they?
Yeah.
Freezing, like down to freezing temps.
Yeah. Gets cold sometimes.
Mhm. I wonder what the second half of this day in court's going to bring.
I think he's going to finish up kind of soonish because there's these 2 witnesses that friggin' Poot has been like bitching about because they flew in and he doesn't want to keep them there for the weekend. He's been making a big deal about this and like
Well,
even
that's
asked,
Poot's own fault.
Oh, I
He should have
know.
known Alec taking the stand was going to delay this shit. Okay.
Yeah. Poot's funny though.
Especially with the way he rambles and tries to come up with other stories that meet his whatever the word is.
Yeah.
I think to remind him, Mr. Murdaugh, you are under oath. Did you forget that? And let's talk about the abuse of that fucking badge. Can we talk about the abuse of that badge for just
And
a
the
hot
lights
minute?
too. And lights.
Oh, yes.
Disgusting.
If he, like, okay, for somebody that just got thrown a badge and been like, here you go, kid. You want to do it? Well, here's your badge. And
he acts
then
like he didn't know that thing was bouncing around on the outside of his leg. Come on now.
To say that he doesn't really, you know, he question like, well, I don't think I'm there to uphold any sort of a duty or anything. I didn't know that. It was an informal. Like, dude, just because it was informal and it wasn't you know, the whole town comes out to see you get your badge doesn't mean that you don't have to uphold. You're an attorney of the law. And
yeah, let's not forget that's what allowed him at the Mallory Beach crime scene, but not her own parents.
Do you think he was using it like they were implying to like kind of scare a little, like intimidate the kids?
I do.
Fucking
yes,
that's
intimidate
disgusting.
the kids so that, you know, hey, look, we're law enforcement. Don't say anything. And I don't believe that he didn't tell them kids not to say anything to law enforcement. I do not believe that.
I feel like a big part of this whole thing really goes back to that boating accident and everything in between. You know what I mean? Like he was going to go to jail possibly, Paul. You know what I mean? It was going to be bad.
And why are you even going into the other kids' hospital rooms? Okay.
Can somebody explain what exactly a solicitor is in South Carolina? Is that like an attorney, like the county attorney, the deputy?
DA.
It's like a district attorney.
Exactly.
District attorney? Okay.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite sure, and I got myself super confused when I tried to learn the definition of it. And so I was trying to figure out what the equivalent of it might be. So
What they used to call them. Yeah.
Okay, so essentially, so he's a district attorney there. Over 4 counties, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what they named 4.
Yeah, like Hampton. I forgot all.
How is that not abuse of power? And why, as a district attorney, would you need to have blue lights installed on your car?
Why are you going to visit Stephen Smith's crime scene the very next day morning? Did you have your badge out then too?
Did you only have your badge out when you had pills in your pocket, like you just admitted to us on the stand?
Hey, I'm surprised he didn't have his badge on his t-shirt there when the cops showed up.
Shit, I wouldn't doubt that's not how he got them couple bags of pills. Who the fuck did he pull over? Who the fuck did he play fake cop to and grab them or snatch them? You know what I mean?
Oh my God,
all
I
it would
didn't.
take. Shit, that's all the
I didn't even think about that.
Yep.
Hell yeah, that's all it would take is for him to pull somebody over with a couple bags of pills and pull that badge out. Shit. Shit, not all cops are good cops. Not all, people are good people. Sometimes they're fucking lying, conniving, fraud, and scamming fucks.
Well, if he thought that Sled was so, if he had such a distrust in Sled, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's what he openly said. I pulled my badge out because I have a distrust of Sled. Well,
because Sled are the only people who he thought would have the nerves or balls to bust him on something because it wasn't one of his good old boys, That's why he's paranoid. He's a criminal. He's paranoid of law enforcement.
well, and I agreed with Willow in the chat yesterday. I mean, when you do gangster type shit every day, you're right. You're not going to be able to remember the little specific things because you're probably covering up so many other big things that you don't want people to know.
Watching Ozark.
Right.
Show.
That's actually a great watch.
I just can't help think, what did Maggie and Paul know or threaten?
And he talked a lot about, asking Maggie to come back home and not to
We
leave
got
me.
70% think it's a mistake that he testified. 28% think it's not a mistake. I guess we shall see. I think Joneson said she thinks he's going to get off, that he's not going to, that he'll get,
hung jury.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Hung jury, she just said
It only takes one.
she'll get off, which, I mean, shit, right. It just depends, man. It really, really depends because he's got pull, or well, he used to have pull in that town.
Used to? Yes, ma'am. Used to. I will.
I don't know if he still does, but yeah, used to, yeah.
He may not, but I bet his family still does.
Right.
To some extent.
I mean, like Ellie said, they had to take his grandfather's picture out of the courthouse just to do his trial. So,
And that grandfather is whose badge he was toting around.
Oh, wow.
That's the second badge that he was toting.
Oh, wow.
And did you, it was almost as if he had never really looked at the back of his badge to see what the little oath was that it says that you're sworn to uphold.
Oh, he knew what it said. And that's why he wanted to read the back. Remember, he handed it to him and he wanted to flip it over and read the back. And he's like, oh, no, just look at the front, because he wanted to anticipate the question that was going to be asked. Ugh.
No, Nick, I seriously gave up watching Gutter Muppet. She's nothing but trash, and I'm not going to give her the attention that she so badly desires. I am done doing charity work for her ass.
Now I want to know what she said. Don't go there.
I mean, now I do want to know what she said, but he's been found, so it's a non-issue, and she needs to just sit down and take about 8 seats for her and her fucking fupa chain, or foop chain.
Right? Is it a fupa or a foop? Her friend told her she had a foop.
Right. So either way, if it's foop
it's a
or
gack.
fupa,
I'm like, what the fuck is a foop? A foop.
it's a fupa that fully hasn't popped out, so it's only a foop.
You know what? These are the other things my husband's been asking me. Where are you learning these words?
Oh,
My internet friends. Grandma's having FOMO. She's like, you need to hurry up and get home. I need to be able to hear what your friends are saying. I don't have the normal entertainment that I normally do when you're home.
She fucks with us.
Grandma thinks you guys are funny.
I was gonna say we like her. We fuck with Grandma too. We like her. So hold on, you guys. I got a fucking screenshot that I was just looking at, and guess what? Paperclip Tina just got some more points. She whipped out. Listen, she asked Dolly to put her on the front screen. And she's got a flip phone.
Oh.
She's got an old school flip phone. I don't even know how it gets YouTube, but yeah. She popped out with the old school flip phone. I'm like, oh my God, check you out.
Does she have to like put minutes on it?
I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool. When I seen the screenshot, I had to go find it. I was like, I gotta see this. What the fuck is this? She was telling him about some kind of a case or something, but it's on her little flip phone. I was like, what the hell? I'm like, damn, Paperclip coming in with the damn flip phone. Go ahead, girl.
They ain't getting her damn biometrics, are they?
It's her burner phone.
It's her YouTube burner phone. There we go.
She probably just has the internet on her computer or something. I don't know.
Hey, I wanted to say thank you, Queen, for allowing us to all come together as the Hive and be able to watch this over here where we can comment on it and we don't get lost in a bigger chat. I know it's taken some time out of your day to give us 6, 8, 10 hours to be able to watch this and talk about it, but I personally have just very much appreciated it.
Me too. And the commentary comes at breaks, not over the stream, which I appreciate. So you can actually hear it and not have to go back and rewatch.
No problem, baby. Like I said though, I just gotta I just gotta say sometimes I'll be busy doing something, like, you know what I mean? I'll be busy like
taking
doing
care of life stuff
or whatever, and it'll turn off and I won't know it right away, so I have to come over here, or you got to give me a second. You know what I mean? I'm listening, but I'm not right here, so you got to give me a few minutes.
I just really appreciate it because we can stay as our little group that we,
right.
Like I love to watch and listen to. Yeah, I love to listen to like the lawyer that we know and Emily and all of that and
we need to go check out and see what his fine self is doing.
Oh God, he was so hot last night while he went over this, and he went over the first part of the testimony yesterday, and he did it in an hour, and it was the perfect breakdown.
Nice.
And somebody sent him a super chat complimenting him on his hair.
Was it slicked back?
He was fine.
So I wonder what the little talking with the bailiff or officer was before they had their little lunchtime break here. That was odd. Very odd.
Oh, Jen, thank you, love. I appreciate you. Thank you. So, okay, here, I pulled it up real quick. Here we go. So this is, check out her flip phone. Look at it. I love it. It's, look at her. She's got a little flip phone up and she's talking about some case. I don't know what she's talking about, what case it is. I have no idea. But as soon as I got the picture, I had to go fucking find the timestamp. I'm like, here I go. So I went and checked it out. Look at her. Paperclip's got the flip phone flipped up in half. Look at her. She's like trying to show, instead of doing a screen share and sharing it, like she's got this little flip phone. I fucking love it. It's super old school. It's like she ain't with the times. You know what I mean? She's.
It looks like one of the ones too for older people where the buttons are bigger.
Yeah,
it's a Kia Sarah.
And a hottie. Ooh. Look at her little beanie hat.
Yeah, so basically she just has this little flip phone out. She's talking about some case. I don't know what it is. I didn't even like listen for it. I just had to see. I had to check that flip phone out and investigate that. I was like, what the hell?
I was distracted by the dog. That lady holding her dog. I was like, what flip phone? Oh, wait, it's up there.
Oh, hold on. They said it was because they found people possibly passing notes to Alex, hence why the bailiff chatted with the judge. Oh, shit. Where did you hear that? Somewhere? Where'd you hear that? Probably cool. Probably court TV. I probably need to turn on the. Let me go see if they got this going.
Captions.
Yeah, but I don't think we would be able to see. You know what I mean, like that. But I do. After this, Madeline McCann, they are running a big scam. Like I can't believe more people ain't calling them out for this bullshit. They are running a big scam. Like she's definitely, the police even came out, the mom came out, the police made a statement, and they're still trying to run with this narrative that she is Madeline McCann. If not, then she's another missing child. She said, how's she a missing child when they, the mom gave the police her birth certificate and, you know what I'm saying? Her social, all this stuff, like everything they asked for, everything they needed for her whole entire life. And she's still saying it's not her. Then, okay, so then she starts saying they're like, oh, she doesn't have mental issues, whatever. Then she's like, yeah, actually she does have mental health problems, but it's not from that and it has nothing to do with this. Like, really? Yeah, it does have everything to do with this, and you feeding into it is even worse. You're taking advantage of a girl who has, mental health problems, who believes she's someone that she's not. and you know she's not, but you're taking advantage of it for the clicks and the fucking views and whatever else you're getting out of it. You know, Jonesy, what you doing? Super chat me, girl. You better stop it. So that whole live was in shambles last night. I clipped a part where they were watching a video about JJ, and another video started in the background. A loud ass dirt bike. Their reactions were.
Is this like the live last night? Like
yeah, Dolly's
yeah.
live, because Joneson watches them.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Joneson watches Dolly's lives. I really don't. Like I used to, but I don't watch them anymore. You know what I mean? I don't fuck with him like that. So he used to be funny as fuck, but then when he started this tragedy pimp and shit and got with Betty, Betty was on there last night. She was on there trying to flirt.
I saw at the beginning, and
trying to flirt.
Was Paper Cut was on there, and like she was having like audio issues, and then like that girl Mel from like the UK that he likes. So it was like, and then I was like, I only could like last a certain amount of time. Do you know what I mean? And then I'm like, I'm out. Yeah, I can't. But yeah, shambles for sure.
Hey, True Texan.
Oh.
You know what? I actually am really bad because after I listened to the Greek god lawyer,
the Greek god. That's a good one.
Oh my God, he is so fucking flying, dude. If I could clone him and then like have Mountain Man Pete and like Farmer Man Pete and then like Attorney Man Pete, yes, I would be the one wife with 3 husbands. Look at him.
And there he is.
Oh, look at him. See, even in like a t-shirt and a post-workout, he's fine as frog's hair.
Frog's hair? Oh, they have fine hair.
Finer than frog.
Pull the chicken, in case anybody's wondering, they would just grab them. But here, what happened down at the kennel? And more new information, more questions we've had the entire case. We know you were down at the kennel. Tell us what happened when you were down at the kennel and how it's possible that you were there at 8:44, but not there when the murders occurred.
Yeah. He was standing
Tell him.
back sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room, storage room. What we call it's been called the feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing. No.
Did
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
But was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up, you think?
Not when I first got there.
Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Which both dogs, one dog, do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5. It might have been 6, but there's a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was, so that Bubba was bad about, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie. He would take.
So anyway, his fucking fine ass. He goes over this case if you guys want to watch it, and he puts his input in. He's the one that we screened when they were talking about it yesterday.
He's on like vacation somewhere or like out of town.
And you know what's crazy? The DUI guy, his background looked exactly like that. And he said he was getting ready to go meet his buddy for supper. So he only had 30 minutes. I'm wondering if they're staying at the same hotel.
A DUI guy is at the Murdaugh trial, though.
He might be too. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I think he's. I don't think he is. He? That'd be, I don't know. He would have.
I have no idea. I just thought it was a little bit ironic.
I don't think he goes. I don't think he goes to trials. This guy.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Lawyer,
like
you
what
know,
this guy
keep-
does, but
Yeah.
like that silver in the front. Oh man, and that silver around the edge. Man, he's fine.
That bed in the back.
I don't care so much about the bed in the back. Like, look at those dark eyes and like the perfect olive skin, and
Look at his
he's got
teeth.
olive.
All right, guys, take it easy.
And he's smart, and has a decent
I know.
voice. Oh, and he's also got a ring.
And a wedding ring.
Oh yeah.
Damn it, flashlight again at us.
Bum, bum,
Let me look at mine a minute.
That's funny.
Oh. Now all the gals in your camp.
Well, Jen, that's the great part about him. You get him with the hair longer, and then you can just keep getting it, a high and tight fade on this man.
Yeah, what the hell?
Can I go to the man store and buy one of these somewhere, please? Thank you.
Like a robot version.
Can I put this on my Amazon wish list? Is that possible?
Like he looks just freshly showered.
And I'm sure someone somewhere is
Jones
going
said
to
he has a
report
zebra
this.
chin. I know. What is going on with the chin? There's a lot of lines in there. Jones.
Yeah, it's because he's getting some gray in there.
Okay, but it looks. Oh, okay. I don't know. There's something going. He needs to shave. I know what you mean, Joneson. Now I can't unsee the zebra.
Damn it. Like, see, he can't unsee the zebra either.
Yeah, I know.
He's trying to hide
like,
it now.
He's like, let me just put my hand over
He's
this.
like, damn, I need to hit that with a little Grecian formula for men.
No, that's skin. It's not like.
It's not different
full
colored in there. It's skin in
beard.
between.
No, if you zoom in, it looks to be
If you zoom in, I'm on a small screen. Yeah.
sparse
Oh.
hair. I was just trying to look at teeth. My guy's teeth really that first.
I think we got like 2-3 minutes, and then it'll be starting again.
Okay, we'll come back out of fantasy world. Tragos! Voices, sing your B song again.
Sorry, what?
Sing your Bumble Busy bee song again. We got
I'm being busy. B-U-S-Y, busy. B-B-B-B-E-E, being busy. I'm a busy bee.
You gotta add some buzz in there.
Lame as hell, I know.
Saved by the trial. Here it
You can
goes.
just say,
I said, saved by the trial. Here it goes.
Thank God.
Yes, Jones, and missing hair there, like through the middle of that beard.
They'll be pulling their all rise stuff. Follow Grain, you staying up here, you dropping down.
You know I'm going to have to drop down because I'm not going to be able to keep my mouth shut.
All right. I'll back up when they're
All right.
right. All right.
All right. Bye.
Shit, she's like us. Can't keep a man. It's hard to keep. It's hard for me to keep my mouth shut too. I just have to try to keep the mute button on there.
I just keep the mute button and then walk away and mutter to myself.
Yeah, I'm like, man. You lying fuck. I'm like, come on, shut the fuck up with that word salad shit. Stop it.
It's very lawyery.
It's terrible, man. Like he's trying to explain everything away with 100 different solid excuses, and I'm like, shut the fuck up.
I know. Just stop it. Stop the cap.
Anybody
right?
else find it weird that he had to go into like big explanation of the 4-poster bed versus the hospital
And
bed?
big explanation about everything. Every answer he gave was a fucking 2-minute explanation about each thing. Like,
That was something like. He never just said, "Yeah, no."
right.
It was always a way to sidestep and get a whole bunch of other information out there without answering the question.
Were you at the kennels? Well, I was at the kennel. Let me tell you why I was down by the kennels. I was down by the kennels because I was down there. I technically was down there before, but I was down there because I took the golf cart down there because I was down looking at trees because I was looking at these trees. These trees were they were green, and I was just looking at these. And I said, "Papa, come over here at the bus." And like, just fucking like, shut the fuck up.
Just stop it. Stop talking. Just
So
stop
yes,
all the
technically
extra.
I had been down at the kennels, but if you're talking about the moment in question, no, I was not at the kennels. I was taking a nap and a shower and getting ready to go to my mom's house with a pocket full of pills.
Pretty much. 130 a day. We figured out that's 50,000 a week. I don't know. I think it's over. It doesn't matter. I mean, truthfully, like he's going to go to jail for the rest of his life, no matter what. If he gets guilty or innocent in this trial, or
One thing
hung
that
jury.
I was thinking about yesterday I know everybody was all pissy because the other guy did all the questions about the financials, but I was wondering if they did that for the civil trial and they got him to admit things in the criminal on the record. So I wonder
They were
if that
talking
would
about
help
that.
them.
The
Yeah,
lawyers were talking
were
about that. There's not going to be any, there won't be any other trials after this one. Yeah, because he pretty much, it's true. He admitted to all of them. He admitted to a lot of pretty much everything, but they won't. And, I mean, unless, I don't know. I mean, I think they have them pretty much on all of those, those were all grand jury indictments, like 99 or something for all the financial stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that's, ugh.
Yeah, they were saying like that there's no way that they're gonna go through. I mean, go through trials for all of that. But what if he's found not guilty for this? I mean, because he turned down a plea deal of like 25 years for everything, to admit to everything, and he turned that down because he didn't want, because of this, he wanted to be found innocent of this.
Interesting.
Yeah. And Papa told Mag that the Dilly Dally, do you see what Jones did? And Papa told Mag that the Dilly Dally Flower Power field was dead, but not dead. So Papa said we should go to Row to come check the flower power. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
That's like right out of his mouth, pretty much.
I'm telling you, shit.
Row, Pawpaw, Bubba. What does he call him? Bus? I've never heard that before. Buster. And it's probably like, what the fuck? Bus.
Well, I want to know why Bubba's not Dubba Bubba.
Yeah.
And why Grady's
Hubba
not
Bubba.
Gray.
Yeah. Yep. Everybody else has nicknames, not the dogs.
And there's
I never heard
Day and
Pawpaw.
Tay and
Row. Cash. Well, Cash wasn't
La
his.
La and Tinky Winky and
He's gonna start talking Pig Latin next. He is. Just wait. Bub got hold of the chicken wicken, but let go. But maybe didn't let go. So Magwag called me to dilly dally my way. Tell Papa get the chicken wicken from Bub. Yeah, that's Joneson. We should write a story about
the day the chicken got away.
The day the chicken wicken. The Day Bub Got a Hold of the Chicken Wicken. Like a children's story by Alex Murdaugh. Yeah, the jury is getting a live demo of his lying. He's a good liar, though. I mean, he's very calm about his lying. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't he doesn't have a tell when he's lying. Do you see a tell? Any kind of tells? And maybe he's always lying. You know what I mean?
Well, what I did notice at one point was there was a lot of, he looks to the right different times when he's talking, when he might be trying to recall a memory. And generally when somebody's looking to the right, it's a form of
recalling.
No, it's to the left is recall, right is lying.
Oh, God. Okay. Right is like when you're making something up.
Right is when you're being deceptive. Left is when you're recalling because you're running through your brain.
And the thing is with that, though, this is like the one thing about like those, like it's not always the case, though. Do you know what I mean? Some people probably do the opposite. But I mean, I'm sure it's like there's a pattern that they see that's the case. But the thing that I don't like about like some of that stuff is that it's not like a science. Do you know what I mean?
No,
it's
not a science, and it isn't for everybody.
Yeah,
but that added to where we have found where the record is showing where he's lied and what he's admitting to lying about, all added into one. You got to look at it at like the bigger picture, in my opinion. All of that added together shows nothing but deception and deceit, because the story is changing. Here's the thing. If you're telling the truth never changes. The truth is the truth is the truth.
And you have to remember that. Yeah.
And right. And you don't have to add in all of these other little things to take people's sit, please. I'm sorry. They are walking all over. They're both just a pacing right now.
Oh, yeah.
They're just both a pace. And Dad's been gone 4 days. Plus he was gone 2 weeks prior to that. So, and he comes home Sunday. So yeah, they're kind of hit the end of their rope with tolerating the lady that
who's in their house. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. I apologize. But all of that added together, I believe that it shows this man is nothing but deception, and he shouldn't be believed. My fear is that all it takes is one.
Yeah.
And if you get one holdout that is like, I don't believe any of this. I can't determine fact from fiction, truth from lie. And I'm not willing to, because of that, I'm not willing to condemn a man. So that's what I'm afraid of, is that this is all a strategy to get a hung jury, in my opinion.
I mean, before he took the stand, I mean, before the whole trial, I thought he was guilty. But then when the prosecution put on their case, I was like, there's not enough. But for some reason, now that he's on the stand, I don't know. I mean, I just feel like I could see that there's more guilt. I don't know. But
nowhere in any of this testimony has it shown that he's the one who pulled the trigger.
Exactly.
To harm either one of them. There's been nothing. It shows that he's an all-around shit person. It shows that he's a thief, a liar, an addict, all of that. All of that. But now...
And he's not on trial for like knowing that somebody was waiting there to kill, them. So, I mean, that's still a possibility, I feel like, in my head, that because of the whole cousin Eddie thing, because you know what I mean? Not that he was there, but he could have had like another cousin Eddie.
The possibility that that's why he had cousin Eddie go the second time, because cousin Eddie did it right the first time. I mean,
but he wasn't, supposedly cousin Eddie has like a really good alibi that's been checked.
I mean, again, anything is possible. I still go back to how do we know that this isn't one of the families of like the quadriplegic man?
He screwed over
many
a
other
lot of people.
Yes, he screwed over so many people. Plus, you've got to add in that boating accident.
Well, that is the first thing that he started talking about. Like, I think on the 9, he's like in the car, in that body.
Yeah, because he talked about all the threats. If I would have known the threats that Paul was getting, We would have taken, if we would have realized that we should take them serious, nobody took them serious. I mean, there gives right there, there's a plausible, I mean, you may have a juror that's just absolutely against wrongful conviction. That's what it comes down to.
And might think that SLED is corrupt, right?
Right. Absolutely. They could be a local that has their own feelings about it because of maybe somebody in their family, or small towns, word gets around fast. If your cousin's brother's baby mama's ex 2 times removed got done wrong by SLED, you're going to think SLED's an asshole. Again, these are all from a small town girl's perspective. Our SLED is DCI, and I've got a couple of bones to pick with Wyoming DCI in a couple of places. So
what do you think the motive is?
Honey, I believe that he was a man who he's just been found guilty of financial crimes. His wife was getting ready to leave him, possibly taking his youngest son with him, who the youngest son might know where the skeletons are. Maybe the youngest son was sharing in the pills. I mean, you don't know. So, and a man in a moment where they're about to lose everything, and that's the legacy and the family name.
Yeah,
that's my crazy fucking shit when they got nothing else to lose.
And that day, there was this timeline that I read, and that day mediation for the boating accident ended. I thought that was like really big, because like, oh shit, it's going to trial.
Yep, and the partners
also
accused him of taking that money.
So it could have been like an impulsive, like,
maybe he thought, let's off them.
During cross-examination of Mr. Murdaugh.
Oh shit.
He had testified that in relation to the financial crimes, that he had tried to meet with the Attorney General's office, and that on multiple occasions, and that he had, from the get-go, had always been willing to sit down with them. He was specifically talking about the financial investigation and the charges which he received as a result of those investigations. Following up to that questioning, that answer, Mr. Waters then went to Mr. Murdaugh's testimony and the information he provided about being down at the kennel. And he said you had never provided that information to law enforcement and other people until today or yesterday. And Your Honor, that is a direct violation of Dole v. Ohio, where the Supreme Court said that cross-examining the defendant about his failure to have told an exculpatory story after receiving Miranda warnings at the time of his arrest is a due process violation. The court goes on to say the defendant's post-arrest silence cannot be used against him, violates due process. And that's exactly what happened on cross-examination. So I want to make clear the grounds for objection. Also would like to move to strike the question, strike the answer, and get a curative jury instruction that they are not to consider any failure of the defendant to come forward with exculpatory information after his arrest relating to the murder charges. Thank you.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Clearly, this defendant has given statements on multiple occasions, and that operates as a waiver under Doyle. Additionally, my question was not so limited as Mr. Griffin says, and it was in fact the defendant who made a point of saying that he had repeatedly tried to talk and put that in issue, at which point this was directly responsive to what he brought up. Additionally, this was also, all that was discussed were public statements of his counsel, who is an agent on his behalf and attributable to him. So there's no Doyle violation here. If Mr. Murdaugh had claimed his right to silence from the beginning and had kept that throughout, then the state would be precluded from commenting on the exercise of his right to remain silent. But one thing we know about Mr. Murdaugh is he has not remained silent at any point during this process, and he's the one that brought up this false claim that he had been begging to tell the kennel story, when in fact he did not do so till yesterday.
Doyle primarily addresses the issue of post-arrest silence. If a an accused is silent following an arrest, then it's improper to comment on a post-arrest silence. It does not allow an accused or a person who's suspected to give contradictory information or to voluntarily give a statement or to voluntarily give a misstatement, as has been acknowledged here. I do not find any Doyle violation, and the record is protected. I certainly understand the defense raising any and all possible issues, and they can be raised, and you've done it here. The record is protected, but all motions are denied. Let's bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
Very good. You may proceed.
May I please call Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Murdaugh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Give that mic up a little bit, please.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
There we go.
When we left off, we were talking about at what point during that interview in the car with Dave Owen that you decided to start lying about the murders of your wife and son. I'm going to pick up this video real quick. Not going to play the whole thing, but I'm going to start from 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
So just start the talk, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see it was. And I could see his brain on. And I ran over to Maggie. And actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover.
Okay.
She fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
Just to be clear, you say you hadn't made the conscious decision to start lying about your wife and son's murder right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay, let's continue on.
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you exactly when that decision occurred.
Okay. You can't describe to the jury the moment you decided to lie about your wife and son's murder.
I can't tell you exactly when that moment occurred.
I left the house and went.
You did say earlier that when David Owen asked you about your relationships, that was a trigger point, correct?
Well, that was certainly one of the things that contributed or made me paranoid.
Okay.
Now, you know, there were already things that had gone on that occurred, as I said, that put me in that mindset.
Yeah.
But exactly when I decided to lie about that, I can't tell you.
So the things again, you talked about your dope paranoia, the fact they'd taken GSR, and you talked about the advice of your law partners and Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander, and then you talked about your distrust of SLED somehow from the circumstances and demeanor of this interview right here, correct?
No, my distrust from SLED didn't arise from this interview. My distrust for SLED arose from a couple of things, and it's really several things. It arose from the way they had been involved in, SLED had been involved in the investigation into Paul's criminal charges, and they had been involved in, there was an issue that had gone on with some rumors about Buster and Paul. They had been involved in that, where, you know, Buster nor Paul had anything to do with what I'm talking about. And SLED never said that, even though they told their lawyer that, they never say that. And there had been another incident where SLED had charged Greg Alexander, my friend in this case. They charged him. And in fact, I thought the agent that was involved in that was David Owen, but the charges against Greg Alexander were so, they were so wrong that my dad and I made a conscious decision, even though he was a career prosecutor, made a decision to go to the courthouse and sit with Greg Alexander while his trial went on, because
It was like 10 years ago, right?
it was a while back,
Yeah.
you know?
You don't know if Dave Owen was at SLED 10 years ago.
No, I checked on that because that night, the officer who was involved in that case in bringing clearly manufactured charges against Greg Alexander.
You're saying the night before you sat down for this interview, you were asking somebody about whether or not someone about Greg Alexander 10 years ago in the wake of what had occurred?
Oh, no, I didn't ask anybody.
Okay, so that wasn't what you were discussing when you were sitting in this car.
No, I wasn't discussing that. I'm just telling you that I thought David Owen was the same agent that was involved in that case. Now, I learned later, because I checked on it, I learned later that it was a different David, SLED agent, first name David with a different last name. I learned that later. I'm just saying that was all part of that process going on in my mind.
So you're saying that you're sitting here right now thinking that this Dave Owen and this circumstances and demeanor of this interview, you're thinking that guy had been involved in the prosecution or investigation of your friend 10 years ago?
I did.
Okay, so here's a new one you just mentioned to us, correct?
No, that's not a new one. Okay. That's part of.
I mean, the circumstances are new. I mean,
No,
that's fairly
no.
specific, don't you think?
Well, no, sir.
I mean, the story keeps evolving. Keep going.
No, you asked me about this, Mr. Owen. What I said is part of this whole, I mean, Mr. Waters, the whole part of this whole process involved my distrust for SLED. That was a big part of my distrust for SLED.
Yeah, we can all see it on your face in this interview, can't we?
I don't know.
But you said what you just said a little bit ago, that wasn't the lie. That wasn't the conscious decision yet. So let's keep going.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't believe that it was. I don't
Okay.
know exactly when I made the decision to lie about that.
All right.
All right.
Well, if you see it, let me know, okay? We'll go forward.
To my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
Okay.
So that was the moment right there, that line of questioning, just asking some very general questions about your relationship. You mentioned that before, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh? Is that the moment right there? Is that the look on your face when you decide to lie about an important fact in your wife and son's murder?
I don't know, as I said, Mr. Waters, I don't know the exact point that I made that decision.
Specifically earlier mentioned that very exchange as somehow triggering you to lie about the last time you saw them alive.
No, I'm not saying that that's what made me lie. I'm saying this whole set of circumstances caused me to be in a state where I had paranoid thoughts.
Okay.
That normally, Mr. Waters, I could take a deep breath and make go away in a second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds at the most. And on this night, I wasn't able to do that. But all of those things that I mentioned, I believe contributed to that.
Okay. Any more you want to add now, since you keep adding them?
I'd be glad to answer any question you have.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you. I mean, the factors have gone from yesterday to today, and now even after lunch, we got some new ones. So anything else you want to add right now as to factors?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe that I've added any new factors. I believe that's what I said yesterday.
All right.
I've explained some of those factors because of your questions, but I don't believe I've added any factors.
Okay. All right, let me move this forward just a little bit.
Okay, so most of this was stuff from between a couple of them, but not.
Yesterday in great detail about the boat case, which you brought up on the 911 call and to Daniel Green, and then of course in this first interview, correct?
I did mention the boat wreck.
All right, and you described that. Do you remember what you said in this interview about the boat wreck?
Not specifically.
About specifically the other people involved in the boat wreck? You don't remember specifically? Do you remember specifically? I guess you said no.
I remember talking about the boat wreck, and I know that I talked about the boat wreck.
All right. Well, I'm gonna play now from 1714.
Any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
What was the term you used for that? A small amount of yap?
Yeah, and just to be clear, Mr. Waters, there was never, ever a point in time where I thought that the people that were involved in the boat wreck did this to Paw and Maggie.
Okay.
I've never thought that.
All right. I never thought that, but it's literally one of the first things that you said out of the 911 call.
No, that's not what I said. I never, ever, ever under any point in time believed that those kids that were riding in that boat or their parents or their families. I didn't believe that any of the families, the people that were involved in the boat wreck had anything to do with hurting Maggie and Paul. Okay. But I can tell you that at that time, and as I sit here today, that I believe that boat wreck is the reason why Paw and Maggie were killed.
Okay.
And I'm certain,
So
I believe that.
It was random vigilantes, the 5-2 vigilantes, huh?
Now, what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that when Paul was charged criminally, there were so many leaks, half-truths, half-reports, half-statements, partial information, misrepresentations of Paul that ended up in the media all the time. And when I tell you the social media response that came from that was vile, the things that were said about what they would do to Paul, they were so over the top that nobody would believe anybody would get on social media and do that. But I believe then, and I believe today, that the wrong person saw and read that.
Okay.
Because I can tell you for a fact that the person or people who did what I saw on June the 7th, they hated Paul Murdaugh and they had anger in their heart. And that is the only reason that somebody could be mad at Paul like that and hate him like that.
Gotcha. All right, so we've got now.
But that's why I did then believe it was the boat wreck, and I believe now that the boat wreck
all right, so we've
had
got
something to do with it.
All right, so we've got random vigilantes because of the boat wreck.
Now, I don't know that they're random vigilantes.
Well, you just said it wasn't the family or the kid, or
No.
the kids or the family of the other kids in the boat, right?
But
So you're saying it's somebody off of social media, and you don't have any evidence of that, do you?
Not
You
to-
just believe that. You're just telling that jury that as you try to explain the lie that you told for the first time yesterday. Isn't that right?
No, sir, that's not right.
It's not right. All right. Well, let me ask you a question then. So what you're telling this jury is that it's a random vigilante.
That's your
the
term.
12-year-old 5-2 people that just happened to know that Paul and Maggie were both at Moselle on June 7th.
that knew that they would be at the kennels alone on June the 7th, that knew that you would not be there, but only between the times of 8:49 and 9:02, that they show up without a weapon, assuming that they're going to find weapons and ammunition there, that they commit this crime during that short time window, and then they travel the same exact route that you do around the same time to Almeda. That's what you're trying to tell this jury?
You got a lot of factors in there, Mr. Waters, all of which I do not agree with, but some of which I do.
All right. You testified earlier that after this happened, well, let me back up just real quick. When you were driving to and from Almeda, why were you in such a hurry? Why are you rolling 70, 80 miles an hour down that dark, beat up road?
I wasn't in such a hurry.
You weren't?
No, sir.
All right. Show you what's been marked as States 573. See if you recognize this.
I do.
And tell the jury what that is.
It's Mag's car,
All right. And what's it in front of?
the house at Moselle,
And what's between the house and the Mercedes?
the golf cart.
Is that where it was on June the 8th, to your recollection?
No, sir.
Where was it left?
I mean, it was near there, but that's not exactly where it was. No, sir.
Okay, where was it?
Where we would normally park, it would be a little bit closer to the sheds. I mean, a little bit closer to the house, to the bushes.
Your Honor, this,
When was that photograph taken?
well, do you recognize when it was taken?
No, I don't recognize. No,
You
sir.
wouldn't dispute that it was around the time in the aftermath of the murders, would you?
Aftermath being when?
I'm asking you.
A day, a week, an hour?
I wasn't there, Mr. Murdaugh. Do you recognize this?
I recognize the car, I recognize the house, and I recognize the golf cart. But that is not, that's not exactly how it would have been
All right.
that night.
Can you describe to me then where it would be different?
Well, it would be more in line with, first things first is when we drove the golf cart, or when I drove it for sure, and I believe when the others drove it, you would come in and you would go across the little brick walkway that's in front of this. So if I would have come in and gone this way, or I would have come in and gone this way. This is not a place that any of my family would have normally parked. And so what I'm assuming is this obviously is taken at daytime. And what I'm assuming is it was taken when SLED came to the earliest it was taken was when SLED came to the house the next day, which I believe the testimony is in the afternoon. And at this point in time, that golf cart, I would assume would have been moved several times, but that's
Right.
not how it was.
Well, where did you leave the golf cart when you got out of it around 8:49?
In the manner in which I just talked about.
Okay, well, help me out again so I understand. You would have come around this way or that way, but where was it? Where would it end up?
It would have been, in this picture is facing to the right.
Oh, I got you.
The night that I drove it, I believe I parked it facing to the left.
I understand.
Would be customarily how I did it. And I believe I did it that way that night.
Okay. Well, that's all right.
And that is how I would have gotten into it.
All right. That's a very specific memory. Thank you. All right. At this
Well, that's
time,
just
the
how it
state would
normally
offer states 573 and evidence.
Admit it without objection.
Could I have the Almeda very briefly?
And see, Mr. Waters, you can see in the picture now that you bring this up on screen, if you look to the right, you can see the actual steps. And just to the left of that would be where the little brick patio starts. So where I would normally park it, you would roll across those bricks and the end of the golf cart would be just past those. And we all normally parked it that way because the way you charge this golf cart is if you see that back seat that's sitting, you can see the edge. This is a 3-seat golf cart and you can see the back seat. And a lot of golf carts have the charger that sits on the floor or something. This golf cart has a charger that's plugged in and a part of the golf cart. So you flip that seat up and it plugs in. And the outlets are right up there by the door.
Okay. Anything else you want to say about that?
I'm going to answer any questions you have, Mr. Waters.
Well, I appreciate all that information in great detail.
Jake, you do a comment.
Sustain.
All right.
It's just never parked that way by the family.
Have the computer back, please. What's up? Mr. Murdaugh, I'm going to put up the second interview. This would have been June the 10th. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I do want to go through a couple of things with you, okay?
Anything you want to go through, Mr. Waters?
I apologize, got ahead of myself. I want to do one last thing on the first one. For the record, I'm going to start
I forget the guy's name.
I'm going to start it at 23:55. This is the first interview.
Amy Mae's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I can't. I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paula and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer. and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her.
There, when you repeated the lie that you decided?
Was that the moment that I
Was that the
decided
moment you
that?
decided to lie to mean old Dave Owen?
I don't know. As I told you, Mr. Waters, the exact moment that I decided to lie, but at that point in time.
But you did lie
obviously-
there, correct?
I did.
And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
All right, I'm gonna go to the second interview. It's been previously admitted. Let me ask you this before we start. You stated earlier during your direct testimony that after these crimes happened, you were around family, family was around you, your law partners were around you pretty much every minute after that, correct? Every waking minute. Didn't you say that yesterday?
Yes, they were for a long time.
All right. This second interview was 3 days later, is that right?
That's correct.
And in no time with any of your close friends and law partners and family, do you confess the truth? Do you?
No, I did not.
Do you say, hey man, I think I messed up. What should I do about this?
No, I didn't.
You're not telling that lie to anyone, are you? Until yesterday.
Excuse me?
You're not telling that lie to anyone until yesterday, are you?
Not telling what lies? Saying I tried to tell somebody that I was lying?
All right.
Hang on.
So is it? And
All right, I'm going to move this to approximately 24:56.
went to go to the red thing, getting
All right. Correction, I'm at 12:28.
him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So, you know, it was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
You know, we hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a four-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But I mean, it could be anyway, you know? I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, you know, Paul left because of, you know, what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And What did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down for the other
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got it.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well, and that's why we're getting phones so we can nail down the times and everything.
Pretty much all of that was lies, wasn't it?
The part about me not being at the kennel was a lie.
Well, also not knowing that Paul went down there, not being sure, that was a lie too, wasn't it? I mean, you're putting some detail on this thing, aren't you?
Not knowing when Paul left. Everything about me not going to the kennel was a lie.
And you're able to just do that just so easily and so convincingly and so naturally, don't you?
I mean, that's not for me to judge.
That's true.
It's an odd story.
I can get to where I'm going.
Feel right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, like the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. We're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. Which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, the DNA swab from you. Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed.
We don't need that unknown when it actually is a family member.
No problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude. And I mean, he was like a little detective. And
He was like a little detective. Is that what you said?
That is what I said. And he was very intuitive, like I said.
And that was what Marion described as Maggie's term for how he was and keeping tabs on your pill usage. Wasn't that correct?
That was what Maggie said about him.
For some reason, you decided to bring that up in this interview, didn't you?
I mean, that was a trait of Paul's personality. I mean, I think anybody who knew him would tell you how intuitive he was.
Got it.
Going through hours of videos that we.
All right. For the record, I'm at 4630.
well, thank you all
Yeah.
very much.
So
Mr. Allen.
You don't have to call me miss. You just call me, like, thank you for that courtesy.
When you and Paul got back to the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared. And you said you laid down and took a little nap. And when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you were going to.
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So I'm just trying to narrow down the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Elton.
Your answer was yes, sir. Is that correct?
That's correct.
About to go to the August 2021 interview, but between that June 10th interview and the August interview, you were not working very much. Is that correct? If at all?
No, I definitely wasn't working very much. I think I was working a little bit, but no, not very much at all.
Did you go to Johnny Parker to borrow $250,000 in order to cover the Ferris fees?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Did you tell him what that was for?
No, I did not tell him what that was for.
Did you go to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in order to help cover some of the Ferris fees that you had taken to send to Chris Wilson?
I did.
And did you get those fees?
I've heard testimony about that in this case, but I can't tell you the specifics of that.
You don't recall that?
Do I recall when I signed paperwork? No, sir.
You don't recall that you got the money a month before you had to sign your paperwork?
No, sir, I don't recall that.
Call your phone being in the console, but
I'm not disputing that, but I don't recall it.
Did you go to your best friend, Chris Wilson, and convince him to cover $192,000, the remaining $192,000, in order for him to send that email to your law firm as if those fees had been there all along?
I spoke to Chris Wilson and did not have the full amount of the fees. And I got Chris Wilson to put the remaining fees in his trust account.
And when you did that, you didn't tell him the truth about your life. You just asked him to cover you, correct?
No, I did not tell him.
And he agreed to do that because of his belief of who you really were, or who he thought you were.
he agreed to do that for whatever reasons. I assume that was a big part of it.
And once that $600,000 was transferred, Chris Wilson sent an email to you saying those fees had been there, were in his trust account, correct?
That is correct.
And then you forwarded that email to Lee Cope and Jeannie Seconder, correct?
I know I forwarded it to Jeannie, and I've heard that testimony about forwarding it to Lee Cope, so I believe that's correct.
Why'd you not get it all from PSB?
Because at that time, there were limitations on how much I could borrow because Mags was passed. And so I was limited. I couldn't get a loan against Moselle and had to get a loan against Palmetto State. I mean, against Idahou.
Going to the third interview. All right, I'm going to go to 1745. Apparently having some technical difficulties. Jury's saying this, so I mean, again, you repeated the same lies over and over again.
I did.
Effortlessly and convincingly.
I don't know about that.
Well, they can see it there.
I agree with that.
Nobody yelled at you.
Nobody yelled at me. Nobody, none of these guys were ever discourteous to me. Like,
Nobody what?
I said, none of those guys were ever discourteous to me. You made a comment earlier that David Owens was mean or something about being mean, and he was never mean to me.
All right. But you decided to lie in part because you distrusted David Owen.
I distrusted SLED in general, and I particularly distrusted who I thought was David Owen at the time.
Okay.
Who turned out not to be David Owen.
So wait a minute, I want to be clear. You're saying now you thought that this was some David Owen that had something to do with Greg Alexander 10 years ago.
No, sir. And I'm not saying that now. I've said that all along. The person that I saw and watched in Greg Alexander's trial that was clear to me was just, it was terrible what they did to Greg Alexander. And the person at SLED who was responsible for that was a guy named David. All right, and I'm not even getting into his last name. I thought that David Owens that night was that guy. Later, down the road, and it was a while, I checked into that and I found out that I was mistaken, that it was not David Owen.
So when we went back and we spent a lot of time going through that first statement, you're telling me now that you were sitting there thinking that this was a completely different guy the whole time, and that was on your mind during that entire interview.
Yes, at the time, I thought that David Owen, no, I didn't think David Owen was a different person. I thought that David Owens was the person that my dad and I had watched. Just, I mean, my dad and I truly thought evidence was manufactured, and And I thought it was David Owen, and I was wrong about that. But that's what I thought that night.
Any other factors or details you want to add about your decision?
I want to answer any question you have,
No,
Mr.
no, I mean,
Waters.
let's, any more?
Do you have any more questions, sir?
No, I mean, any more about your decision to lie. I mean, I just want to, let's get it all out now. Okay.
If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer, sir.
All right, well, I do. Tell me about the replacement blackout. You initially told law enforcement that you weren't sure whether or not there was one, correct? Correct?
Oh, no, sir, you're absolutely wrong about that.
Mm-hmm. What did you say then?
Shortly after this, it became being told that Paul's gun had been stolen. And the one you heard talk about being stolen from the thing. And I'm not sure how I learned this, but I learned that somebody, I believe SLED had gone to John Bedingfield, who made those guns, and could only find paperwork for 2 blackouts, one of which they were saying was stolen in 17. And that's what they were telling me. And I was certain and told them that I was certain that there was a third one.
But initially in June 8th and June 10th, or June 10th, you were saying that you thought that y'all had replaced it, and then you kind of wavered and then eventually said you did replace it, correct?
I don't believe that's correct. No,
You don't
sir.
believe that's correct?
No, I don't believe that's
Did you
correct.
say to law enforcement that you thought that the third gun, the replacement blackout, had gone missing in Christmas of 2020?
It did go missing in Christmas of 2020.
So you're telling them that one also had been missing 6 months prior, correct? Answer my question first, and then you can explain. Did you all tell law enforcement that that gun had been missing since Christmas time?
I told law enforcement that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we could not find it.
Okay.
And that was accurate. We looked for it when we were trying to shoot hogs, when we had a group of people out there, and we could not find it.
Okay. But you now know that it was there as late as turkey season.
I know, sir. I know that Will Lovin and Paw had it right before turkey season, like Will Lovin testified to.
So it was around, actually.
It was around there at some point in time there, yes, sir.
So you're saying it got stolen a second time, or you just don't know?
No, I'm not.
The 12-year-old stole it a second time?
I never said a 12-year-old stole any gun, Mr.
Sorry, the
Waters.
5'2" people stole it a second time?
I don't know that it was stolen. I just know that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we couldn't find it. And I know this, I know that I hadn't seen that gun in a long time. I've heard the testimony that people who were at my house using guns and hunting with us all the time, Rogan, Buster, they didn't, I can't remember about Buster, but there were several people who didn't even know that gun had been replaced. So that tells me that that gun did not stay where our regular guns were. And I know that I didn't see it there. And that tells me that they didn't see it there.
Of course you didn't see it there, because it's got to be missing, correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
Ask that
Yeah,
question
one more
again.
circumstance for your latest story to work is that it's got to be missing as well. It was when you told law enforcement it was missing at Christmas time. Now we've had testimony at this trial, and now you're still claiming that you never saw it. It must have been kept somewhere else. Where else would it have been kept?
It could have been kept anywhere, Mr. Waters, the way Paul did guns, the way guns were handled around there. I was terrible about that.
You're terrible about that.
I should have been stricter.
But you know that that third gun was fired right outside the gunroom door in turkey season of 2021, correct?
I know that now, based on what Will Lovin said.
And you know it was also fired across the street at y'all's shooting house around that same time, don't you?
No, sir, I don't know that, but I know that I would assume that it was fired at the shooting range, but I don't have any reason to believe it was done in close proximity to that time.
Few months go by, couple months go by, and you get confronted about your thefts from the law firm, correct?
September of 21.
And unlike June the 7th, when Jeannie confronted you, this time they had unassailable evidence, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, they had.
No wiggling out of this one, correct?
I didn't try to wiggle out of this one.
Well, you've been wiggling before, though, right? You wiggled when you stole your brother's money twice, correct?
Well, I admit almost all of these things, Mr. Waters, but that's one of the things that I take dispute with,
Which one?
that I stole that money that you're referring to.
You're going to dispute that? Let's hear about that then. Tell me why you dispute cashing that check twice.
I don't dispute cashing that check twice.
But you're going to tell this jury that you accidentally didn't realize that you were supposed to be receiving some $125,000 check, or 120 however $1,000 check, 2 times. How many $120,000 checks do you receive?
I got that check, and this is several months after. I mean, you can look at my finances and you can see how I was doing. I didn't balance a checkbook. But the fact of the matter is, when I got that check, I asked about it. And I was told mistakenly that it was for me, that I had participated in that year-end thing, which I did sometimes, not often, but sometimes. Apparently, a new check got cashed. I cashed that check. Then a year later.
Yeah, where did you keep that one for a year?
I don't know where it was. It was obviously in my desk, but Mr. Waters.
So you found it in your desk?
No, I didn't find it.
Well, you said it was obviously in your desk. So you remember that? You remember finding it in your desk?
No, I remember when we.
Did you go to finance and say, I just found this year-old check? Is this right?
No.
No, you took it to the bank, didn't you?
No, sir. I didn't.
Not allowing Mr. Murdaugh to answer the question.
So when this came up, when this came up, that check got cashed. There's no way that I can. And we used to get a rent check. We get little checks. I'd have checks and they'd pile up, the small checks. That check got mixed in and it got sent to the bank and it got deposited.
Keep going.
And that was a year after.
Okay.
But I do dispute that I stole that money. That money.
All right. Well, I mean, you brought it up. So any of the other money you dispute stealing?
No, sir, you brought it up. I was just telling you that was the one I disputed.
All right. And you heard Ronnie Crosby and Mark Ball testify about that, correct?
I heard Ronnie and Mark testify about what they thought about it. Yes, sir.
All right. You testified yesterday about the side of the road.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And then you heard the testimony during the state's direct case about what you said on the 911 call. You heard that, didn't you?
I did hear that.
You heard the 911 call where you said you've been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him?
I did.
And you saw the video from the ambulance where you said you'd been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him?
I did.
And you heard the testimony from Ryan Kelly, where you again went into detail and described this attack from an unknown assailant?
I did.
And you heard the testimony about your interview on September 6th with law enforcement, in which you went into great detail and again described this unknown assailant?
I did.
And you heard the testimony, and in fact, the image was put in about how you sat down with a sled sketch artist and spent a period of time with her going forward and creating an image of the supposed assailant.
I did sit down with I was in the hospital and they came in, sat down with me, asked me a bunch of questions. I answered their questions, and
yes, you did. You
it
sat
came
there.
It came up with a composite. Yes, sir.
Sat there and answered their questions just as effortlessly and convincingly as you've been trying to do for the past 2 days. Isn't that correct?
No, sir, that's not true. In that hospital, I couldn't sit still. I was standing up. I was walking around. I was using the bathroom with the lady sitting right there. I was 2 days into not taking, 3 days into not taking pills like I had been. So no, it wasn't effortlessly. But I mean, I told him what I told him. I don't dispute that I lied.
It was all lies, though, is the point, correct?
It was.
I mean, you're saying withdrawals, but you still were able to pull off lies in great detail.
I lied to them.
And the lie that you told of an unknown assailant was to try to make people think that the quote real bad guys were back again to finish the job. Isn't that true?
No, sir, that's not true.
That's not the effect that you intended that story to have? Did it have that effect on people that you knew? Isn't that the exact effect that it had?
I don't think there's many people that believe that. No, sir. I know the people that were, the people that were closest to me didn't believe that. So, no,
When
sir.
accountability is at your door, Mr. Murdaugh, bad things happen. Isn't that true?
When accountability is
After
at my
your life-
doorstep,
Go ahead.
bad things happen. What do you mean by bad things?
June 7th happened. September 4th happened.
I don't believe that June the 7th happened because accountability issues were at my doorstep. Now, I do believe in September that I tried to get a man to help me kill myself because issues were at my doorstep.
Every time, or I'm sorry, for the first time in your life of privilege and prominence and wealth, when you were facing accountability, each time suddenly you became a victim and everyone ran to your aid. Isn't that true?
I disagree with that, but I mean, what you're
Shame for you is an extraordinary provocation. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
Hang on, let me just finish this. You seem to be implying two dates, June the 7th and September, and talking about accountability issues. And I mean, to me, those two things are totally different. There were no accountability issues on my doorstep on June the 7th.
That's what you say.
And in September,
Not what other people say.
I was trying to, well, no, I mean, been a lot of people, well, in September, that wasn't designed to gain me sympathy. That was designed for me not to be here because I didn't want my son to have to deal with the wake of the things that I had done.
But that's not the story you told. The story that came out of your mouth right away was the story of you getting attacked by some unknown assailant while you were trying to change a tire and run flats.
Well,
that's the story that you told.
That is the story I told, but that's because the man who shot me did not shoot me that day as I intended. And I had to have a story as to how I got shot. So I lied.
So you lied. And you're saying that people in your family and your friends didn't instantly believe that whoever these 12-year-old marauders were back to finish the job.
You keep using
and
the
it
term
happened just
12-year-old
2 hours
marauders.
after you've been confronted by Chris Wilson.
I think probably some people may have thought that when it first happened, but I think like Randy, Ronnie, Mark, those guys, I think they knew very quickly that this was not, I think they knew this was something that I'd done.
Shame for you, I asked this before, but shame for you is an extraordinary provocation, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Shame for me is an extraordinary provocation. I don't like to be shamed.
The prospect of humiliating the legacy is an extraordinary provocation to you, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
What do you mean by an extraordinary provocation?
It affects you deeply. It's your biggest concern, is it not?
No, that's not my biggest concern.
You're a middle-aged man like me.
I'm 54 years old. I'm not sure. You look like you're in better shape than me, so I don't know.
I was actually a couple of years behind you in law school, but we never knew each other, did we?
I never knew you, no, sir.
Had a very successful career up until this point.
You know,
simple question.
And the answer to that is no, Mr. Waters. I was an addict for more than 20 years.
All right, so making millions of dollars over a decade is not having a successful career. Is that what you're going to tell the jury?
No, that's not a successful career. When you
Okay, well, let me put it
no,
like this.
hang on. Let me just.
All right, go ahead.
You know, it may have been what you perceive as a successful career, but, you know, I was the one who was fighting that. You don't have a very high self-esteem when you're an addict. So I don't deem myself a success.
Would you agree that at least outwardly you're perceived as successful?
I made a bunch of money, if that's what you're wanting to get at.
No, I'm actually asking about the perception. You were perceived as a prominent,
I tried to
powerful
be.
lawyer.
How I was
You
perceived.
were president
I
of
don't
the
know.
trial
I
lawyers.
sure tried to be.
You lived a life of possessing authority.
Possessing authority?
Yeah, we saw the badges. You just admitted of your prominence in the legal community.
I don't think that I lived a life of possessing authority. I never saw myself as that way.
You don't think you lived a life of privilege?
I think I was very privileged.
But as we move to June of 2021, you were suffering from a drug addiction.
Absolutely.
Your father was terminally ill.
When? I mean,
as we move to June of 2021.
No, sir.
He was very ill.
He was very ill.
And you were coming to a point of financial crisis.
I was having financial issues like I'd had many times in the past.
Mr. Murdaugh, are you a family annihilator?
A family annihilator? You mean like, did I shoot my wife and my son?
Yes.
No. Would never hurt Maggie Murdaugh. I would never hurt Paul Murdaugh under any circumstances.
Say that.
Excuse me?
You say that, but you lied to Maggie, didn't you?
I did lie to Maggie.
You lied to Paul.
Sometimes.
You lied to your father.
I'm sure I did at some point.
Did you tell him all the stuff you'd been up to over the years before he died?
No, I didn't tell him.
Did you lie to your brothers?
About financial things?
Yes.
I would have lied to Randy at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to him about the last time you saw your wife and son alive?
I did.
Did you lie to their wives?
I'm sure I did.
Did you lie to Marion Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to Bart Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to the Brandstetters?
Yes.
Did you lie to your best friend, Chris Wilson?
Probably.
Did you lie to your other friend, Barrett Bulware, when you took his money?
No, sir.
No.
I didn't lie like I told you. I didn't lie directly to him. I lied to him by omission, like we talked about. I mean, I didn't talk to him. I didn't see him at that time.
Did you lie to your law partners?
I did.
Did you lie to him about the kennels?
Some of them.
Did you lie to Mark Ball?
Yeah, based on what Mark said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Ronnie Crosby?
According to what he said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Johnny Parker?
I don't believe I ever discussed that with Johnny.
Did you lie to him about the finances when you borrowed that money in July of 2021?
I don't know if I lied to him about. I don't think Johnny asked me. I don't think I had to lie to Johnny about that. So I don't know.
Did you lie? Well, you certainly didn't disclose to him the truth when you borrowed that $250,000, did you?
I did not tell him what I was going to use it for.
I mean, didn't we say before that not telling the whole truth is the same as telling a lie?
Sure it is.
You don't think that's a lie, though?
I'm just saying, Mr. Waters, I'm not taking issue with that, but I don't even know that Johnny and I mean, Johnny had loaned me money numerous times. It wasn't any long sit-down discussion where Johnny wanted to know exactly what I was doing with it. That conversation would have been, I needed it. Johnny was always willing to help me, and that would have been the conversation. So on that specific event, did I lie to him? I don't know.
Yeah, he ended up being out $477,000, didn't he?
He ended up being out a lot of money.
And thank you for your qualifications as to that. Did you lie to Lee Cope?
I don't know. I don't know if Lee Cope was around when I said that or not.
Did you lie to Danny Henderson?
I did lie to Danny.
Did you lie to Jeannie Seconder?
About finances, yes, I did.
You didn't ever talk to her about the kennels?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Did you lie to Annette Griswold?
I did.
Did you lie to Christy Gerald, your other secretary or paralegal?
I don't believe she and I discussed. I would have at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to Michael Gunn?
I'm sure I did at some point, but I mean, Michael wasn't involved in any of this, so I don't know that any of this ever came up with Michael.
Did you lie to your clients? Did you lie to Pamela Pinckney?
I did.
Natasha Thomas?
I don't know that I dealt with Natasha, but I certainly lied about that.
Hakeem Pinckney?
Again, I don't know that I talked to Hakeem, but I certainly lied about that.
Arthur Badger,
I did.
the Plyler girl.
I'm not sure that I talked specifically to them, but I lied about that.
Dion Martin,
I lied to Dion.
Johnny Bush,
Yes.
Manuel Cristiani,
I didn't have any conversations with him, but I certainly lied about it.
Jamie and Richard,
Yes.
Randy Drawdy,
Yes.
Jordan Jinks,
Yes.
Mary Duncan,
Yes.
Adriana Hay,
Yes.
Angel Gary,
Yes.
Christopher Anderson,
Yes.
Elise Mallory,
Yes.
Thomas Moore.
No.
You never lied to him? You just took his money. You never had to actually lie to his face, is what you're saying?
He and I never had a conversation, but I did take that. I did take that money.
Did you lie to Tony Satterfield just a couple of months before June 7th? We saw the text. You want me to get it out?
Just remind me. There's been a lot. Just remind me what it was.
I'll show you what's been marked as 463.
And I don't remember the exact date. So
That was in April of 2021. Is that right? Where you text him and tell him how hard you're working on the case, when in fact you had stolen millions of dollars from him? Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and told the jury about that?
I texted him on April 12th. So 5 weeks before.
Guy's been caught in a million lies.
Told him everything was okay. You're working hard, right? It's a complex case.
Yeah, I told him I was working on the case.
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria.
I'm sorry?
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria, who had served your family for many years.
That's correct.
And you stole millions from those boys.
I stole those funds.
And he and his family had started asking questions as we moved to June 7th. Didn't that happen?
No, I mean, there wasn't any rise in them asking questions. No, sir. I mean, he periodically checked in and asked me questions, but, you know, it had come out long before this, I believe in the island packet, that there had been a settlement of $500,000. But I mean, that had been months and months, if I'm not mistaken. And so I didn't notice any uptick in Tony asking questions, and I don't believe that there was any uptick in Tony asking questions before June the 7th.
So you just gratuitously out of the blue decided to lie to him and send that text? Or were there things going on externally that caused you to need to head him off at the pass before further questions started to be asked about money you couldn't pay back at that point in time?
No, I don't think there was anything. I mean, on April 21st, I don't know what external factors you're talking about.
Do you want to explain that one anymore?
Explain what?
Whatever you want.
I just want to answer your questions, Mr. Waters.
Lied to everyone about the side of the road, that people that came to stop to help, and the ambulance folks, and the 911, and Ryan Kelly, and the composite sketch artist, and all of them, correct?
I lied to a lot of people about that.
You know why people lie, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because I know they've done something wrong.
For the most time, I do.
And you've been able to lie quickly and easily and convincingly if you think it'll save your skin for well over a decade. Isn't that true?
I have lied well over a decade.
And you want this jury to believe a story manufactured to fit the evidence that you brought forth just yesterday after hearing this trial's worth of testimony.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Mr. Murdaugh, we went through this for a while, but you remember at the beginning of your testimony, I asked you whether or not you agreed that trying to explain your presence on the kennel video was the most important part of your testimony before this jury. You remember that? And you said, oh, not the most important. I said, was it at least important? You recall that from yesterday?
Yeah, I recall you asking those questions, yes, sir.
And you agree it's important, don't you?
I agree that is an important component. But I think there's a lot of important components.
And you? Testified yesterday and during cross yesterday and cross today. It's kind of evolved on the fact of the factors that led you to decide to lie at some point during that interview with David Owen, correct?
I disagree with that. I don't think those factors have evolved. I mean, you've asked some more specific questions, but those factors are still the same factors. You may have asked questions and gained a little more detail, but those factors haven't changed.
But it was the dope paranoia. It was the fact that the deputy took your GSR. It was the fact that your law partners and Greg Alexander and the sheriff were telling you needed to have a lawyer before you talked to police. It was the factor that you got in the car with Dave Owen and thought he was somebody else from some case 10 years ago, correct?
That believing David Owens was the person involved in the case that I talked about was one of the factors that caused me to distrust SLED.
All right. And then also you said that they started
general.
asking you about, in that first interview, about your relationship with Maggie and Paula. And that's one thing you mentioned as well, correct?
And that was certainly something that contributed to me having paranoid thinking.
Uh-oh.
Are we good?
Playing the Daniel Green body cam video, 2026.
They are dead on that.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Where are you now? All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now. That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them, or talked to them, or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
That was Sergeant Green, correct?
Yeah, that was Sergeant Green.
And at that point in time, SLED was not there. No one had gotten GSR from you. Your law partners or Sheriff Hill were not there.
That's correct.
No one had asked you about your relationships. David Owen was not there.
That's correct.
But you still told the same lie. And all those reasons that you just gave this jury about the most important part of your testimony was a lie too. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
I disagree with that.
Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case. You may step down. Please do not discuss the case. We'll take 15 minutes.
All rise.
15-minute break.
Gosh.
He said, good God, you're getting caught up in lie after lie after lie. You sound like a fucking fool. Let's take a break.
Yeah, we need to like shake this off. This bullshit.
Oh my God, he lies worse than YouTube.
Yeah, I can't believe he tried it, you guys. I'm getting so I mean, this is like normally I can't sit through this shit like this, man. I just because
Yeah,
I
it's like,
talk some shit, you know what I mean? But this right here is fucking ridiculous. And I can't believe how much he's lying and he thinks he's getting away with it. I can't fucking believe this.
yeah. I mean, he's not like the worst witness I've ever seen. You know what I mean? But because he has like his disposition is, yeah, I mean, but he like just every other thing. I mean, he just is so good at lying though. Like it's hard to tell like when he's truthful and when he's, you know what I mean? I don't see any tells really.
Well, honestly, I think it did its job because.
Hey, what up?
Hey.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your voices. Go ahead.
No, I just no, I get it. I just think that it did its like this prosecution did its job because they just were able to wrap it all up and show like everything that this man is saying is a lie. Every ounce of it.
That's what they were doing yesterday. They were showing everybody how deceitful and dishonest this man is, but yet says he still cares and loves these people that he robbed and did dirty like that. basically making an analogy on how he loved his, family and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? That closing was good though, right there, where he proved that what he said that he lied about was before the agents even got there.
Yeah. Yeah. He was anticipating, I guess, them coming
So it
but
should cause question in every juror's mind about everything that this man says, because they caught him lying before he was even willing to admit that he was lying.
Yep. He dug his own grave for this one. I'm stunned he went on the stand.
yeah. Now there's going to be redirect. But I think it's going to go quick because Poot is like so freaking out about these 2 witnesses that they had fly in. And I'm sure they'll just go until they're done tonight. The judge will be accommodating.
Was the witnesses, Ellie, for the defense?
Yeah, there are 2 witnesses that are coming in, like they're flying in, and Poot's like been making like a big deal about it the whole time because he doesn't want them to have to stay the weekend and it to be financial stress on them, blah, blah, blah. So I'm sure they'll fit them in now because it's only 4:00 and, they can go to 5:30. I'm sure this judge will just make sure that they're done today, those 2 extra witnesses. I don't think they're like long witnesses or anything.
Did you guys feel like he was answering these questions, not just slowly, but also re-asking the question back multiple times to draw it out? So he, as much
Making
as possible.
it confusing. Yeah.
That too. And then also draw the time out. Because I thought they were going to go longer, the cross.
Yeah, he's arrogant. That's why he took the stand. It's almost, like Jodi Arias took the stand in her, it's like it takes a certain kind of a person to take the stand, And Alec, I think, fits that mold.
Arrogant, narcissistic. Yep.
He's like, oh, I could talk my way out of this. Like everything else, all those other lies.
I wonder if they advised him not to, and he's like, no, I'm going to. Or if they, told him this might be a good idea if you take the stand. Whichever way it is, it was a huge F up.
Yeah, it's his right. I mean, they could have advised him not to, but he's a lawyer, so he was probably, he could have fought them. Who knows? But yeah, interesting. It's been like a very interesting 2 days with him because it's like the most we've ever heard from him,
Yep.
He thinks
And he won't
he
be
can
out,
lie
right?
and cheat everybody. Everybody.
Yeah. I mean, that's like, so he admitted to all those things, like somebody was saying before, they're not going to have to go through with any of the other, I mean, not just because he admitted it, but I don't think they were going to go through those other cases in general.
I don't think anybody else set him up. I saw some in the chat say that. I mean, they would go after him. I don't know why they would just go after the family members.
His attorneys did not want him to take the stand. He insisted. See, I could see that 100%.
Wow.
See, Willow agrees.
Because he got away with his lies and cheating so many other times, he feels like, hey, I have nothing to lose here. Try it again.
I agree. He's very smug. He's very, he just thinks that he's smarter and better, in my opinion. That's what I'm getting out of him.
Hey, down the rabbit hole.
I think it was smart of them to play that first responding officer and what Alex said to them at the end there. Because he was lying from the get-go, not just because.
What up, down the rabbit hole? How are you, babe? I was just actually, we were watching this, but I watched that Madeline McCann shit again, and I can't get over how much of a fraud she is. I can't fucking get over it.
What's the update on that one, Queen?
Following it so good down the rabbit hole. Like government, everyone is like, it's not her. Like they're like shutting it down, pretty much.
Are they?
Yeah, because she's like I said, she's
and she did another interview.
Yeah, she did. just now, like 10 minutes ago. I just posted it. Fucking, she's responding to people calling her a liar and saying that she's not Madeline, and they're pissed off because her biological mom showed the birth certificate and showed pictures, and the police were like, look, we're not going to continue to feed into this. We're not doing DNA. Like, we're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Yeah. Yeah. They even called it. I mean, the fact that government came out and was like, you know, this ain't right.
Which makes me feel like she's an international tragedy pimp.
Yeah, totally.
Swear to God,
Wanting
she
to,
is. She's like, here, this girl has mental
Yeah.
health issues, she's got mental, health crisis going on right now. She's like manic as fuck and thinks she's somebody else. Guess what? You're Madeline McCann, and we're gonna convince everybody that you are.
Yeah, that's what that psychically. That's what she did. Yeah, it's crazy.
She fucking sure did.
Talk about taking advantage of people when they're at their lowest, or just,
If I was her mom,
just
I would
taking
be
advantage.
pissed.
Oh my God. Especially
Right.
like, come on. We saw that pic. When we all saw that picture, it was like, whoa, that's your mom, girl. Like, come on. That like looks so much like her. Come on.
Remember that woman saying like,
what do you mean? I was like, oh my God. When she said I birthed her, I'm like, oh God, this girl done lost her fucking rabbit ass mind.
Yep.
Then today she's like, you guys say she got health problems, and she does have health problems, and she's on medicine. She's on medicine for mental health issue. I'm like, oh fuck. We've been saying this the whole fucking time.
Yeah, she wants attention. I mean, this is like, we've seen this happen on like a smaller scale with like the Joseph Morrises and, like Gigi and, all these freaking crazy pantses that want like a few minutes just to like shine. I mean, and taking something like Madeline McCann, I mean, that's crazy because that's like messing with like a whole bunch of emotions because so many people were so invested in that case, and the fact that
pants.
She said crazy pantses.
It's true. I mean, there's just it's speeding up this not,
I feel like that lady was also like not just tragedy pimping her, but like remember she said out loud like nobody tried to contact her. I'm representing her. Blah blah blah.
Yeah,
She
taking
was
her all
like,
for herself. She was like,
Yeah.
she's like,
that's
she's
all
mine.
exploitation, abuse, control. I mean, it's all part of the classic tragedy pimp.
Well, how about if she just gives her the one-on-one personal attention that she's obviously seeking?
Yep, that's what she is seeking. She needs some kind of. I mean, it's sad because like her. Yeah,
Both
she
of
has
them
like a
should go get
family.
house plants, in my opinion.
Yeah, something. Goldfish.
She was wearing like one of those jackets, those Molly Lulu jackets that day. What do you even call her? Was she a psychic? Is that what she was?
Oh, yeah. She's saying she's a psychic.
Well, that's what she's calling herself. Yeah, that's.
And a PI, right? Or was that? Oh no, was that?
I'm like, yeah, she said
I can't
psychic. I'm like, oh my God, we're done with the fake PIs. Stop. Like, don't even.
Like, we're on to that racket, that PI racket. That's.
Yeah, we know too many fake PIs as it is. Don't start that. Don't you dare. So what's up, Boston? I seen you hitting on Steph in the chat, trying to get her in.
Oh my gosh! I saw you put that in the chat.
Yeah, it's not her, but the medium lady is pushing.
Boston, I see you.
She's a married woman. And her husband needs two cars transported that he's buying. That's what I do for a living. She actually remembered me saying that a couple weeks ago, so she asked me.
Hell yeah! I gotta talk some shit.
I know. I was laughing my ass off.
And I see you.
I know. Saw it.
See what I made?
What?
I'm doing it's a dream catcher out of an antler.
Crafts. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Oh, for some reason, hold on. Let me move this picture. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Can you see us? Oh, okay. Oh, cool. That is cool as fuck. Here, let me pop this open here.
A dream catcher out of a shed.
Oh, out of like an antler? Is that an antler?
Yep. It's a deer antler.
Oh, wow.
I just got the weaves done. I just got the web, and then I'm gonna come back in.
Cool I got a deer antler. I got a deer antler tabletop thing that's like antlers weaved. Like they're like 2 or 3 of them weaved together, like into a little basket with a candle in it. And I have a glass piece on my table that goes with like my entertainment center, you know, like my, not entertainment center, my little table in the inner, like the middle of my room, the middle of my living room.
So I'm getting ready to add little antler buttons.
Oh, cool.
And then I've got a bowl of beads here, and then I've got some pheasant feathers that I'm getting ready to start throwing on, so they'll start hanging down from it. But yeah, that's what I've been sitting here working on, tying knots while I figured it was pretty fitting for the Murdaugh trial, you know, tangled.
Yeah, that is cool.
Anyway, that was how I was counting the lies that were different in just the little bits that we had heard. Every time he lied, I made a loop.
Oh my gosh. I was in a sauna trying to detox from it because I felt like that was just a lot of bullshit, right? Like so much all at
bullshit.
once.
It was a lot.
It was a lot of
I was shopping
lies.
vegetables and made a ginormous quinoa salad. Who wants to come for lunch?
That sounds
I didn't. Your mic fuzzed out on us. You did what?
Oh yeah, you're crackly a little. Are you by
Yeah,
your
I didn't hear what you said.
lights?
Something about. She said lights.
Quinoa. Quinoa salad.
Quinoa salad.
Oh, okay. And what are you doing? What, you just made it?
I did. I was chopping vegetables like a man and woman, and I made so much that y'all can come for lunch.
Oh, nice.
What'd you say, honey? Nothing. He's making fun of my big quinoa salad.
Your thing's really messed up. Pop down and come back.
It's a Bluetooth, probably. Remember that?
Yeah, it does it every time. What the hell? I know mine the other day did it because my battery was low and it just kept doing it. And then when I plugged in my fucking battery, it just stopped. It was perfectly fine.
Oh, okay. So maybe it was low battery.
Yeah, because mine was messed up the other day and I thought it was because of the weather and shit, but it wasn't. It worked with my battery. When I plugged it in, it was fine.
I've only used my phone a couple times. Not here on here, but just a couple in general.
Well, they need to hurry the fuck up because I'm glad I don't stream this shit every fucking day because fuck this. I'm already fucking done.
Yeah, imagine doing the whole trial. Holy moly.
Yeah, fuck all that. Ain't no way I could sit through this. Ain't no fucking way. Nope. I'm having a hell of a fucking time sitting through this shit right here. What's up, baby? Sound better? Huh?
Does it? Does it?
Yeah. Yes, it does.
I keep switching from earphones to earbuds. I don't know what happens. No lights. No lights were turned on. But look what I made.
Calls? Green, did you get any calls in between? Sometimes that will mess it up.
No.
What? Oh, hold on. You have to put on the. Do you want me to drop
You
the
see that?
screen?
I don't care. This is a big old bowl. Look at my hand.
Hold on. I'm going to put you on the screen. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let's see.
What is that?
Low layout. There you go. You're on this. There you go. You're on the screen, baby.
Isn't that yummy? We have zucchini, pepperoncini.
Oh my God, that looks so
radishes,
good.
feta cheese, yellow peppers, black olives, cilantro. Mm-hmm.
I love that. That looks
Y'all
so
giving her
good.
too much credit. Looks like spinach pie.
Oh my God, where's the meat? There's no meat.
Sometimes we put chicken in it, but not today because we're having sliders with it. My husband made the sliders.
Nice.
With a panade. Isn't that so? He thinks he's fancy talking like that to me.
What's a panade?
That's what I said. What the fuck is a panade? What's a panade?
It's bread and fresh bread and
Fresh bread in with the meat, with milk. And peanut butter. He puts in the meat, and it tastes just like White Castle.
Oh, I love White Castle.
I love this judge.
Me too.
You may bring the jury.
That's my favorite part.
So
Okay, don't click the link to come up right now. Wait till we go on a break.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Murdaugh, we spent a long time yesterday and a fair amount of time today talking about financial misdeeds.
Yes, sir.
Have you been criminally charged for those financial crimes?
I have been.
You have pending charges
I
against.
do.
You were asked specifically about $792,000 in Ferris fees that you diverted from the law firm. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you were asked about an accounting or where that money went, and it went out pretty quickly, roughly.
Yes, sir.
And you recall testimony that over $500,000 went to Curtis Eddie Smith.
I do.
And what would that have been for?
That would have all been for pills.
For opioids?
Yes, sir. Specifically, all I was taking at that time was oxycodone and OxyContin.
And you were an addict, were you not?
I am an addict.
You are an addict. And did you repeatedly lie to those you love to cover up your addiction?
I did.
And were you concerned that you would be exposed if you didn't continue to lie about your conduct?
I did.
There's some specific things you were asked about, which I'd like to go over. One thing you had referred to a text message that you'd seen later on between Maggie and Blanca. Do you recall that?
I do.
And it's in the evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 54. And Doug, if you could pull that up, please, sir. And if you could highlight the Blanca text. Is this the text message you're referring to?
It is.
And I'll just read it. It says, TY, that's thank you. It says, TY, I'm waiting at Dr. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Idahou, but trust Mexicans to shut a lot for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it pneumonia. And then she has some faces. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well. Is that the text message you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And did Blanca share this message with you after Maggie was murdered?
Blanca first ultimately she shared that with me. She first told me that, you know, Maggie was worried about me, how much she loved me, and that she was worried about me, and had texted her.
Okay. Now you were asked, you can take it down, Doug. You were asked questions about conversations around the dinner table on the 7th about, well, didn't eat at the table, but around while you were eating dinner about Paul's health. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Alec, I'm going to show you two exhibits, Defendants 179 and 180, and ask if you can identify these two.
I can.
And what are they?
It's text from let's see, it's a text from Paw to me on May the 30th.
And then and what's 180? Exhibit 180 behind it.
That's a picture of Pawpaw's feet.
Your Honor, we'd move Defendants Exhibits 179, 180 into evidence at this time without objection, I believe.
Without objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Well, do you have 179? Or we've got to, you can let me put it on the Elmo. Okay. Alex, do these this text message refer to Paul's feet swelling?
They do.
So if you'll do, you can pull it up. All right, go up a little more so we can read it. And it says from Paul, and that phone number, is that your phone number?
That is. It's my phone number, 1227. My feet swole up. It has something to do with my blood pressure. Get me an appointment as soon as it's convenient.
And what's the date of this?
May the 30th.
2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And if, Doug, if you'll show the picture, I believe this is a blow up of the picture that's in this exhibit 180. Can you pull out? Is that a picture of that Paul had sent you of his feet swelling up?
It is.
Is this what y'all discussed, you know, when you're eating dinner?
Yes.
Okay.
Along with many other times.
You'd also, you were asked questions about your dad's condition and whether he was terminal or not. Do you remember that?
I do remember questions about him.
Okay, and gosh, Doug, I think it's the extended timeline. Is it states 5:30? Is that the right number?
States 5:20.
States 5:20. If you'll pull it up, please. It's already in the evidence. And if you'll go to page 14. And if you'll blow up the entry at 142.54 at the bottom of the page. Alex, is this a text that you and we'll, do you recall this is the text that you and other family members received about your father's condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it says, Daddy was just seen by the pulmonologist in Savannah. His opinion is dramatically different from the other doctors. He thinks Daddy has pneumonia and needs to be hospitalized to be treated for pneumonia. He thinks there could be an obstruction, but is more confident that it is all or mostly pneumonia. Daddy is being admitted to Candler St. Joseph Hospital now. He will have a study done to see whether or not there is an obstruction, and his treatment will be tailored accordingly. Right now, his pulmonologist does not. Go to the next page. Does not believe that he'll be getting radiation treatment. And in fact, the pulmonologist says that the palliative radiation treatment to try to open the airway is a Hail Mary. In his opinion, would most likely not work. Then he goes on to say, if he is right, and this is pneumonia, is much more treatable and can certainly give the immunotherapy a chance to work. Is that what you're referring to?
That's the text I was talking about that came when talking to Jeannie Seconder.
Okay. And and this wasn't a terminal diagnosis on the 7th, was it?
Not on the 7th. That was actually a little bit of positive news.
Okay.
It was short-lived, but it was positive at the time.
You can take that down for now, Doug. But stay on that exhibit. Al, you were asking if you go to page 46, please, the same exhibit, 520. Page 46. And if you'll highlight and blow out the 90218, Alex Murdaugh's iPhone shows Now, Alec, do you remember being asked about these steps, 283 steps traveled during this period of time?
I do.
And I think you testified your belief was you're just getting ready to leave to go to your mom's house. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, that would have been the time I was right before I left to go there.
And you were, looks like you had made some phone calls during this period of time, correct?
Yes, the record show.
Alec, did you have Maggie's phone with you at any time between 9:02 and 9:06?
I didn't have Maggie's phone with me anytime that night.
And Doug, if you'll go to page 45, please. If you go to the entry at 8:53:15 to 8:55:32. What am I missing? Can you go? You're missing it. Go up one more entry, please. The one that records steps, please. And then take it all the way to the bottom, Doug. Thank you. This is in evidence. This is Agent Rudowski's timeline. It says Maggie Murdaugh's phone, iPhone shows 59 steps traveled between 8:53:15 and 8:55:32. Were you walking with Maggie Murdaugh's phone during that period of time?
I wasn't walking with Maggie's phone anytime that night.
And if you'll look at Agent Rudowski's entries, is there entry of her phone showing steps during any time between 9:02 and 9:06? Do you see any on this page from 8:53 to 8:55?
No, sir.
If you'll turn the next page, page 46. Going down to your steps. Is there any recording of phone steps phone recording steps according to the data we now have for Maggie's phone at any point in time up to 9:02?
No, sir.
And had you repeatedly asked SLED to get the data from the OnStar, from the cell phones, to evaluate whether your phone and Maggie's phone were ever moving at the same time? You made that multiple requests.
I repeatedly asked David Owens about that information.
And when you asked that question, were you aware that Maggie's phone had been located, down the road, half a mile or more? Is that right?
Yeah, I knew where her phone had been located.
And why was it important to you to get that information?
Because I knew that whoever had done this to them had Maggie's phone. And I knew that my phone and Maggie's phone and my car were never together. At any point in time.
Sure. Now, you have given inaccurate times in many statements to law enforcement in this case, have you not?
I did.
And we reviewed some of those in your direct examination. One was Paul getting to Moselle around 5 p.m. Do you remember that?
I do.
Were you lying to Agent Owens or anybody when you said Paul got there at 5 p.m.?
No, I wasn't lying to him. I thought that at the time.
And when you...
most of the times or a lot of the times when I gave times, I qualified them and say, but, you can look at this. I pointed them to my office, to the call log, to the key card like we talked about, or my phone, or my OnStar.
And when you told the agents that you thought you got to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock on that morning of June 7th, well, you were wrong, right?
I was wrong.
Were you lying?
No, I wasn't lying.
And when Deputy Green drove up and you had the first encounter with him, I believe you told him that you had been gone to your mom's house for an hour and a half. Is that right? We just heard it.
The last one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hour and a half. I think that is what I told him.
Hour and a half. And that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was 45 minutes before that.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And when you spoke to Agent Green, Deputy Green, it was about, I think the record show they didn't arrive on the scene until 10:22 or something like that. Is that right?
That sounds right. I think that's what the records show. That sounds right.
And that were you lying to Deputy Green when you told him what time, how long you thought you'd been at your mother's and the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
No, sir. I wasn't lying to him.
Were you trying to mislead him in any way?
No, sir. Not when Mr. Green got there.
Now, you've admitted the first few questions that I asked you yesterday and multiple times today that you lied to Agent Owen and Deputy Rutland and Agent Owen and Agent Croft, and on a couple occasions about your whereabouts following dinner, correct?
I did lie to them, as we discussed repeatedly.
And you've explained that it was this addiction, opioid-induced paranoia you just couldn't shake. Is that right?
That's right. Like I said, there's certain things, anything that make you paranoid, but I could get over it really quickly. But that night, I didn't.
And you had a bag of pills in your pocket, did you not?
I did.
And when you got down to the kennels, we're not going to repeat all that, but I mean, did you ever see anybody down there? Anybody else?
No, there was nobody. There wasn't anybody down there when I was there.
And did you believe that the information, whether you were there or not there, would advance their investigation in any way?
No, I didn't. I didn't think that.
And why didn't you think that?
Because they were fine and doing good when I left there.
Did on the 911 call, do you remember that the call first went to Hampton?
I don't remember that, but I know that now.
And what we played here in the court in your testimony was the Colleton County handoff. Do you recall that?
I do recall that. I think at some point the part in Hampton might have gotten played too, didn't it? But I know the main part was the Colleton part. But it was like a minute into the call.
But initially it went to Hampton, then subsequently it was transferred to Colleton.
That's right.
And then a minute or so into the Colleton call, you said, "I've been up to it now." You remember that?
I do remember saying that. I remember hearing it. I don't remember saying that, but I remember hearing it.
Okay.
And that's, I mean, that is accurate. And by up to it, at that point, I had gone all the way up to them at that point. When I first got out, I was close, but I wasn't right at them, I don't think.
Right. You were asked about the roadside shooting, and your intent was to end your life that day, was it not?
It was, no question.
And you were shot but not killed. And then you made up a lie to law enforcement about what happened, right?
That's correct.
Were you trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith by doing that?
Was I trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know exactly. It all had to come together so quick. I don't know that I was trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith. I may have been, but it was just, you know, I wasn't supposed to be there. And then I was.
When you say I wasn't supposed to be there, what do you mean by that?
I intended for him to, I mean, I intended to be gone. I intended for him to shoot me, and I intended to be gone. And the one thing, my main concern at that point was that I did not want Buster. I did not want Buster knowing that I had tried to do that.
Okay.
That was my motivation in telling that story.
I see. Did you eventually voluntarily convey to Agent Kelly and others that was a fabrication?
I did. After, I don't know, a few days in detox, when I finally got over those initial, just where I could just function, I think I told you first, then I think I told Buster, then I think I told Randy and John, and y'all arranged either the next day or 2 days later to come, and we called Ryan Kelly.
Alec, you've lied to your family over many years, have you not?
I lied to my family about my addiction.
And you hid from them you were stealing client money, did you not?
Oh, I never, they didn't know anything about that.
And you've lied to your law partners about financial dealings and perhaps your addiction?
Yes.
And you've lied to law enforcement about not going down to the kennels after dinner, but eating dinner and taking a nap. Did you not?
I did.
Alec, did you murder Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie.
Did you murder Paul?
I would never hurt Paul. If I was under the pressure that they're talking about here, I can promise you I would hurt myself before I would hurt one of them. Without a doubt.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Orders.
Please, court. You said that you were concerned when you talked to David Owen about the bag of pills in your pocket, correct?
I mean, no, sir, I'm not saying that I was concerned about that. I don't think I told you I was concerned about that. I'm just telling you that was a fact. I had a bag of pills in my pocket, and that was one of the things, that was one of the many things that came together that night.
And you're trying to tell this jury that as a reasonable husband and father in this situation, concern about a bag of pills in your pocket was more important to you than telling law enforcement and narrowing the time when you last saw your wife and son alive. That's what you want to convince this jury of?
No, sir, because, I mean, the bag of pills in my pocket was not what I was concerned about sitting in there. It was, as I said, it was one of the many things that was going on. But I wasn't sitting there worried about those pills in my pocket.
You were asked about requesting the phone and automobile data. And that was because as a prosecutor and a lawyer, you had been manufacturing an alibi to cover your tracks.
No, sir, that's absolutely wrong.
You admit you were wrong about a lot of things in what you told law enforcement about June 7th. Correct?
I was wrong about things. Some things.
You were asked whether or not you voluntarily confessed to Agent Kelly, but you only did so after being confronted with undeniable information. Correct?
No, sir, that's not correct at all. What I was told is that, and I believe this came from Randy, what I was told is that SLED had come up with some information that seemed like it was consistent with my story, and they needed me to verify some things, is what they told me. And, you know, I knew that resources had already been wasted. I didn't want them wasting any more resources. And I told them the truth, but there wasn't any, nobody had presented me with any evidence.
And you just testified that you told Jim Griffin first, correct?
I believe that I told Jim Griffin first.
But at that time, you didn't say anything about those kennels, did you?
To Jim Griffin at that time? No, sir, I didn't.
When you testified on direct yesterday and you were asked about leaving the kennels with your new story in light of the evidence that's been presented in this trial, your words were, "I got out of there," correct?
I believe that's what I said. Yes, sir.
And you also said during your testimony on cross-examination that you hurt the ones you love the most, didn't you?
I did say that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
In saying that, Mr. Waters, I just want to explain that answer. I mean, he just asked me a question about what I said, and then I was going to explain why I said it.
All right.
As I told you earlier, you're implying to this jury and to me that was me talking about hurting Maggie and Paul. And that's not what that was. What that was is me saying, I know I hurt my brother, my partners, my clients, many of whom I told you I loved, all of whom I cared for. And that's what that was when I'm talking about how my misdeeds, how I hurt the people worst were the ones I loved the most.
I just asked you what you said, correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You did ask me what I said, but in asking me that, you're putting an implication on there that I am explaining.
I just asked you what you said.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Can you step down? So I'll stand for a moment while counsel approach.
Thank you, Ann, for becoming a member of the Hive, baby. Thank you.
Well, we've come to the end of this week, and we will adjourn now and resume at 9:30 Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Do not discuss the case or allow yourself to be exposed to any information concerning the case. And we'll see you Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Jury's excused.
Order.
Everyone be seated, please. Regarding scheduling, first up Monday morning, Mr. Karpoulian.
Your Honor, we anticipate having 4 witnesses on Monday. They would probably average an hour apiece. So I would suspect by lunchtime, we would be, no?
Early afternoon.
Early afternoon, I'm told by Mr. Griffin, resting our case. And of course, Mr. Waters indicated he'll have 1 or 2 reply witnesses.
Couple right now, Your Honor. Obviously, we need to assess that when they complete their case, but it would not be lengthy.
Question, what day next week do we do argument and charge?
Well, it's all unpredictable. As we can see from today, it's pretty unpredictable.
I'm guessing. I'd hope Tuesday. I don't think that's going to be, if they have any reply witnesses. Wednesday would be more of a target. I'm just saying a target date that we can begin thinking about in terms of argument and charge. To that end, are you going to set a time limit on arguments, or are you going to just let us do whatever we want?
I do not set time limits on argument.
With that in mind, Mr. Griffin and I mean, they get 2 arguments. We perhaps would like to split our final argument, which would, we think, with 4 weeks of testimony in there, it's going to be difficult for one person to digest all of that. There's no problem with that, is there?
All right. I would object to that. I think Your Honor's rules and general practices consistent with one counsel handling argument.
Your Honor, I've seen it done both ways, and 4 weeks of testimony, I think it's very difficult for one person, and we only get one argument.
I've never done it, and I'm not inclined to do it. I'll look it over and consider it, but I'm not inclined to allow the defense to split closing arguments.
We would agree to a 2-hour limit. Does that maybe incentivize to look at this?
We'll look at it. I'm not inclined to do it. It's unprecedented, as far as I know, in the state of South Carolina. Except perhaps where you've been able to convince someone to the contrary.
I've actually objected to it when I was on his side of the courtroom.
Well, we have some days to think about that. Regarding closing arguments, I think we emailed you all a few days ago concerning any requested charge or charges that you might have.
Yes, we'll get those to you this weekend, if that's acceptable.
We'll try to do that, Your Honor. We're preparing witnesses. How about Monday night?
That's fine.
Okay.
Anything else before we adjourn?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, 4:49. We are adjourning for the weekend.
They're waiting to put his ass in cuffs. Shit, they said cuff up, boy. Time to get back in the motherfucking stripes, baby. Time to cuff up. Give me your feet. Give me your feet. Put your feet up. Huh. The bailiffs are gonna walk his ass out. Oh, liar McLiarton.
Yep.
Oh shit. Okay, so Ellie, did I mod the wrong one? Did I mod you or what?
No, I didn't do anything. And I've been in StreamYard. I haven't even been in YouTube. So how did it I promise I didn't do anything. You know me. I don't even know how to time somebody out.
So it happens usually okay, so when I hold on, baby. It happens okay, so if you're in YouTube and you just grab your phone, I've grabbed my phone and modded people before. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, but I haven't been in YouTube for unless it happened 2 hours ago, over an hour ago, because I've been on just StreamYard.
Sherry said she accidentally got timed out. She didn't know what the hell was going on. I'm like, I don't know. So I went back and looked, and it said Ellie timed her out.
Oh my god! What?
I was like, yeah. So
Why
I was like,
did
fuck
I do that? I'm sorry.
It's
Maybe it was when I was in the sauna. I was
touching.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You barely touch it. I mean, fuck, you barely, like, you can barely touch it. It'll do it. Like, you know, just
It'll
like I
block
fucking modded
somebody.
Nathan when I touched my
Yeah,
phone.
yeah. Oh my god. Because I was in like StreamYard, but maybe it was like earlier when I was at like I was
Yeah,
working
she's
and
like,
I
"Who
was in
timed you
YouTube.
out?" I'm like, you're
Oh
a fucking
my
mod. I don't see anybody can time you out. She's like, yeah, somebody did. Something's going on. I was like, what the hell? So I went back to look. I was like, oh my god, it's Ellie.
Oh my god.
Oh, that means
See,
Ellie's a master mod.
I don't even know how
shit.
to mod. This is my first time ever modding. There you go. That's why I don't
Well,
do
no,
it.
and the master mod is the same mod as everybody else. She's the same as everybody else. She's no different.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, Graham Bun. You know, I would
Yeah,
never do that. I have nothing to time anything out
but
about.
she thought
I
it was me.
leave- Oh,
I
no.
didn't do anything.
Shambles, everyone.
Shit.
Shambles. It's raining.
Shambles.
Maybe I was like, you know, moving too fast, which I always do. But I've hardly been in YouTube. I've been mostly on StreamYard, you know. It's funny.
Also, did you guys hear before we get off here, because I'm exhausted as hell just from being on here and fucking with this.
Yeah.
And my daughter, I just had carpet laid in her room, so we got to go switch things over. So I got a whole long night ahead of me. But anyhow, I figured we'd come back on here like 7 or 8 maybe and shoot the shit if we got time.
That sounds good.
You know, just like, because this has just been boring as fuck. Well, it's been not, but it has been listening to
interesting. Yeah, but
it's fucking boring listening to.
redundant.
I want to talk some shit. We need, you know what I mean? We need to talk some shit here.
Yeah.
But anyhow, they just said that they just made the announcement that the Idahou 4 house, the King Street, they're gonna tear it down. They're gonna
see voices. I told you. I'm like, they have to. I always thought that they had to knock it down. I don't care about real estate.
They donated it, I guess, to the
university. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, they said that they're not sure what they're gonna do with the land or whatever that it sits on, but yeah, they're gonna tear the house down. Yeah.
They have to.
I think it's appropriate. No, I don't think they have to. But
I feel like they should. I mean,
that
nobody would
would
want
be
to.
the right thing. Yes. But
Yeah.
I mean, look at the Watts house. 3 murders took place there, or allegedly.
Yeah, it's
and
different. I
that
don't
was
know why that's
sold.
different.
I mean, you don't have to. It's a rental property. I mean, that would be really weird if you didn't. But
a rental, yeah, and he's right on campus too, so it's going to be like an eye. Everybody's going to be looking at it all the time. They need to change it up.
Urban legend, is in my opinion.
And who'd want to live? It'd be so freaky to live there. I don't know. It would just be. You said that. You guys were saying that when we were talking about this. You're like, somebody would totally live there in a second. I was like, no way. And you were like, yes way.
Oh, hell yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
And also,
we have to disclose it, right?
I wanted to talk about this because, listen, you know how that Ashley girl got a lawsuit for talking shit about that professor. Justin better be careful because the things he's been saying about Bethany and the things he's been saying about Dylan and shit, he better watch his fucking ass.
That's why he took it all back. Do you see he twittered about tweeted about it? He twittered about it. He tweeted
we'll have to talk about it
back.
later.
We'll talk about it later. He took it all back. He's like, I'm sorry. I redact everything instead of
oh my god. Right.
He said he redact instead
of got caught.
Yeah.
What a fucking turd. Oh my god.
Yeah. Thank God though.
Oh my god.
Enough people called him out on his bullshit that he was like actually like he seemed sorry a little bit in his post. Do you know what I mean? A little bit.
Well, he better have. I mean,
yeah.
Well, shit, yeah. I mean, fuck, he better be sorry. Look, she just got a $1.9 million judgment against her. Fuck, he better be sorry.
Yeah, he said redact instead of retract, but he meant it all. Like he said, I retract everything I say.
The home where 4 students were murdered back in November of last year, that home will be demolished. In a memo sent to the University of Idaho students and employees this morning, the owner of the home on King Street offered to give the home to the university, which they did accept. They say the demolition removes efforts to further sensationalize the crime scene. They also say they are currently evaluating options on what to do with the property after the home is torn down. No word on when that demolition will happen. Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Consalves, Xana Kernoodle, and Ethan Chapin, all students at the University of Idaho, were stabbed to death inside that home in the early morning hours of November 13th. 28-year-old Brian Koberger has been arrested and charged with their deaths. His preliminary hearing is scheduled for late June.
Yeah, and you know what? The paranormal ghost hunters would be all over that fucking house. People would want to be. Could you imagine on Halloween? I mean, it would be awful, you know. So I'm glad they're tearing it
It'd
down.
be,
Yeah, paranormal hunters would be all over that fucking house, and they would,
Yeah, and at a college, and it's like right in the middle of like sorority row. I feel like it's the best thing to do, just to like put a park or just a whole new house, something that looks completely different, nothing like that house, because
Or
we've
just
seen
like
that
a
house so
memorial
much.
or something, you know, get rid of it and then put like a memorial bench and some flowers or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they said they're
That's
gonna
what they should do is put like a little memorial garden.
They said they announced that they're doing a memorial too, but they just don't know what yet. In that same thing, they
Good
said,
deal.
yeah. So, but maybe there, but that would be a good. You know, that's what they did with 9/11 in a way. They put it right on the, you know, part of it. Yeah, I think it's a good call though.
Well, this has been a day, hasn't it?
Interesting day. Yeah. Thanks for
Liar McLiarson from Liartown.
Wow, that was like a lot to
And look, we
unpack.
didn't think, and we thought they were going to get on to the next, those 4 out-of-towners.
I
No,
know.
it's like you're staying for the weekend, boys and girls.
Yeah, after all that Poot was so upset about all that. They kept bringing it up, but whatever.
I mean, why weren't those witnesses being prepped during the time? I mean, is Alex that hard of a client to prep that they had to spend all that time working with him to give him all the rhetoric that he gave?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that I'm sure he's been planning that for a long time, you know?
He's probably been in his cell singing away to himself.
Yeah, like with a yellow pad and just writing it all down.
Right.
All the lies.
And that's all it was lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. You know, if the truth never changes, if you know to be your truth, it's not going to continue to change, and you wouldn't have to dance all the way around it and could have said yes, no. I believe so to the best of my recollection.
And lying about being at the kennels, I just can't get I hope that the jury can't get over that too, because that's like a big lie. You know what I mean? Because he just said that now, like he denied it, and then boom, he's there right at the scene of like he's lying at being right at the scene of the crime 5 minutes before the murder.
Yes,
like, give me a break. I mean, come on, like circumstantial evidence.
No wonder you said I got the hell out of there. Like what? Like who was on him? And
I mean, interesting way you put that. Yeah.
And then to hear the breakdown, Joseph Scott Morgan did a breakdown of the autopsy.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she was shot like 5 times. That's like.
Well, it was more that like they received Paul's brain in a bucket.
Oh yeah, I know. Because of the shotgun, the rifle that they used. Or whoever used. Yeah, they're not sequestered, Nathan.
I got to get going.
Falling asleep.
I'm
sorry,
right, ladies. We'll pop on. We'll come back on later and talk some shit and shoot the shit. You know what I mean? All right, baby. We'll talk to you later. Bye, guys.
Bye.